though there was that too. I was afraid to step forward because I didn't know him anymore, because I'd seen the true demon that lay beneath that smooth, unruffled facade, and it was terrifying. We were all like that, deep down. Stripped of our awareness, our presence of mind, our logic and reason, we were all just monsters waiting to feed. This was what my demon looked like, what I could become, what Zeke could never see. I shook myself. This was getting me nowhere. If Kenan was lost, he was lost, and nothing I did now would bring him back. The only thing left to do was to see if his mind was still intact, or if I was going to have to cut him down before he could kill me. I clenched my fist and stepped forward, into his reach. Kenan didn't move. I took another step, and another, until I was right beside him, gazing down at the top of his head. Relief hammered through me, but I didn't relax. Standing this close to Kenan felt like watching a rabbit that hadn't quite noticed me yet, but once it did. With slow, cautious movements, I knelt beside him. He stirred faintly, and I heard a low growl that made me freeze, but he still didn't attack. My hands were shaking. I bit my cheek to steady myself, then smoothly reached for his arm and the iron shackle on one wrist. He let me take it without protest, without spinning around and lunging at me with bared fangs. My heart rose a bit higher, but we weren't out of here yet. Still shaking, I put the key into the metal band at his wrist, turning slowly until it clicked under my fingers. The shackle loosened and dropped away with a clink. And Kenan moved. His head came up, turning to me, as if he'd just realized I was there, how close I was. For a split second, I met his blank, glassy stare, daring to hope. Then his lips curled back from his fangs, and I knew I was dead. I threw myself backward as Kenan lunged, snarling, his eyes bright with madness. Getting clear was the only thing on my mind now, putting distance between myself and this vicious demon who could easily rip me apart. I wasn't nearly fast enough. Kenan grabbed my leg and dragged me to him, hissing, and I howled in fear, kicking at his chest. He yanked me beneath him, and one hand clamped over my throat, squeezing hard. Thankfully, I didn't need to breathe, but my vision went red with pain. He was so strong. Kenan! My fingers grabbed the hand on my throat, the other groped for my sword. Hard to do while pinned on my back. Very much. Get a hold of yourself. It's me. His grip tightened, crushing my windpipe, and I gagged on the words. Standing, Kenan yanked me upright, turned, and slammed me into the wall. My head struck the stone with a sickening crack, but I barely felt that pain as Kenan brought his head down and sank his teeth into the side of my neck. I went rigid, unable to move. For just a moment, I was there again. The night I was turned, where I died, Kenan's fangs in my throat. It did not feel the same. My last night as a human, I remembered the pain, but also an intoxicating pleasure and warmth that had radiated from my core, soothing me to sleep, to death. This was nothing like that. This was pure, blinding agony. With the exception of a wooden stake through the gut, it was the most painful thing I'd ever felt. I couldn't move. I couldn't even think. My mind emptied of all rational thought, except for one memory that flashed across my consciousness, clear as day. Vampires do not feed from each other, Kenan had told me once in the hidden lab. 1, feeding from our kind does nothing for the hunger. In some cases, it can make it worse. 2, forcibly taking blood from a vampire will cause that vampire untold pain. It's one of the most violent, intrusive acts we can commit on another kindred, and is viewed as barbaric and needlessly cruel by most. Ew, I had responded, making a face. Good to know. So vampires don't bite each other? Ever? I said we don't feed from each other, my mentor replied in that infuriating way of his. However, on rare occasions, 2 vampires who are attracted to one another will sometimes share blood. It becomes more of a sensual thing, the desire to offer a part of themselves, to feel close to one another, rather than the need to sate the hunger. Ugh, I'd said again, with a little more emphasis. Well, thanks so much for that lovely image. Let's just say I'm not going to let any vampire near my throat, now or ever. I can promise you that. The memory flickered and was gone in an instant, leaving nothing but pain behind, and a savage regret that I hadn't heeded my own promise. Kenan, I gritted out, my voice harsh and ragged. I tried to make my arms move, to push him off, but he growled and sank his fangs in deeper, making me gasp. I closed my eyes, clenching my jaw to keep from screaming. Kenan, stop, please. Abruptly, Kenan froze. He still had me pinned to the wall, but the hand around my throat loosened the slightest bit, and his fangs finally slid from my neck. I shuddered, slumping in relief, as the vampire paused for a long moment, his brow furrowed, as if trying to remember something. You. The voice was low and raspy, as if it hadn't been used in a long, long time. Kenan blinked, and his gaze shifted to me, still confused, tormented by indecision. But his eyes were clearer now, the glassiness fading into the black. I know you. I nodded painfully. It's me, I whispered, my own voice ragged and faint. My throat burned, raw from abuse, but I tried to keep my gaze steady. That night in the rain, when you saved me from the rabbits, do you remember? He stared at me, frowning. I watched his face, watched him struggle to claw himself out of the dark pit of madness, back into the light. Come on, Kenan, I urged him. You're stronger than this. You're almost there. Please, don't make me lose you again. Kenan closed his eyes, his face tormented. When he opened them, I saw the last of the madness fade away, and for a moment, his expression was a raw, gaping wound. Horror, shame, guilt, and despair lay open on his face as he looked down at me, recognition breaking through at last. Allison, I almost collapsed in relief. Yeah, I whispered, forcing a pained smile as he stared at me as if I were a ghost. It's me. Very much you, Kenan. You were a pain in the neck to find, you know that? Kenan didn't answer. Without warning, his hands rose, pressing to either side of my face as I went rigid. His stare was odd, hopeful, as if he couldn't quite believe I was real and had to touch me to make sure I wasn't a phantom. You're here. I barely caught the whisper, and Kenan's eyes closed again as he bowed his head. It was a broken sound, a man desperately grasping at the last thread of hope when he had been in the darkness for so long. You came. And, as I stood, shocked, against the wall of the cell, Kenan sank to his knees in front of me, holding the backs of my legs. The top of his bowed head pressed against my thighs. You came, he repeated, a chant holding him to sanity. I swallowed the lump in my throat and touched his broad shoulders, biting my lip to keep the tears in check, as the cell door opened with a creak, and the prince beckoned us both to freedom. Zeke was waiting for me when the elevator doors opened with their annoying ding. Leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, he straightened quickly as I stepped into the hall with Salazar and the guards, relieved as ever to be on solid ground. Oh God, Allie, he said, worried blue eyes straying to my neck, the blood on my skin and collar. Are you all right? What happened? I'm fine. My fingers went self-consciously to my throat, feeling the slight punctures Kenan had left behind. It's nothing. I've already fed. Don't worry about it. Dr. Emerson had given me a blood bag when I emerged from the dungeon with Kenan and the prince, and though it was cold and disgusting, I choked it down. The wounds hadn't closed completely, and even now, my neck still ached where Kenan had bitten me. The doctor insisted that was normal, that the pain would fade in a day or two, though the faint, tiny scars might remain forever. It was just the nature of a vampire biting one of his own. Emerson had also insisted that Kenan remain under supervision for at least a night, claiming that even with a vampire's remarkable healing, it would still be a few days for a vampire to fully recover after being starved for so long. My sire was down in the hospital wing now, being watched carefully by vampiric doctors and several guards, but he was no longer going mad in a lonely dungeon. I had felt a little apprehensive about leaving him since I'd come so far to find him, but Salazar had assured me he would be well taken care of, that Kanan was a guest in his tower now, and all his needs would be met, that there was no need to worry about my sire. He would allow no harm to befall him for any reason. I believed him. After all, he needed Kanan alive and well to go after Saren. Salazar regarded me with blank eyes. "I have business to attend," he stated, bored and coldly polite once more. "If you have need of me, please inform a pet or a guard. I've told you where you can find your temporary quarters, and the servants can attend to your other needs. Feel free to wander about, but remember, you are not to leave the tower until you are ready to go after Saren. I suggest you do that soon. Tomorrow, perhaps? As soon as the sun goes down." "We'll leave when Kanan is well enough," I said flatly. The prince's mouth twitched in a humorless smile. "Trust me, girl, you do not have long, and neither does Kanan." He strode away with his guards, leaving me to ponder that ominous statement and hope he was just making empty threats. Zeke stepped close and hesitantly put his hands on my waist, watching me intently. "Did you find Kanan?" he asked, drawing me against him. "Is he all right?" "Yeah." I put my hands on his chest, splaying my fingers, feeling his heartbeat under my palm. Funny how such a simple thing like a heartbeat could fascinate me now that I didn't have one. Or maybe it was just Zeke's heart that I was fascinated with. "I think he's going to be fine." His hand rose to brush the hair off my shoulder, fingers gently skimming the dried blood on my neck. My stomach danced, even though the hunger stirred at the contact, like a sleepy, sated beast. "I was worried about you," he whispered. "What? Why?" I tried to ignore my fluttering insides, the fingers tracing soft patterns against my skin. "This is nothing, Zeke. Hell, I've been shot, stabbed, staked, bludgeoned, cut open, and thrown out a window. Super vampire healing, remember? A couple little bite marks aren't going to slow me down." "It's not the physical scars that are the most painful," Zeke said. "I know you can take care of yourself, probably better than anyone, certainly better than me." He smiled a little, reminding me of how handsome he was when he smiled, how he could make my cold heart stutter when he did that. "But I know you, Allie. Even if Kanan was lost, like Salazar said, you wouldn't have given up on him. You would have kept trying to save him, whether he could be saved or not. It's just how you are." "Since when?" I thought, giving him a dubious look. He chuckled. "You know it's true." He brushed a thumb across my cheek, his gaze intense. "I didn't see Jackal down there, risking his life. Just you." His voice went low and soft, tinted with a little regret. "I'd forgotten how incredible you really are." The hunger stirred again, and I tensed. "Getting too close, Allison. It doesn't matter what Zeke thinks of you. You're still a vampire, and he's still human. This won't end well, and you're not helping either of you. Speaking of which, where is Jackal?" I said, pulling back. Zeke let me go, looking disappointed but resigned. I should tell him what happened. Not that he cares, but he should at least know that Kanan is safe. I also wanted to tell them both what I had discovered in that cold hospital room, the horrible truth about what Saren had really unleashed. I remembered the dying vampire, the flesh slowly rotting away as it stared at me, pleading and hopeless, and felt ill. The prince was right. Bargain or no, we had to find Saren, force a cure from him, before this new virus wiped out both our races. First things first, though, and that was Kanan's recovery. "Last I saw him," Zeke said, "he went upstairs with a few other vampires. They were having some sort of gathering, I think. I'm not really sure. I didn't want to stick around. A couple were starting to stare at me like I was the main course." I bristled at the thought of Zeke in a crowded room of vampires, all eyeing him hungrily. He didn't have any weapons on him now and would make an easy target, just another human to be fed upon and discarded. "Come on," I told him, starting down the hall. "Let's go see if we can find the lazy bastard. We're here to do something, not sit around sipping blood from wine glasses and cozying up to the vamps of the inner court." We wandered the many hallways and rooms for a while, searching for the Raider King. The tower was like a maze of sterile tile floors and glass windows, and after a while, all the rooms began to look the same. We avoided the elevator and took the stairs between floors, passing well-dressed humans and even better-dressed vampires on their way to whatever vampire-y business took place around here. Many of the vamps, seeing me in my long black coat and scruffy boots, regarded me with disdain, like I was a mongrel dog come in off the streets. I ignored them, unless their attention shifted to Zeke. Then I would give them a hard stare and the hint of a curled lip, and they would either smirk or stare coldly back before continuing on. "I wish I had my knife," Zeke muttered as we ducked into another stairwell, continuing toward the top. His voice echoed hollowly in the dark passageway. Or a stake, or something to defend myself with. Now I know what a rabbit feels every time a wolf passes by. He rubbed his arm, frowning. I wonder how the humans working here can stand it. "I'll make sure Salazar gives you back your weapons when we head out," I told him, stepping into yet another identical hallway. "Until then, you probably don't want to draw a lot of attention to yourself." Yeah, he stabbed his fingers through his hair, looking up and down the empty corridor. "It's just frustrating. I know I'm dead weight right now. If anything happens, I won't be much use." "You are not dead weight. Anyone who could face down Saren with nothing but a crossbow and still come out of it alive was anything but useless." He just smiled grimly. I was about to protest again when a strange noise began to filter down the hall, making me blink and cock my head. It was faint, melodic, and unlike anything I'd ever heard. I couldn't even describe it. The closest thing I could think of was someone using a pipe to bang a tune on another pipe, but that was just noise. This was haunting and eerie and full of emotion and sound, like sadness or longing given voice. Unable to resist, I followed the strange tune down the corridor, past a pair of open doors, and into some kind of gathering place. This room was carpeted in red, with plush black couches and chairs surrounding low tables, and a glass wall showing the ruined cityscape beyond. Vampires lounged in corners or on couches, looking elegant and bored, their pale skin a stark contrast to the red and black furniture. Uniformed humans slipped among them, carrying trays of wine glasses, blood, of course, and whisking away the empty cups. On the right, a black marble counter dominated the wall, with a couple vampires seated at the bar, a weary-faced human behind it. I frowned when I saw none other than Jackal seated at one of the stools, glass in hand, talking to a lithe vampire woman with long blonde hair. But I wasn't focused on him at this point. My attention was on the large object sitting in the far corner, the one making the strange, haunting noise. A human sat in front of it, his hands moving over a black and white shelf set into the dark, polished wood. I stared, entranced. The sounds it was making, the eerie cacophony of emotion, pulled at my insides and made my throat feel tight. I closed my eyes, letting the sound flow through me, forgetting everything for the moment. I heard Zeke's footsteps behind me, felt him gazing over my shoulder at the device making the strange, terrible, beautiful sounds. "A piano," he said, his voice full of awe. "I haven't seen one since I was a kid. The old church used to have one. Very out of tune, I remember. Of course, me banging on it every week probably didn't help." "A piano?" I opened my eyes as I scoured my memory for the word, finding vague, half-forgotten stories. "This is music?" Zeke turned to me, blinking. "You've never heard music before?" He sounded stunned. I shook my head, unable to tear my gaze from the strange instrument. The fringe was full of ugly noises, screams, shouting, cries of terror and anger and pain. My mother used to hum to me when I was very little, and I used to think her voice was the most beautiful sound in the world. I had never heard anything like this. "Oh, Allie," Zeke whispered and stepped up beside me. "Come here a second." Taking my hand, he drew me aside, to the back of the room where the shadows were the thickest, away from the vampires near the bar. I gave a puzzled frown, tensing, as he put my hands on his shoulders and drew me close, wrapping an arm around my waist. "What are we doing?" He smiled sadly and put a hand over mine, his eyes asking me to trust him. "Just follow my lead," he murmured, and began swaying back and forth, a slow, easy rhythm. I resisted a moment, unsure of what to do. Gradually, though, I began to feel what he was doing, moving in time to the music, and started to follow. It was strange, this slow, unhurried motion, our bodies mirroring each other as we swayed and circled, but somehow it felt right. We didn't stray from that corner, remaining in the shadows, but Zeke pulled me against him, and I closed my eyes, and for just a few heartbeats, with the music and darkness swirling around us, we were lost in our own world. "I missed you, you know," Zeke murmured, bending his head to mine. I clenched my fingers in his shirt and listened to his pounding heart. The whole time I was in Eden, I couldn't stop thinking of you. When I woke up and they told me you had gone, he shook his head, and his heartbeat sped up. I wanted to come after you right then, but I knew I had to take care of the others, that they were my first, my most important responsibility. And I did. They're safe, every single one of them, even though I had to let them go. Let them go? He swallowed hard, and his grip on me tightened. Caleb, Matthew, and Bethany were adopted by a great couple who always wanted kids. They have chickens and cats and goats and everything they could ever want. Jake actually married one of the nurses at the checkpoint clinic, and Silas and Teresa moved into a little cottage by the lake's edge. They're happy. They're finally home. His eyes glimmered, even as he gave a faint smile. They don't need me anymore. Zeke? He gazed at me, his expression so tender I felt my heart constrict. There was just one person missing, Zeke whispered, his hand framing my face. One person I couldn't bring home. I gave him a sad smile. Eden isn't my home. It could be. I shook my head. How? I whispered. That is the one place in the whole world where there are no vampires or rabbits, the one place where humans are free, and you're saying they'd let a vampire just walk in with no consequences whatsoever? I gave a rueful, not quite smile. They already kicked me out once, Zeke. I told you before, Eden isn't for me. Zeke ran his fingers through my hair. You're not like the others, he murmured. I know you. I've seen you. He drew me closer. You're the one vampire in the world they might let in. When this is all over, you could come back with me. We could go to Eden together. Stop, I whispered, putting my hands on his chest. This was getting dangerous. Again. The hunger emerged once more, making want to step close, pull him to me, and sink my fangs into his neck. Zeke gazed down at me, pleading, and I kept my voice firm. I can't, Zeke. I'm still a vampire. That won't ever change. You don't know me as well as you think. Kennan's face swam across my mind, vicious and snarling, a demon fueled only by hunger and rage. If the hunger could overtake even one like Kenan, what hope did I have to keep it contained? The bite marks at my neck suddenly throbbed, making me wince. If I reverted to that while in Eden, if Zeke or Bethany were nearby, no, that would never happen, because I would not get that close. The others were safe in Eden, far from the madness surrounding the rest of the world. They were safe from vampires and rabbits and monsters and demons. Safe from me. Except for this one stubborn human who kept playing with my heart. Zeke looked like he was about to say something, but I pushed harder on his chest and stepped back, freeing myself from his arms. Why didn't you stay in Eden? I asked roughly, glaring at him. You were home, Zeke. It was what you were looking for, what you always wanted. Why did you leave? He met my gaze, unwavering. It wasn't home without you. Zeke. He gazed at me, his expression so tender I felt my heart constrict. There was just one person missing, Zeke whispered, his hand framing my face. One person I couldn't bring home. I gave him a sad smile. Eden isn't my home. It could be. I shook my head. How? I whispered. That is the one place in the whole world where there are no vampires or rabbits, the one place where humans are free, and you're saying they'd let a vampire just walk in with no consequences whatsoever? I gave a rueful, not quite smile. They already kicked me out once, Zeke. I told you before, Eden isn't for me. Zeke ran his fingers through my hair. You're not like the others, he murmured. I know you. I've seen you. He drew me closer. You're the one vampire in the world they might let in. When this is all over, you could come back with me. We could go to Eden together. Stop, I whispered, putting my hands on his chest. Again, the hunger emerged once more, making want to step close, pull him to me, and sink my fangs into his neck. Zeke gazed down at me, pleading, and I kept my voice firm. I can't, Zeke. I'm still a vampire. That won't ever change. You don't know me as well as you think. Kenin's face swam across my mind, vicious and snarling, a demon fueled only by hunger and rage. If the hunger could overtake even one like Kenin, what hope did I have to keep it contained? The bite marks at my neck suddenly throbbed, making me wince. If I reverted to that while in Eden, if Zeke or Bethany were nearby, no, that would never happen, because I would not get that close. The others were safe in Eden, far from the madness surrounding the rest of the world. They were safe from vampires and rabbids and monsters. Safe from me, except for this one stubborn human who kept playing with my heart. Zeke looked like he was about to say something, but I swallowed hard and suddenly noticed that the piano music had stopped and most of the vampires in the room were gone. Glancing out the window, I give a start. The sky over the crumbling buildings had faded from black to midnight blue, and many of the stars had disappeared. Dawn was coming. I'd been so distracted with Zeke, Kanan, Salazar, and everything else, I hadn't even noticed. It had been a long night. Zeke glanced at the window too and sighed. You have to go, don't you? Too late, I remembered the reason I'd wanted to come here was to find Jackal and tell him what had happened with Kanan. He was gone now, as was his female companion. Guilt flickered, along with a little anger. He didn't even bother to ask about Kanan when I came in. I guess I'm the only one who really cares if he lives or dies. Maybe that was the reason I was such a lousy vampire. Why I would never fit in with Salazar or his city vamps. Not that I wanted to in the first place, but beyond being stabbed in the back or destroying a rival, they didn't seem to worry about their kin. Their prince had nearly been assassinated tonight, and I could just imagine many of them flocked together like vultures, planning, scheming, calculating. I couldn't be like that, no matter how much my demon insisted it was right, that this was what we were. Allie, Zeke said quietly, stepping forward. And suddenly, the price of holding on to my humanity, my determination not to be like all the other monsters, was almost too much. In that moment, I'd never wanted to be human more, just so I could be with Ezekiel Cross. Zeke, who was brave and loyal and selfless, who hated vampires, but was still here, surrounded by them, because of me. Who had left Eden and traveled across the country to New Covington because he wanted to bring me home. And I could never go with him. I backed away, increasing the distance between us. He watched sadly, making no move to follow, but the yearning in his eyes made my throat ache. I had to get away from him now, or I'd be tempted to do something we'd both regret. Wait, Zeke whispered as I drew back. Allison, please, don't run off again. I shook my head. Good night, Zeke, I told him simply, and walked away, out of the room and into the hall, leaving him alone. There was a guard, a human one, outside the door to the guest room Salazar had assigned me that night, standing there calmly with his hands clasped behind him. I gave him a wary frown as I approached, but he didn't acknowledge me until I stood right in front of him. And still, he stared over my shoulder, blocking the doorway, and didn't look like he was going to move. I was tired, both in body and spirit, the encounters with Kanan, Salazar, and Zeke all tugging at different parts of my mind. I did not want to fight with a nameless guard in the middle of the corridor. Are you going to let me in? I asked, feeling the approach of the sun outside the building and just wanting to crawl beneath the covers of a bed to pass out. This is my room, right? I didn't get Jackal's quarters by mistake. He ignored me, but lifted a hand and rapped twice on the door. She's here, sir, he called through the wood. There was a muffled reply from within, and the guard stepped aside, nodding for me to go on. Puzzled, I pushed the door open and stepped warily through. Say what you would about Salazar, he certainly knew how to live, if this guest suite was any indication. It was a pretty impressive room, much grander than what I was used to. The lighting was muted, orange lamps throwing shadows across the floor and rose-colored walls. Real lamps, not flickering candles or oil lanterns or the rarer battery-powered flashlight. A massive bed stood against the far wall, long black curtains draping the frame to ensure total darkness while you slept. Even thicker curtains hung from a pair of glass doors at the back, which I assumed led onto a balcony and a view of the city below. Standing in front of those doors, arms crossed over his thin chest and watery gaze meeting mine across the room, was Stick. Inwardly, I groaned. I was tired. Dawn was almost here. I did not want to deal with him right now. Stick wasn't alone either. Another guard stood in the corner, eyes blank, gazing straight ahead. But his hands held a crossbow, already strung, ready to unleash it on me if I tried anything. "What do you want, Stick?" I asked, coming slowly into the room, keeping a wary eye on the guard with the crossbow. Strangely enough, I wasn't even that angry. Disappointed, perhaps, disgusted with his choice, that he had become a pet in the vampire regime I despised, a fawning lapdog to the prince himself. But I was more weary than angry, and not even remotely surprised. I'd always known, deep down, that Stick had betrayed me, and it seemed he'd taken to this new role like a fish to water. I couldn't even muster the energy to care. His pale eyes narrowed. "It's Mr. Stephen now," he reminded me in a sharp tone. "And I want to know what you're doing here, Allie. Why you're really in New Covington. Is it revenge? Come to get even for what happened?" His lips thinned. "I'm warning you, I'm not the same pathetic fringer you knew before. My word carries power around here. I can get you thrown into the dungeon if I wanted. Remember that if you're thinking of sneaking into my room one night." "I didn't come here for you," I told him disdainfully. "Trust me, you were the farthest thing from my mind when I entered New Covington. I'm here for Kanan, nothing else." That didn't please him at all. His nostrils flared, and he stiffened, as if offended. "You'd think he'd wanted me to have come back for revenge." "Liar," he accused. "You always hated me. You wanted to see me gone, just like Lucas and Rat. And now that you're a vampire, you've come back to punish me." He trailed off. "For what?" I challenged. "Selling me out? Giving the prince the location of your friend so you could come live in the tower as a pet? You were a vampire." Stick glared back, remorseless. "You showed up in the middle of the night after disappearing for weeks, and you were a monster. What was I supposed to think? What was I supposed to do?" "I don't know, Stick." My voice came out soft, resigned. "Maybe talk to me? Let me explain my side of the story? You could have given me that much, at least." I think. I hesitated to see if the words were true, if they were real. They were. "I would have done the same for you." Well, it's too late for that now. There might have been a hint of regret in Stick's voice, or I might have imagined it. What's done is done, and we both chose our paths. "Because you did choose this, right, Allison?" His watery gaze sharpened. "There's no way you became a vampire by accident. You chose to become a monster." Now I felt a hot stab of anger, and something entirely unexpected, hurt. "You want to know how I became a monster?" I snapped, making Stick flinch and the guard raise his crossbow threateningly. "Remember the night outside the wall where Rat and Lucas died? Remember the rabbits that were chasing us, the ones that I led away from you? They killed me, ran me down and tore me apart. And then Kanan showed up as I was dying and gave me the choice. Die for real or become undead. So yes, I took the deal to become a vampire. And you took the deal to become a pet. I guess that makes both of us monsters, doesn't it?" Stick's jaw tightened. He nodded slowly, as if he had just confirmed something he'd known all along. "I knew you blamed me," he muttered, and I clenched my fists to keep myself from flying at him and slamming his skinny frame into the glass. "It's not about you," I wanted to scream at him. "It was never about you. I never blamed you that I became a monster. That was my choice. But you betrayed me to the prince without a second thought. Vampire or no, I thought our friendship meant more than that. I thought I meant more." Unclenching my fingers, I composed myself, forcing my fangs back into my gums. The rage flickered and died, and cold numbness spread out to take its place. I hadn't known him, not at all. The realization was a bitter lump in my stomach, acrid and poisonous. "Stick," I said dully, feeling as if a part of me had died. Or worse, that it just didn't care anymore. "I'm tired, and it's nearly dawn. If there's nothing you want, please go away so that I can sleep." Stick shook his head, his expression curling in disgust. "You always thought you were so superior," he said, as if he were the one betrayed. "You never thought I could be more than I was, that I was just some poor, pathetic kid you let hang around. You never thought I could have dreams beyond trailing in your shadow, did you?" "Are you done?" I asked flatly. He sneered. "You haven't changed," he stated, determined, I supposed, to get a rise out of me. I wondered if he knew what a risky game he was playing. Favored pet or no, you could only push a vampire so far. You might be a bloodsucker now, but you're still the same ignorant street urchin you always were. Who's this new kid you have following you around like a lost puppy? Does he know what you really are?" "Leave Zeke out of this," I snapped, shooting him a warning glare. Fear rose up, and I stifled it, keeping my voice steady. "This has nothing to do with him. He's no threat to you or anyone." "That remains to be seen," Stick replied, smirking faintly. He'd gotten what he wanted, a way to raise my hackles, and wasn't about to let it go. He didn't know how very, very dangerous this newest game was, especially when it came to Zeke. As far as I'm concerned, he might have been the one to shoot that crossbow at the prince. Stick met my gaze, mean and challenging. "Better be careful, Allison. He's only human, and around here, humans go missing sometimes. If you want to ensure his safety, I suggest you start treating me with respect." I took a deep, calming breath, trying to dissolve the sudden fury, the urge to stalk forward, grab my former friend, and snap his skinning little neck. "Stick," I said very softly, but making certain he heard every syllable. My voice trembled, but it was from an icy rage, from holding myself back. My fangs flashed in the dim light as I faced him. "Listen to me very carefully. If you lay one finger on Zeke, if he is harmed, for any reason, all the guards in the world won't be enough to protect you from me." Stick went pale, but he still raised his chin, eyes flashing. You can't talk to me like that anymore, Allie," he stammered. "I'm in charge here, and you're supposed to listen to me now. I could order your human thrown in the dungeon, and the prince wouldn't care. I could have him tortured, drained until he's nothing but skin and bones, and no one would raise a hand to stop it." He was feverish now, staring at me with a mix of superior defiance and fear. I'd never seen him like this, and I didn't care. All I knew was that he was threatening Zeke, who had never raised a hand to him or even spoken to him. And if he didn't leave my room right now, things were going to get ugly. I snarled, baring fangs, and he jumped, skittering backward. The guard raised the crossbow, pointing at me, but I didn't move. "Get out," I told Stick, barely holding on to my rage. The hunger had emerged full force with my anger and was goading me to attack, to rip out hearts and snap bones and sink my fangs into soft, fleshy throats. "Get out of here, Stick," I hissed through my fangs. "Right now, before I tear off your stupid head and throw it through the window." Stick still looked defiant, like he didn't believe I would really hurt him. Thankfully, his guard was a bit more sensible. "Sir," he said tightly, easing forward with his crossbow raised. "Sir, we should go. The prince will be upset if you're harmed by one of his guests. Sir, we need to leave now." Gently but firmly, the guard took his elbow, pulling him away. Stick resisted a moment, then relented with an irritated huff. "Get your hands off me." Stick yanked his arm loose, but continued to walk toward the door, glaring back even as the guard continued to hurt him out. "Remember what I said, Allie," he threw over his shoulder. "I'm in charge around here. You're not the important one anymore." I stood there seething long after the door closed. And, for the first time since that night in the rain, I wondered what would have happened if I'd just let Stick die, if I hadn't led them away, straight to my death, if the rabbits had taken him instead of me. I didn't expect the dream, but I did. A flash, a brief stab of confusion. My eyes opened to a strange room, one I haven't seen before. It is different than what I'd become used to. Darkness, stone, iron bars, anguish. Pain has been my world for so long. I had forgotten an existence without it. And now, just like that, I am free. Because of her. Except there is still something wrong. Something inside me. A dark, coiling intruder that I can barely feel, spreading through my veins. What happened to me in the time I was gone? And where is he and all of this mess? I opened my eyes, Kanan's suspicion ebbing away into reality. I lay at the edge of the enormous bed, with my sword clutched to my chest, gazing at the ceiling. The room was very dark. The thick curtains across the balcony doors shut out all light, but by my internal clock, the sun had just gone down. I swung my feet off the mattress and stood, still in my black coat and original clothes. I'd locked my door, even considered dragging the dresser in front of it, as I did not trust the vampires in this tower, or even the humans. Worse, I did not want Stick to come creeping back into my room. Just the thought of him sent curls of anger and loathing through my stomach. He was my enemy now, or he thought he was anyway. I remembered the sullen contempt in his eyes, the resentment, as if I was offending him by being here, by still being alive. I still didn't fully understand it. Maybe we'd never been friends at all. Still holding my sword by the sheath, I wandered into the bathroom. A mirror ran the length of the counter, and my reflection gazed back at me over the sink. I snorted. No wonder the city vamps looked down their noses at me. I was filthy and dirt-streaked, dried blood still clinging to my collar and skin. I pulled the collar of my shirt aside, peering at the place Kanan had bitten me. 2 raised white bumps, no larger than pinpricks, grazed my skin right above the collarbone. Mementos from Kanan that I'd probably have forever. Kanan. I'd have to go down and check on him soon, but for now, at least, he seemed to be fine. Maybe I should make myself a bit more presentable. Not that I cared what the city vamps thought of me, but there was no reason not to take advantage of Salazar's hospitality when I had the chance. Experimentally, I twisted the faucet above the sink, only half expecting it to work. To my surprise, it did, shooting a stream of warm water into the basin. I started to splash my face and neck, wiping away the dried blood, then stopped. Pushing aside the shower curtain, I reached down and spun the handle. A burst of hot water erupted from the shower head, sending up tendrils of steam and fogging the mirror behind me, and I grinned with delight. Stripping out of my clothes, I stepped beneath a gadget I'd only heard about in the fringe and doubted its existence. Hot, clean water hit my cold skin, soaking my hair, the heat seeping into my bones, and I closed my eyes. Bliss. I stayed under the pounding stream for a long time, letting it sluice the dirt from my skin, letting the lather of real soap slide down my body. So this was what life was like in the inner city, at least for vampires, and probably even their humans. A huge bed and electricity and hot water and food whenever you wanted it. I could see how tempting it was, how some people would betray and kill for it. If I was a city vampire, this could be my life. All I had to do was give up my humanity. Frowning, I turned off the water and dried myself with the thick red towels that hung beside the shower. And though it was mildly repulsive, I dressed in my old clothes, having no clean ones and no time to wash them. Swirling the coat around my shoulders, I left the bathroom just as loud banging came from the door. Wearily, I buckled the katana to my back before heading toward it. If it was the prince come to tell me about Kanan, I wanted to hear what he had to say. If it was Jackal, I would tolerate him long enough to explain what had happened the night before with our sire. And if it was Stick, come to taunt me again, I was going to slam the door in his face and hope I broke his nose in the process. However, when I opened the door, it wasn't Stick, or Jackal, or the prince facing me across the threshold. It was Zeke. "Hey," he said, quietly, hesitantly, as if afraid I would slam the door in his face. He looked tired, as if he hadn't gotten any sleep, and his blonde hair was tousled. "Can I come in?" Wordlessly, I stepped back, letting him cross the threshold into my room before locking the door behind us. I noticed the large blade across his back, strapped over the combat vest, the gun at his hip, and blinked. "You found your weapons?" "Yeah." He took in the room with a practiced sweep, then turned to me with a shrug. Well, I didn't find them, exactly. Someone gave them to me early this evening, said Jackal ordered them returned to me. Jackal? I gaped in shock. Are you sure it was him? One corner of his lip quirked. Positive. In fact, this came with them. He fished in his jeans pocket and handed me a note. I opened the crumpled paper, seeing the messy black slashes of Jackal handwriting. Try not to lose these again, minion. I snorted. He's such a jerk, even when he's being helpful. Crumpling the note, I looked back at Zeke, expecting him to smile and agree with me. His small grin had faded, and he was watching me with solemn blue eyes, his face tormented with unspoken words. My mind stirred uneasily. Was he angry at my rejection the night before? Maybe he had come to say goodbye, that he'd made a mistake coming here, and he was going back to Eden without me. Are you leaving? I tried to keep the bitterness from my voice, the sudden desperation. The prince isn't keeping us here. Are you headed back to Eden tonight? His brow furrowed. Of course not, he said in a quiet voice. I wouldn't just leave like that. Then why are you here? Zeke gave a short, frustrated huff. I don't know. Talk with me a second? Looking faintly embarrassed, he went to the balcony doors, slid them open, and stepped out onto the ledge. I followed, leaving the door partially open behind us. The wind whipped at our hair and clothes, tiny flurries dancing on the breeze. Resting his elbows on the ice-covered railing, Zeke peered out over the city, his face dark. I followed his example, seeing the lights of the inner city wink up at me and, beyond them, the looming darkness of the fringe. It looks different from up here, I ventured. I didn't know why I was telling him, but the words flowed out of my mouth and swept away with the flurries. When I lived in the fringe, I used to stare up at these towers and think, what are they doing up there, right now? What kind of twisted life do they live? And now, here I am, staring down at the city, and there's probably some kid, some fringer down there, thinking the exact same thing, dreaming of a life in a vampire tower. Zeke's voice was low, but not accusing, though he still didn't look at me. Did you ever think about it? What it could be like? Sometimes, I admitted, not very often. I remembered one frigid night, staring up at the vampire towers, hating the humans who were warm and fed and spoiled for betraying their own kind. But jealousy and hatred didn't keep you warm, and expending energy on wishing was useless. You might wish your mom was still alive, that she could still hold you and read to you every night, but it wouldn't bring her back. You could wish your friends wouldn't die in front of you, starving or bleeding or frozen, or that just once you didn't have to worry about finding food to keep yourself alive for one more day. But people still died, and you still went hungry many, many times. Or you could wish that there was a way for a human and a vampire to be together without fear. I swallowed and flicked a sideways glance at Zeke, still silent as he leaned against the railing, gazing into the darkness. Snowflakes perched in his pale hair and dusted his shoulders, making me want to brush them away. It was suddenly painful not to touch him, to feel his hands on mine, his lips warm and strong. But, of course, with the desire came the savage ache of the hunger. I remembered the sweetness of his blood, the hot strength flowing through me, the intoxicating power. I wanted him, badly, but I didn't know which was stronger. And I was afraid to find out. I took a gulp of frosty air to clear my thoughts. My breath, I noted, did not billow out in front of me. Why are you here, Zeke? I asked, trying not to look at him again. You came to tell me something. What is it? Zeke hesitated, idly brushing bits of ice off the railing, then took a deep breath himself. A small white cloud writhed into the wind as he exhaled. Okay, he murmured, more to himself. I can do this. Another pause, where he seemed fascinated by the lights of the city below. Then, without looking at me, he asked, Remember what I said about wanting to start over? His voice was soft, nearly carried away on the wind, on the breath that twisted into the air and disappeared. I nodded warily. He swallowed, turned to face me. I lied. I don't want us to start over. If he'd shoved a stake through my heart, I doubt it would have hurt more than what I felt right then. My throat closed up, but I kept my voice and expression neutral. Oh, no. He moved closer, and now we were almost touching. I want things to be like they were before, he whispered. Before Jeb died, before Eden, before all of this. Do you remember those days? What it was like between the two of us? I'd never forgotten. I recalled everything, from our first meeting in the abandoned town, to the hardness in his eyes when he discovered I was a vampire, to our first kiss in absolute darkness. He was a preacher's son, and I was the monster he'd been taught to hate, to destroy. But very gradually, we'd come to see each other as something more. And by the time we'd reached Eden, and I'd said goodbye for the last time, something had grown between us that terrified us both. I remember, I whispered. I wish things were the same too. Zeke reached out, and suddenly his warm hands were on my arms, drawing me close. So stop running away from me, he whispered, sounding pained. Please, I care for you, Allie. He broke off, pausing, then continued in a soft, clear voice. I want us to be together. I don't care what it takes. One hand rose to gently brush my cheek. Let me prove it to you. Give me another chance. Zeke, I closed my eyes against the softness of his touch, the sweet ache stifling the hunger for just a moment. You know what I am, I said, not able to look at him. You know it could... that... a vampire and a human? I'm not afraid. His breath fluttered across my skin. I heard his heart pounding in his chest, and the hunger stirred restlessly, never still. I know what I'm getting into, Zeke continued softly. I have both eyes open this time. You're a vampire, and I'm human, and I don't care anymore. Unless you don't feel the same. He paused, waiting for me, but I couldn't answer, couldn't even look at him. Then his forehead touched mine, and his thumbs were brushing my cheeks, palms gently cupping the back of my head. Allie, he murmured, very softly, if you don't feel anything, if this is all one-sided, tell me now, and I won't ever bring it up again. But I'm betting one last time that I mean something to you, and despite everything that's happened between us, we can make this work. I want to try.
Allison. He stroked my skin, his eyes boring into me. I trust you. No. I put my hands between us, not pushing him off, but stopping him from coming any closer. His words burned into my heart. He trusted me. A vampire? A monster? It was maybe the most precious thing he could offer, and something that I would never deserve. He waited. His heartbeat pulsed against my fingers, rapid, anxious. I felt its thrum vibrating all the way to the silent place in my own chest. Zeke's heart, in the palm of my hand. He was offering it to a monster who could so easily crush it, both literally and figuratively. I should crush it figuratively now, so there'd be no chance I would literally rip the heart from his chest in the future. But the thought made me ill. I didn't want to hurt him. And this thing we shared, these feelings swirling inside whenever he was close, they belonged to my other half, the part that was still human, however small it was, the one struggling with the demon and the hunger every second of every day. That side wanted this, needed this. Zeke was a brilliant light that cut through the evil and darkness and bloodlust down to that tiny part struggling to stay alive. I'd been clinging to his memory, that small piece of hope, ever since I left Eden, and I couldn't let it go. I just prayed I wouldn't drag him into the darkness with me. You don't feel the same, do you? Zeke stepped back, the warmth leaving my hands, his heartbeat vanishing from under my fingers. I felt hollow without it, empty. His voice and expression were flat as he looked away. Sorry, I shouldn't have expected. I'll leave you alone now. No! I grabbed his arm before he could leave, and his gaze rose to mine, desolate and heartbroken. I spoke quickly to reassure him. It's not that. Zeke, I slumped against the railing, then finally came out with it. I want this, too, I whispered. I just can't trust myself.
He blinked, and his eyes were gentle again, hopeful as he eased closer. You didn't kill me that time in Jackal's Tower. You could have. I basically gave you the chance, and you didn't. You don't know how close I was, I answered. His expression didn't change. I'm still here. I've killed people. Do you think my hands are clean? Zeke, I gave him a desperate look, needing him to understand. I will always be a threat to the people I'm around. I'm not just saying that. Not a day goes by that I don't think about biting you. Yes, I try to control myself, but that doesn't mean I'm always successful. And the last thing, I faltered, not wanting to tell him, knowing I had to. The last thing I want is to come out of a blood frenzy and find that I've killed someone I know, like Caleb, or Teresa, or you. Allie. Zeke's eyes were intense now. I could see my reflection in those glittering blue orbs as he took my hand. I've watched you, from the time we met, to the day I discovered what you really were, to now. You have always been the same fierce, stubborn girl who refuses to give in to anything. I've seen you fight so hard not to hurt people, to keep your distance so you're not a danger to anyone. He closed his eyes briefly. And I'm ashamed that I thought the worst of you when you showed up with Jackal that night, but I know better now. You haven't changed. You're still beautiful and dangerous and incredible, and I'll keep telling you that for as long as it takes you to believe it. But right now, all I want to do is kiss you, except I'm terrified that if I try, you might throw me off this balcony. My laugh had a little sob in it. I remembered the first time Zeke had tried to kiss me. He'd ended up on his back in the dirt, a katana pointed at his heart. This is not going to work, I warned him, meeting his gaze. A vampire and a human? This is crazy, Zeke. He gave me that heart-rending smile. Well, like you said before, maybe we're both a little, He got no further, because I had pushed myself off the railing, wrapped my arms around his neck, and kissed him. His arms slid around my waist, holding me tight, pressing me against his body. His lips moved with mine, soft and warm, and just as I remembered. I felt the hunger rise up, always there, but I tamped it down. I could do this. I could be a vampire and still be with Zeke. He was willing to try to offer his heart to a demon, and I would not betray that trust. No matter what it took or how hard I had to fight it, I would not become a monster. The wind picked up, whipping at our hair and clothes, as Zeke pulled back to look at me. Snow eddies swirled around us, clinging to my cold skin, melting away on Zeke's. I blinked at him, meeting those intense sapphire eyes, cocking my head. What? I asked, a faint murmur between us, blown away by the wind. Zeke smiled. You, he replied just as softly, and held me tighter. I never really thought I would be here like this, with you. In all the world, in all the places we could end up, we came here at the same time and ran into each other, like it was meant to be. Meant to be? I couldn't help but scoff, though I scoffed very quietly. Extremely lucky coincidence is more like it. I don't believe in fate. I don't either. He smoothed a strand of hair from my face. But someone was listening, I think. Someone wanted us to find each other. How else would you explain it? I was under the impression that God hated vampires, I said, keeping my voice light and my hands locked around the small of his back. Evil, soulless spawn of the devil, right? You're not evil, Zeke said with absolute conviction. I might have believed that once, but not now. His hand framed my cheek, brushing my skin. No one who fights so hard to do the right thing is evil. Unexpectedly, that simple, sincere statement was enough to unravel me. My throat closed up, and my eyes stung with hot tears. I ducked my head, not wanting him to see me cry, to be revolted by the red tracks oozing down my cheeks. Zeke cupped my chin and gently tilted my face up. I resisted a moment, then gazed at him defiantly, feeling the blood trickle from my eye, expecting him to recoil. But he smiled and lightly touched my face, wiping the tear away. both eyes open," he whispered, and brought his lips down on mine. I made a tiny sound in the back of my throat and relaxed into him, clutching the back of his shirt. I couldn't think. I could barely move. I just clung to him, reeling with a storm of emotion that buffeted me from the inside, making me want to hide and embrace it all at once. I didn't know how this would work, if it could work. I was just aware of one thing. I could not lose him. Zeke had seen the monster at its worst and was still here. He dared to get close to the demon, knowing it still hungered for him, craved his blood and his life, and he wasn't afraid. For the rest of my existence, if I lived to see the end of this world, there would never be another Ezekiel Cross. There would never be another soul as bright as his. And that both terrified me and made me savagely, and maybe selfishly, determined to keep him. Zeke was mine now, forever. A pounding came at the front door. We broke apart, Zeke reluctantly letting me go, his warm hand lingering on my skin. My senses buzzed, hunger and passion like twin hurricanes, fighting each other, but I walked calmly back into the room with Zeke trailing behind me and opened the door. "Morning, sunshine," Jackal drawled. His gold eyes peered past my shoulder at Zeke, and an eyebrow arched sardonically. "Am I interrupting anything?" "Always," I muttered, watching him smirk. "What do you want, Jackal?" "Salazar has called for us," the other vampire said with mock grandeur. "He's waiting for us down in the hospital wing with Conan. Looks like we've worn out our welcome." We rode the elevator down together, me in the center, Jackal and Zeke flanking me on either side. There was no vampire elite to escort us this time. There weren't even any human guards at the doors or in the halls. I did see the female vamp Jackal had been talking to the night before, and she gave him a sultry smile as we passed, her eyes gleaming. Jackal winked at her as we turned the corner. In the creaking metal box, Zeke stood close beside me, while Jackal leaned against the wall, looking bored. I still clenched my teeth every time the lift shook or trembled, and perhaps Zeke picked up on my discomfort, for halfway through the ride, his fingers curled around mine. My body uncoiled, if just slightly, and I squeezed his hand. I thought I heard Jackal snort, but I didn't look at him. Zeke. I was still getting used to this new, crazy idea, a human and a vampire. Maybe I was being naive. Maybe I was being deliberately blind. Most likely, I was being incredibly stupid and endangering his life. What would Kanan say if, when he found out? Would he scold? Would he shake his head and give me that familiar look of exasperation? Or would he be angry, disgusted, that I was ignoring one of his most primary rules: don't get attached to human beings? The elevator shuddered, rather violently this time, and gave a rusty screech that made my skin crawl. I closed my eyes, squeezing Zeke's hand in a death grip before I realized I might be hurting him. Guiltily, I tried pulling back, but he only laced our fingers together and tightened his grip. You know what? Forget it, I told myself. I'm not Kanan's protege anymore. I've been on my own for a long time. I'm the one who trekked halfway across the country to find him. He has no say in what I do with my life or who I decide to spend it with. The elevator dinged, and Zeke released my hand as the doors opened. Salazar and several elites waited for us at the end of the hallway, their cold faces giving nothing away. "He is awake," the prince informed me as we walked through the room of moaning, writhing humans, keeping well back from the wall of beds. I saw Zeke's eyes linger on the human patients, saw his hands clench as he realized what was really happening, but he didn't say anything. Jackal, giving the humans a cursory glance, just wrinkled his nose. "He is waiting for you," Salazar finished, as we came to a room much like the one from last night that held the rotting, dying vampire. Except this one was guarded by a pair of armed vampire elite. The prince continued, "You will go to Kanan and inform him of what needs to be done. Afterward, you will all leave my tower, and you will not return unless you have found Saren or a cure for this madness. Is this clear?" I nodded, staring at the closed door, feeling my sire's unmistakable presence on the other side. Now that I was moments from seeing him, I was nervous. So much had happened. What would he say to me? What would I say to him? Neither of us was the same as before. "You go ahead," Jockle told me, giving a dismissive wave. "I have no burning desire to see the old jerk just yet. I'm sure he's much more inclined to talk to you anyway." I gave him a sharp look. "For someone who's come all this way to find Kanan, you're certainly keeping your distance." I frowned. "You didn't seem to care about him last night either. It's almost like you're avoiding him." "What can I say?" Jockle leaned back against the wall. "I'm not the fair-haired son." "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" "Go," said the prince again. "I care not who retrieves Kanan and gets him out of this tower. I only want him gone. I want you all gone." "Prince Salazar," Zeke spoke up quietly, startling us all. I blinked and stared at Zeke as the vampire prince turned to the human, a bemused look crossing his face, no doubt wondering why the lowly mortal dared to speak to him. "Sir," Zeke went on, his voice calmly polite, "before we go, I have to inform you that there are still uninfected people out in the fringe. If," he paused, taking a breath, as if what he was about to say next was difficult for him to get out. "If you are concerned about your blood supply, maybe you should consider bringing them to the inner city, or at least sending them food and supplies. I know where they are, and it seems to me that you need all the healthy humans you can find. Will you consider letting them into the city? They need to get out of the fringe as soon as they can." The prince raised an eyebrow. "I am not unreasonable," he stated, sounding suspiciously amused with this mortal who wasn't afraid to speak to a prince. "If there are uninfected humans out there, I would ideally rather have them behind the inner wall. However, I will not risk my people's safety by sending them into the fringe, so I am afraid there is nothing I am willing to do for them. I'd rather a few more humans die than bring that sickness into my city." Zeke clenched his fists, and the prince narrowed his eyes, not missing his anger. "Find Saren and a cure," he told Zeke. "That is how you can help the rest of the population. I cannot offer more than that, human. Now," he continued, turning away from Zeke, dismissing him easily. I gave him an apologetic look, and he crossed his arms, looking grim. "Kanan's daughter," Salazar said, drawing my attention. "We are wasting time. Are you going to speak to your sire, or shall I send someone in there to drag him out?" Biting my lip, I stepped forward, between the guards, and placed a hand on the cold metal of the doorknob. A pause, then I quickly turned the handle and stepped through, shutting the door behind me. The small room was dark, the only light coming from the sliver that filtered beneath the door and the tiny window in its center. Everything else was shadowy gray to my vampire sight, washed out and colorless. For a second, I wondered if I should maybe flip the switch beside the doorframe. I knew the room had power, same as the rest of the floor. But that seemed rude and intrusive, and even cruel, to force my sire into the light. For as long as I'd known him, Kanan had preferred the darkness. I could see him now, sitting in a chair in the far corner, fingers laced together beneath his chin. Already, he looked better. His skin was still pale, but not the chalky, wasted flesh of the previous night. He was dressed in black, his usual color, and, except for his face and powerful arms, he was a featureless shadow sitting against the wall. He didn't look at me at first, staring intently at the floor, deep in thought, but as the door clicked shut, plunging the room into darkness, he raised piercing black eyes and met my gaze across the room. "Allison." The soft, deep voice shivered into me. His tone wasn't welcoming or angry or relieved or anything. It was just my name, giving away nothing, no hint to his thoughts or feelings. And quite suddenly, I didn't know what to say. I hadn't really imagined getting this far, this point where I finally stood before my sire, face to face, and I was a completely different person than the one he saw last. I opted for the safe, non-committal response. "Hey." Nothing. No eye twitch, no movement, nothing to show he had heard. I swallowed and stayed where I was. "I'm glad you're okay." Kanan bowed his head. "Yes," he murmured, and his voice now sounded faintly uncomfortable. Although, he lowered his hands and rose, startling me with the sudden, smooth motion. I didn't move as he crossed the room, coming to stand before me. He was still immensely powerful, his presence overwhelming. I had to tilt my head up to meet his gaze, which was dark and searching, flickers of pain showing through his calm mask as he stared at me. Slowly, his hand rose, brushing the hair off my shoulder, his movements deliberate yet gentle. I shivered as his fingers took my collar and eased it aside, away from my neck, revealing the scar he'd left behind. His eyes closed, and now the pain and guilt on his face was unmistakable. "It wasn't you," I told him softly, my voice nearly lost between us. "I don't blame you, Kanan. You weren't yourself." "No," he agreed, his voice choked, "but it does not excuse what I did. You haven't been a vampire long enough to understand."
To think that He released me and turned away, hunching his broad shoulders. I again remembered his words to me in the hospital, explaining vampire history and customs. Vampires do not feed from each other. It's one of the most violent, intrusive acts we can commit on another kindred, and is viewed as barbaric and needlessly cruel by most. And yet, you're still here. His voice was a little stronger now, and he straightened, though he still didn't look at me. "You found your way." I hardly dared to hope. "Of course I did." I frowned at him, stung. "Kanan, I wouldn't leave you like that. Not with Psychovamp. Not after everything you did for me. What, did you think I could just ignore the dreams, knowing what Saren was doing? You think I'd just abandon you?" "You would not be the first," Kanan said, and finally turned. His eyes, so dark, hooded, and full of shadows, met mine and did not shy away. "I don't find myself in this position very often," he admitted with a hint of his old confidence. "But thank you. Out of all my offspring, you are the only one with which I have no regrets." I couldn't handle that piercing gaze, the way he was staring at me. Embarrassed, needing to break the tension, I half smiled. "Don't go soft on me," I told him, and Kanan's eyebrows rose, making me smile wider. "We're not out of here yet," I said, watching his face. "We still need you to help us find Saren." "Saren?" He narrowed his eyes, probably remembering those long, awful nights where Saren had tortured him ruthlessly. His voice was dangerously calm as he ordered, "Tell me everything that's happened." So I did, beginning with those first dreams, following his trail to Old DC, finding Jackal instead, discovering the other lab, and finally tracking him to New Covington, where Saren had revealed his treachery in a spectacular bloodbath and fled. "We don't even know if he's still in the city," I finished, making a helpless gesture. "But we're supposed to find him, and either beat a cure from him, or bring him back for the prince to deal with." "He hasn't left yet," Kanan said. I blinked, and the vampire shook his head, frowning. "Whatever he's planned, he'll want to stay to see how it ends. That's how his mind works. He won't leave without knowing the final results, not when he's gone through all the trouble of setting this up." Kanan looked at the door. "He's in the city, somewhere." "Excellent," said a new voice as the door creaked and Prince Salazar came into the room. "That will make it easier for you, won't it? As it is, you do not have a lot of time." I spun around, placing myself between Kanan and the prince and very deliberately on Kanan's side of the room. I imagined the temperature dropped several degrees as the two master vampires stared at each other, fury and hatred smoothly hidden beneath their icy facades. "You should be quite proud of your protégé, Kanan." Salazar's voice was a thin veneer of calm over his utter loathing. "No one else would have done what she has, the effort she put forth to save you, when all others would have let you rot down here. I would have let you rot down here." His lip twitched, his eyes cold and cruel. Of course, that might still be an option. "What have you done to me?" Kanan's voice was calm, but something in Salazar's triumphant gaze made my stomach clench in fear. "You wouldn't just let me go, not without a safeguard. What's to stop me from leaving New Covington and never coming back?" He wouldn't, and I knew he wouldn't. Kanan wasn't like that. The question pandered to Salazar's way of thinking, and by the slow, evil smile spreading across the prince's face, I suddenly knew, and my blood turned to ice. Kanan had felt sick when he'd woken this evening. I should have known not to trust the prince, who hated Kanan and wanted to see him suffer, even if he was free. A dark, coiling thing inside me, spreading through my veins.
"You bastard," I whispered, glaring at Salazar, and the prince arched an eyebrow at me. "You gave him infected blood last night." Salazar regarded me without remorse. "Are you surprised, Canaan's daughter?" he asked mildly. "I promised I would set him free, but I needed something to ensure you would all go after Sarin and not vanish into the night." He smiled again, showing fangs. "This will give you that motivation." I thought of the dying vampire, the flesh peeling from its bones, turning black and rancid while its eyes pleaded for me to end its life. Enraged and suddenly terrified, I bared my fangs at the prince of the city and snarled, "Gosh, Salazar, there was no need. You knew we would go after Sarin regardless." "Allison." Canaan's cool voice stopped me from doing something monumentally stupid, something that probably would have gotten my head torn off. I almost didn't care. Salazar knew Canaan wouldn't try to leave the city. He knew that we were invested in stopping Sarin and finding a cure. Hell, how could we not be, with a plague that threatened both species? This was just cruel, evil spite. I had come so far to rescue him. I had watched Canaan drag himself out of madness, endured the awful dreams and visions of torture, and now he would probably... "How long do I have?" Canaan asked, his voice still unnaturally calm. The prince, watching me with cold, dangerous eyes, turned his attention back to the other vampire. "About 72 hours, he replied casually, "from the time the first symptoms appear, give or take a few. After that, the virus reaches the brain and begins to shut it down. Of course, by that time, your body might be too damaged to continue sustaining itself." 3 days. 3 days to find Sarin, discover a cure, if one even existed, and make it back to the prince before the virus ravaging Canaan's body destroyed him. "That's not enough time," I protested, and the prince turned a pitiless glare on me. "It will have to be enough time. You do not have another choice." No, we didn't. Numbly, I listened as Canaan and Salazar discussed the situation in the fringe, what we could expect when we left the tower, and our plans to get through the inner city. Like it was a perfectly normal conversation. Like one of them wasn't dying from the treachery and betrayal of the other. "Where do you intend to search first?" Salazar asked. "The fringe," Canaan replied immediately. The vampire prince raised an eyebrow. "You don't believe Sarin is in the inner city anymore? You think he is hiding among the infected, unable to feed himself?" Canaan smiled coldly. "It won't matter where he is now. He will come to us. Because I know where all his research is. I know where he went to unleash this madness." "Do you?" Salazar said mildly, as I stared at Canaan, frowning. "Did he? I sure didn't, and I had followed Sarin all the way from old DC, from the ruined city and the tunnels and the hidden lab. Oh, of course. Canaan did know where Sarin had created the virus. I did too. It was so obvious. Why hadn't I thought of that before? I'd been there. I'd spent my first weeks as a vampire there. The laboratory beneath the old hospital, where Canaan had taught me how to be an immortal. "Very well. Then you leave tonight." Salazar gave me a brief glance as he opened the door. "When you are prepared, I'll have my guards escort you to the gates." A faint smile crossed his face as the door began to swing shut. "I truly hope I see you again." And we were alone. I seethed at the closed door for a moment, then turned to the vampire behind me. "Canaan, I had no idea. I didn't think Salazar would..." He cut me off with a gesture. "It's fine, Allison. It's done." For just a moment, his face grew dark, and I saw regret pass through his eyes before he shook it off. "We have work to do. Let's find Sarin and try to stop this insanity in the time I have left." Salazar wasn't in the hall when we emerged, which was a good thing, because I still burned with fury toward the vampire prince and might have said or done something that would have gotten me in trouble if he was there. "What do you intend to search first?" Salazar asked. "The fringe," Canaan replied immediately. The vampire prince raised an eyebrow. "You don't believe Sarin is in the inner city anymore? You think he is hiding among the infected, unable to feed himself?" Canaan smiled coldly. "It won't matter where he is now. He will come to us. Because I know where all his research is. I know where he went to unleash this madness." "Do you?" Salazar said mildly, as I stared at Canaan, frowning. "Did he?" I sure didn't, and I had followed Saren all the way from old DC, from the ruined city and the tunnels and the hidden lab. Oh, of course. Kanan did know where Saren had created the virus. I did too. It was so obvious. Why hadn't I thought of that before? I'd been there. I'd spent my first weeks as a vampire there. The laboratory beneath the old hospital, where Kanan had taught me how to be an immortal. Very well. Then you leave tonight. Salazar gave me a brief glance as he opened the door. When you are prepared, I'll have my guards escort you to the gates. A faint smile crossed his face as the door began to swing shut. I truly hope I see you again. And we were alone. I seethed at the closed door for a moment, then turned to the vampire behind me. Kanan, I had no idea. I didn't think Salazar would... He cut me off with a gesture. It's fine, Allison. It's done. For just a moment, his face grew dark, and I saw regret pass through his eyes before he shook it off. We have work to do. Let's find Saren and try to stop this insanity in the time I have left. Salazar wasn't in the hall when we emerged, which was a good thing, because I still burned with fury toward the vampire prince and might have said or done something that would have gotten me in trouble if he was there. Salazar knew Kanan wouldn't try to leave the city. He knew that we were invested in stopping Saren and finding a cure. Hell, how could we not be, with a plague that threatened both species? This was just cruel, evil spite. I had come so far to rescue him. I had watched Kanan drag himself out of madness.
Zeke and Jackal were, however, one leaning casually against the wall, the other standing a few feet away with his arms crossed, wary blue eyes taking everything in. They both straightened when the door opened, and I stepped into the hall, followed by Kanin. "I'm sure you two know each other," I said, moving aside to watch Jackal and Kanin, wondering if I would see a hint of their past, a clue to what had happened between them. "Yes," Kanin said in a toneless voice, staring at Jackal, his face unreadable. "We do." Jackal stared back, a dangerous smirk on his face, and Kanin smiled faintly. "Hello, James." Jackal's eyes closed, and mine nearly bulged out of the sockets. "James?" I said in disbelief, an evil grin spreading over my face as I turned on him. "Your real name is James?" Jackal sighed, giving Kanin a disgusted look. "Nice one, old man. Well played. You would have to bring that up, wouldn't you?" "I believe I also said I would kill you if I ever saw you again." "Yeah, well," Jackal shrugged and nodded to Zeke. "Get in line behind the little blood sack over there. Although, really, you should be the one at the top of his list. It's kind of amusing, really, that he has no idea who you are, what you've done." Kanin's eyes flicked to the human, silently watching this exchange a few yards away. "Kanin," I said, stepping in before Jackal could do any more damage, "this is Zeke. He came to help us find you. He's coming with us to look for Saren as well." I thought he would ask questions, but Kanin just nodded acceptance. I was relieved, but it seemed Jackal wasn't done yet. "Oh, and here's an interesting tidbit for you, Kanin," the Raider King added, his voice low and his eyes gleaming dangerously. "Remember those scientists, the ones working on a cure 60 years ago? The ones you hunted for, handed over our kin to? What was the head guy's name again? Oh yeah, Malachi Cross." Zeke jerked, and Kanin tensed at the name. I turned to Jackal, fangs bared, ready to tell him to shut up, but it was too late. "Say hello," the vampire continued, jerking his head at Zeke, "to his great-grandson, Ezekiel Cross." Kanin went rigid. Slowly, he turned, staring at Zeke as if seeing him for the first time, then started toward him. Zeke stiffened but held his ground as the vampire approached, the dark eyes frighteningly intense. "Kanin," I began, stepping forward. My sire ignored me, his entire focus on the human in front of him. "Your father," he rasped in a low, husky voice, "is Jebediah Cross?" "Was," Zeke answered calmly. Briefly, his gaze flicked to Jackal, who was watching this little scene with a smile on his face. Anger rippled over Zeke's features, making his eyes flash, before they were composed once more. "He died, a few months ago." "I am sorry," Kanin said, and by his tone, he did not miss that brief look between Jackal and Zeke, and could guess what had happened. But the research, he continued, almost desperately, making me blank. I'd never seen him so anxious before. The vampire experiments. Do you know about them? Do you have the data? Zeke shook his head. Not anymore, he replied, and Kanin's shoulders slumped. In that moment, he looked like he'd lost everything, that the terrible burden he carried had finally broken him, and he didn't have the strength or the will to fight any longer. Zeke shot me a questioning look, and I nodded, telling him to go on. I don't have it, Zeke continued softly, but it's safe. It's in Eden now. Eden? Kanin's voice was a whisper, and he raised his head. Then it's real. It exists. Don't ask me to tell you where it is, Zeke said firmly. I won't do that. I would not ask. Kanin backed away, almost in a fog. You have no reason to trust me, he continued, speaking to Zeke, though his eyes were distant now, far away. But to know that it is safe, that there is still hope. He trailed off, but the look on his face made my stomach tighten in sympathy. I was about to say something, but footsteps down the hall announced the approach of Dr. Emerson and a squad of 4 vampire elite. The doctor looked bored as he came up, a knapsack in one hand, a small cooler in the other. The prince has decreed that you be resupplied before heading out into the fringe, he said flatly, as if this was some unnecessary detail he had to take care of before going back to work. Here, supplies for pets. He tossed the knapsack at Zeke, who caught it with a frown and held out the cooler. Supplies for vampires, though I'd suggest you use these soon. They will not keep very long. Forget it, I growled, eyeing the cooler with suspicion. I remembered the blood bag I had choked down the night before, and my stomach curled. Had it been poisoned as well? Would I be feeling sick right now if it had? Kanin had known something was wrong, but Kanin was a master and had been a vampire far longer. Would my body start to rot away in a few hours, the virus consuming it from the inside? I bared my fangs at the thought. We're not touching any blood you offer us, ever. Especially after, I trailed off, as Kanin gave me a sharp look, warning me not to say anything. The glare was obvious. He didn't want anyone to know he was sick. Frustrated, I fell silent, but no one disagreed with me, though Jackal gave me a bemused look, as if he thought I was being irrational. The doctor shrugged. Suit yourself. You should know by now not to feed from any humans out in the fringe. If their blood is infected, the virus they carry will destroy you. We know that, I said icily. Your prince made it very clear. Good. Then the guards will escort you out. And they did, riding the elevator up to the first floor with us, 7 vampires and 1 human packed into one small metal box. I had an odd sense of surrealism as I thought about it. Me, my sire, my blood brother, and Zeke. 4 very different people who, under normal circumstances, would never be together. Who would probably be enemies. But here we were. There were 2 vehicles sitting in the street right outside the tower, boxy-looking things with large tires and headlights across the hood. A uniformed human nodded at us as we approached. The prince has ordered that you be taken to the Sector 2 gate, he told us, and nodded at Kanin and Jackal. Another soldier, standing beside the humming vehicles, opened the back door as the guard motioned them inside. 2 to a car, if you would. The girl and the human can take the second one. Why can't we all go together? I asked. I'm sorry, ma'am. The soldier's voice was polite but firm, but we must escort you there like this. I could have argued, but Kanin and Jackal didn't seem to care, beyond Jackal giving Kanin a smug look, which Kanin ignored. I guessed if the prince wanted us dead, he would have killed us by now. Fine, I muttered, turning toward the second car. Let's go, Zeke. When we were inside, however, I realized why we'd been separated. It wasn't on the prince's command after all. Stick and his ever-present bodyguards sat across from us, their crossbows already drawn and angled at my heart. I felt Zeke tense, but the doors closed behind us, the locks clicking into place. Stick smiled, crossing his legs, gesturing to the seats across from him. Sit down, Allie. Warily, we sat. The vehicle rumbled and began to move. The lights of the city cast moving shadows across Stick's face as he stared at me, fingers steepled under his chin. If he was trying to impress or intimidate me, I was so not having it. What do you want, Stick? I asked before he could say a word. His eyes narrowed, as if I'd stolen the first line from him,
as if this was some kind of stupid game. "My name," he said, glaring at me, "is Stephen, Mr. Stephen, first aid to Prince Salazar himself. Stick was my worthless fringer name, the name everyone thought I deserved, the name you and Lucas started calling me, because that's all I was to you, something that could be broken and easily thrown away." His gaze slid to Zeke, who watched us in confusion, and his eyes glittered. "I used to be her best friend, you know."
Did she tell you that? Back when we were both street rats, living in the fringe? Did she ever mention us? No, said Zeke calmly. He sat with his arms crossed, regarding Stick warily. He had to feel the obvious tension rising between us, but his voice remained neutral. I never asked. Maybe you should someday, Stick went on, ignoring my warning growl. Maybe you should ask her about Lucas and how he died. Our old gang leader, you know. She cared for him too, even though she tried to hide it. Poor Lucas. Stick shook his head. He thought he loved her and got left to the rabbits because of it. Stick. I bared my fangs, and the guards next to him raised their crossbows, stopping me. I seethed, furious and desperate to shut Stick up. My demon, of course, was urging me to silence him by ripping out his throat, and it had never been more tempting than it was at that moment. But Zeke's cool, soothing voice broke through the rising anger, stilling it for now. "Why are you telling me this?" he asked quietly, and I heard the disapproval in his tone. "I thought you two were friends." "Friends?" Stick gave a bitter smile. "Maybe once. I thought she was my friend, but she was just pretending. They all were. She's good at that, you know." Stick turned a wounded gaze on me, a flash of real hurt crossing his face. "She pretends to care about you. She pretends she wants you around, but it's all an act. Nothing she shows you is real. Isn't that right, Allie?" He held my gaze, and to my shock, I saw the glimmer of tears before he blinked and they disappeared, almost too fast to be seen. "I wanted you to trust me. I wanted to show you that I could be more, but you never gave me the chance. You always thought I was worthless. Well, I'm not worthless now, am I?" "I never thought of you like that," I whispered through clenched teeth. "And if I closed myself off, it was because I couldn't bear to see you die. I couldn't bear to see any of you die." Stick laughed then. It was an ugly sound, for all the good it did. He turned to Zeke again, one corner of his mouth twisted and sneering. "Fair warning," he said, glaring contemptuously at the other human. "Don't get too close. She doesn't trust anyone, and she'll never let you in. Besides, everyone who gets close to her tends to disappear." "Thanks for the warning," Zeke said. And, in full view of Stick, the guards, and everyone, he very deliberately reached over and took my hand, lacing our fingers together. But I think I'll be fine. I'd never really seen Stick livid before, but the look he turned on Zeke could have peeled paint from the wall. Pure hate, anger, and jealousy darkened Stick's expression. But Zeke stared back, unruffled, stroking my hand with his thumb and sending shivers up my arm. I sat rigid, watching Stick, seeing his face turn a dangerous red, his jaw clenching as he glared at the boy across from him. Abruptly, Stick turned, snatched the gun from his guard's belt, and raised it, point blank, at Zeke. "Don't move, Allie," Stick cried as I jerked up, his glare wide and feverish. "If you move, all I have to do is pull the trigger, and his brains will be all over the back window. Keep going," he yelled to the soldier up front, who cursed but continued to drive. "You see?" Stick went on, panting and grinning savagely. "You see how they listen? Everyone listens to me, except you. But now you'll listen to me because I have the power. I can kill him." He stabbed a glare at Zeke again, raising the gun. "I can kill him now, and the prince won't care. He won't care about one human. So you'll start listening to me now, Allie, or I swear I'll shoot him." "All right," I held up a hand, trying to calm him down.
Zeke was tense, both arms raised, his gaze never leaving the gun. I was quick, but I didn't know if I could reach Stick before the gun went off. And at such a close range, Zeke would definitely die. "I'm listening, Stick," I told him. "What the hell do you want from me?" Stick grinned, eyes bright. "I want you," he jerked the gun at Zeke again, who stiffened. "What happened to Lucas that night?" "And Rat. Go on, Allie. Tell him. Tell him what happened to everyone else." "They died," I answered, not really knowing where this was going. All I wanted was to get that gun out of his hands, but the muzzle was so close to Zeke's face, I wasn't going to risk it. "Why?" Stick demanded. "They were killed by rabbits." "Why?" Stick asked again, and I scowled. What did he want me to say? What the hell was he trying to prove? "Why were we there in the first place?" Stick asked, keeping his gaze on Zeke. "Why were we outside the wall?" I suddenly knew what he wanted. My shoulders slumped, not wanting to say it, to remember that night. But I had to. "We were outside the wall," I answered in a flat voice, "because I led us there." "And why did Lucas die?" "Lucas." I glared at Stick, and he raised the gun a fraction, aiming for Zeke's face. His eyes were hard. I clenched my fists and muttered, "Because I left him. To die," Stick repeated. "Very you, Stick." Yes. Anger, sorrow, and guilt burned. I tried not to think about that night, to remember the horror and terror when the rabbits had surrounded me, when they'd yanked Rat into the tall grass, when they'd dragged Lucas over a fence. But the memories were still painfully clear, as if it had happened yesterday. I remembered the way Lucas had stared at me, his eyes begging me to save him, right before the rabbits pulled him into the darkness. Stick didn't need to remind me. I already knew. It was my fault they had died. My fault we had all died. I felt Zeke trying to catch my gaze, and glanced at him quickly. His face was grim, his eyes staring at me, trying to tell me something. "Be ready," they seemed to say. I spared a quick glance at the guards. They seemed uncomfortable, still keeping the crossbows trained on me, but also shooting Stick looks of anger and disgust. Obviously, their boss's erratic behavior was making them uneasy too. Oblivious, Stick waggled the gun at Zeke, making me tense. "You see?" he asked the other boy. "She doesn't care. She lets others die to save herself. Isn't that right, Allie? Tell him. Tell him that you don't care, that you're just using him, just like Lucas." The words caught in my throat. Swallowing, I forced them out, making myself talk, to let Stick think I was playing his sick little game. "I don't care about you, Zeke. Stick's right. I'd leave you to the rabbits if I had to, same as Lucas." My eyes narrowed. "In fact, I'm about ready to let you die, just so I can get to Stick and rip his arms out of their sockets." Stick jerked, his attention flashing to me, and Zeke moved. He ducked to the side, lunged forward, and grabbed the other boy's wrist with both hands. Stick let out a yelp, fighting him, the gun flashing in a deadly arc between them. The guards gave shouts of their own, turning to the boys, and I hit one of them hard, slamming my fist into his nose, snapping his head back. The second was on the other side of Zeke and Stick, still grappling for the gun. He grabbed for the weapon, but a shot rang out, and the guard fell back, the side of his face covered in blood, his crossbow dropping to the floor. All of this happened in the space of a heartbeat. As the gunshot boomed behind him, the driver swerved, lost control of the vehicle, and smashed into the hulk of another car sitting on the sidewalk. The force jerked us all sideways, one of the guards' bodies slamming into me as we hit the wall, his skull cracking against mine. As the car rocked to a halt, I pushed the body off to see Stick, dazed and still holding the gun, wrench open the door and stagger into the road. Zeke was right behind him, though, shoving away the second body and lunging out of the car. I followed, reaching back to draw my sword, but it was clear Zeke didn't need any help. As Stick stumbled away, raising the gun, Zeke leapt forward and smashed his fist across Stick's jaw. Stick's head snapped sideways, his body jerking as if an invisible string had been cut, and he sprawled limply on the pavement. Panting,
Zeke bent down and took the gun from Stick's numb fingers. Releasing the clip with practiced ease, he stuffed it into a vest pocket, racking the slide to get the last round of the chamber. That also got tucked neatly away before he tossed the gun aside with a revolted look. As I came up, he held out an arm to me, and I stepped into him without hesitation, feeling his heart race through his vest as he hugged me close. "You okay?" he murmured as we drew back. I nodded, then looked down at Stick's limp body, lying on the cement, the snow falling around him. Rage flared, and I had to fight the overwhelming urge to pounce on him, drive my fist through his ribcage, and tear the heart from his chest. Maybe Zeke knew what I was thinking, for his grip on my arms tightened. "I'm fine, Allie," he whispered. "It's over." The first car with Kanine and Jackal had pulled around and was now speeding back toward us, the headlights blinding through the snow. I raised an arm, shielding my face as it skidded to a halt, and the guards leaped out, pointing guns and crossbows in our direction. "What's going on here?" Kanine and Jackal stepped out too, regarding the body in the snow with looks of detached curiosity and amusement. No one, I noticed, went forward to see if Stick was all right, if he was even still alive. As the guards shouted at me again, demanding to know what had happened, Stick groaned and stirred weakly. I smelled the blood that streamed from his cut lip, spotting the snow, and felt a vindictive stab of pleasure. I hoped it hurt. I hoped he'd have a swollen jaw for weeks. He'd gotten off easy this time. "Ask him," I told the guard as the body in the snow struggled to rise. "He's the one who tried to kill us." All eyes went to Stick, who clawed himself upright and stood there panting, glaring at me and Zeke. His face twisted into a mask of rage and hate. "Kill him," he spat, stabbing a finger in Zeke's direction. I snarled and tensed, baring fangs, as Zeke put a warning hand on my arm. No one moved. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Stick snapped, staring at the guard captain. "Shoot him, now!" The guard shifted uncomfortably. "Sir, that's not really an option." "What?" Stick narrowed his eyes. "What did you say, Captain?" "The prince ordered us to escort them to the gate, sir." The captain's voice was stiff, flat. "All of them. We cannot countermand his orders, even for you." "He's just a human," Stick burst out. His eyes were bright and glassy, and a vein pulsed in his temple. "Not a vampire. The prince won't care about one human. Do as I say." "I would think very carefully about that," came a low, deep voice, Kanine's, from the edge of the circle. He stood in front of the car, while Jackal leaned casually against the hood, watching in amusement. Though both vampires were stationary, they stared at the humans with unmistakable menace, and Jackal's eyes glowed in the shadows. "I would think very carefully on where you are standing, right now," Kanine went on, "alone, far from the prince's tower, surrounded by 3 vampires. If violence erupts, what do you think is going to happen here?" The guards were pale now, as if they'd just realized their position and the danger from all sides. "Sir," the captain said, turning back to Stick, his voice low and deliberately calm, "we need to go, now. Let's get you back to the tower and inform the prince of what has happened." He motioned at Stick with his gun, his voice polite but brooking no argument. "Go, sir, now." "And where do you think you're going, exactly?" Jackal crooned, sliding off the hood of the car. An edge had crept into his voice, and his eyes glittered. "Running back to the prince, are we? I don't think so, bloodbags." Stick's eyes widened, fear finally piercing the madness as he realized his guards were dead and the ones remaining could not protect him, not from 3 angry vampires, far from the safety of the prince's tower. I glanced at Kanine, expecting him to step in, but he said nothing, his face expressionless as he stood there, unmoving. The guards raised their weapons and shuffled hastily away, keeping Stick behind them. But between me and the other 2 vampires, there was nowhere for them to run. Jackal's gold eyes slid to mine, and he grinned, vicious and eager. "Come on then, sister. Let's do this, you and me. I'll even leave you the little parasite. You can rip his heart out and eat it in front of him if you like." I growled and turned on the humans, curling my lip back. It was tempting. I could kill Stick, right here.
no one would miss him. The prince wouldn't care, so long as we found Saren and a cure. Stick, for all his delusions of grandeur, was still just one human in a world dominated by vampires, a pet, and pets could be replaced. "Allie, no!" Stick's voice came from behind the guards. "Don't let him hurt me," he pleaded. "We were friends, once. That means something, right? You're better than this." I snarled at him, and the demon roared up full force, releasing all the anger, hurt, rage, and grief that I'd kept locked away for so long. "You have no right to bring that up," I shouted, and he shrank back, looking like the Stick I'd known. I took a step forward, baring my fangs, hating him now. "Don't you dare, not after what you've done. I can live with your hate, your anger, your crazy vendetta to prove that you're better than me now. I could even live with the fact that you sold me out to the prince in exchange for an easy life. That's fine. You always had it in you. I knew that." Unexpectedly, my throat closed up, and I swallowed hard to open it. "But don't try to appeal to my humanity now," I rasped, my voice low and cold, unfamiliar. "Not when you forced me to admit that I'm a monster. Not when you tried to take away the only good thing I'll ever know. If he had died, I would have shown you a real monster." "Yes," Jackal encouraged, grinning as he stalked forward. "That's right, sister. Let it go. This is what we are. And it's been ages since I've had a decent kill. Let's send the prince a message that this is what happens to pets who don't fear vampires like they should." My demon agreed. I was losing myself, and I didn't care. Reaching back, I pulled my sword, drawing it with a metallic screech. The guards angled their weapons at us, but they were insignificant, a fragile wall of meat and blood. They would fall, and then there would be nothing between myself and my enemy. "You want to see what I am now?" I told Stick, who looked about ready to faint. "What saving your life turned me into? Fine, I'll show you what I really am." Gripping my sword, I tensed to lunge. "Allison, no!" Something grabbed my arm from behind, jerking me to a halt. Snarling, fangs bared, I whirled on Zeke, barely stopping myself from springing forward and plunging my teeth into his neck. Zeke met my gaze, unflinching, even though I could see myself in his eyes, furious and demonic, lips curled back to show the full length of my fangs. "Don't do it," he whispered, keeping a tight grip on my arm, though he had to know I could shove him off with little effort. "Allie, it's not worth it." I hissed at him, not really myself. The monster was raging inside, and the hunger was a bright flame in my stomach. "Why not?" I demanded. He raised a hand, sliding his fingers into my hair, his gaze imploring. The contact shocked me, how close he was willing to get to a raging, snarling vampire. "Because I know you," he said gently. "Because, when it's over, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." His fingers found the side of my neck, the palm brushing my skin. "That's forever, Allison." I closed my eyes. The demon still howled within, wanting blood, eager for violence. But Zeke was standing there, begging me not to do it, not to give in to the monster. I could feel his eyes on me, pleading for the life of the one who'd tried to kill him. My anger wavered, and I slumped, retracting my fangs. "Get out of here, Stick," I spat without turning around. "I don't want to see you again. I don't want to talk to you again."
"Go back to your prince and forget I ever existed." Jackal gave a disgusted snort. "You're kidding," he muttered and sighed. "Well, Bloodbags, you heard her. Guess it's your lucky night. Better hurry. I'm not as squeamish as my dear sister. You have 5 seconds to be gone, or the first human I see when I'm done counting won't make it to the end of the street." I heard the humans walk swiftly away, as fast as they could without fleeing outright. The vampire in me still roared a protest, urging me to run them down and tear them open, to spill their hot blood into the snow, to watch the light dim from their eyes, from his eyes. I kept a tight hold on it, concentrating on the sound of Zeke's heart, his touch, until the footsteps faded into silence and the scent of fear blew away into the night. Zeke stepped closer, his forehead resting against mine. "You did the right thing," he whispered, and I nodded, still trying to clamp down on my raging emotions. "Are you okay?" "Give me a second," I said stiffly,
And he didn't move, his hands resting lightly on my skin as my muscles slowly uncoiled and the hunger settled reluctantly, like a sullen, angry beast. When I was fully in control, I pulled away, and Zeke released me. Jackal was shaking his head at us, pity and disgust written clearly on his sharp features, but it was Kanan's presence I sought. He stood beside the vehicle, his dark figure hazy through the glare of the headlights, his face impassive. Hollow black eyes regarded me without expression as I walked up, frowning. "Why didn't you stop us?" I asked, not angry with him, just surprised. I almost killed those men. If Zeke wasn't here, Jackal and I would have torn them apart. Why didn't you say anything? Kanan peered down at me, his impassive gaze softening just a touch. "I am no longer your teacher, Allison," he said quietly. "You have been one of us for a while now. You have hunted and you have killed. It is not my responsibility to curb your demon." He glanced past me to the place Stick and the men had stood moments before, and I wanted to see what type of monster you had become. "Oh," I muttered, as the last of the anger flickered and died, and the sharp edge of regret sliced in to take its place. I suddenly felt like a new vampire again, back with my mentor, having just failed one of Kanan's tests. Defiance colored my voice. "Well, I hope you liked what you saw, because it's not going to change." Kanan's words were so soft I might have imagined them. "I hope not." "Great," Jackal said, sauntering up. He eyed the abandoned car, the smashed one a few yards away, and sighed. "Looks like we're walking to the fringe." Ardent. We didn't use the Sector 2 gate. The guards escorting us were supposed to open it so that we could go through, but we weren't going to stand around waiting for them to return, not when they could come back with an angry prince and a squadron of vampire elite, having been fed some crazy story by Stick on how we'd tried to kill him. Instead, Kanan took us into the tunnels, somehow finding a sewer entrance beneath the hulk of a crumbled building, and we dropped into the Undercity once more. "Well, it's official," Jackal said, his voice echoing down the long corridor. "This is the most I have ever been in the sewers in one place. If someone had said to me a month ago, 'Hey, Jackal, guess where you'll be spending most of your time in New Covington? Ankle deep in gosh,' I would have ripped their lips off." "This way," Kanan said, ignoring him. "It's a long walk to the old hospital, and we'll probably have to use the streets once or twice. Let's not waste any time." He started off down the tunnel, and we followed, heading deeper into the sewers. No one spoke, which gave me plenty of time to remember what had just nearly happened, what I'd almost done. I almost killed Stick tonight. The realization sent a cold shiver through me, as well as a bitter flood of anger and regret. I really had been about to kill him. Stick, the boy I'd looked after nearly half my human life, who had relied on me for everything, who was weak, frightened, unable to fend for himself. I'd almost killed the boy I'd once considered my only friend. If Zeke hadn't stopped me, wonder what he thinks of you now. Zeke walked behind me, making very little sound, even through the puddles and scattered debris, the narrow pipe forcing us to stay single file. He didn't say anything about the incident with Stick, and I wondered what he was thinking. Did he regret being with me now, kissing me, putting such blind trust in a vampire? Did he realize the implications of tonight? That if I could kill Stick, someone I'd known far longer, what would stop me from turning on him as well? "I warned you that I would always be a demon," I thought, skirting a trickle of water seeping down from above. Zeke followed, his presence close at my back, and I closed my eyes. I should have heeded my own advice. Who am I trying to fool? Ahead of us, Kanan came to a stop at a rusted ladder that led to a sealed hole above. "The tunnel ahead," he stated, turning back to face us. "This leads into the fringe, very close to the inner wall. We can reach the hospital by going through the Undercity most of the way there, but we'll have to travel above ground for a few blocks, so be ready." "What if we run into bleeders?" Zeke asked. "They're sick and crazy, but they're still alive, still human." "Try to avoid them if possible," Kanan replied. "If the situation is as dire as the prince says, we don't want to attract a crowd. But if you must, do not hesitate to cut them down, cripple them, whatever you must do to stay alive. That is the first priority. We won't be helping anyone if we get ourselves killed. Is that clear?" Zeke nodded reluctantly. Kanan went up the ladder, shoved back the opening, and climbed out of the hole. Jackal followed, then Zeke, and finally me, emerging onto the deserted streets of the fringe. Even though it wasn't my old sector, the fringe still looked familiar, with its cracked streets, crumbling buildings, and frost-covered weeds pushing through everything. A layer of snow dusted the rusty hulks of cars scattered about, and the puddles in the road had iced over, making the ground slick and treacherous. Back when I was human, this was the most dangerous time of year, when everything was hard and frozen, and food was virtually non-existent. Every winter, someone in the fringe would die, frozen in some lonely back alley or dead of hunger in their beds. I remembered many mornings that I'd woken up shivering under my quilt, dreading the task of venturing outside in the freezing cold to scavenge for food. But if I didn't, I would starve, and so would stick, curled against me for body warmth, refusing to leave the room. I didn't have to worry about that anymore, and neither did Stick. Movement on the street corner caught my attention. A body lurched out of a distant house, shambling and awkward, walking barefoot across the icy ground. I caught the gleam of red covering its face, the wet strips rake down its arms, as it mumbled and chuckled to himself, not watching where it was going. Quietly, Kanan told us, and glided into the shadows, becoming part of the night. We hurried after as silently as we could. As we moved swiftly through the fringe, we caught sight of several more bleeders, laughing or talking to themselves, sometimes shrieking at nothing, clawing at their faces. As we ventured farther from the inner wall, we began stumbling across bodies sprawled in the street, stains of dried blood around their lips or spattered on the ground beneath them. Some were frozen, covered in smell, having lain there a few days. Others were more recent, having died that very night or the day before, their self-inflicted wounds still fresh and seeping. There were more bodies this time, a lot more than when Jackal and I had first come through. The final stage of the virus was emerging full force.
"This city is screwed," Jackal remarked as we ducked through an old grocery store, roof blown off, windows shattered. Narrow aisles lined with rubble and glass now bulged with corpses, pale and bloody in the sickly light coming through the ceiling. We picked our way over sprawled limbs and sightless staring faces, wary in case one leaped up and came at us, howling. If I was Salazar, I'd let the virus run its course, wipe everyone out, and start over again with the humans he has left. He's got enough blood bags in the inner city to feed himself and the rest of them. But no, he has to send us on a wild goose chase to find a madman and a non-existent cure. He doesn't, Kanine said quietly from up ahead. Not if he wants to keep the city alive. There aren't enough humans to feed all the vampires in New Covington, not without severely limiting the blood supply. Some of them would go mad and have to be destroyed. The humans in the fringe are their greatest source of food. If they all die, New Covington will be threatened with extinction. "Oh, well, my bad," Jackal said, stepping over a body lying face down in the aisle. "Thanks for clearing that up, old man. I just have one more question for you. Why the hell do we care?" "Because there are still people who can be saved," Zeke replied in a voice of cool contempt, deliberately not looking at Jackal. "Because there are still people in the fringe who aren't infected, who are locked out of the inner city and don't have any way of protecting themselves." "Right, okay, let me revise that question," Jackal said, giving the human a disgusted look. "Why the hell should the vampires in this party care if the prince's city goes up in flames? The plague isn't going anywhere. New Covington is as isolated as they come. Look, we can turn around, go back through the sewers, slip under the wall, and be outside the city by midnight." For a second, I felt a blaze of anger at Jackal's callousness. Not just his complete disregard for the humans in the city, or even his fellow vampires. That was expected. Now, he was willing to let Kanine die, knowing he didn't have a lot of time, knowing we had only a few days before our sire was so far gone, nothing would save him. But then, I remembered that Jackal didn't know about Kanine's sickness, because Kanine hadn't told him, or Zeke either. I was the only one who knew about Salazar's betrayal and the infected blood killing him from the inside. I didn't know why Kanine was keeping it a secret, but I guessed he had his reasons. And knowing Kanine, this was something he would reveal himself, if it came to that. I didn't like it, but if he didn't want them to know, I wasn't going to tell them. "Come on then, old man," Jackal urged, as the other vampire continued through the aisles, ignoring us all. "Let's get out of here, what do you say? Wasn't it you who taught me not to fight battles we can't win? Forget Salazar. Forget this hellhole.
Let Saren come to us, I snorted. Your compassion continues to astound me. James, he shot me an evil glare. Oh, sorry, I should have been more clear. I'm only interested in the opinions of real vampires. Well, if that's the case, why don't you go find Saren without us? I'm sure you two have a lot to talk about. Kanine finally turned then, giving us both a wary look that said, Are you two quite finished? We can't stop, he stated calmly. We keep moving. Hopefully, Saren will have left something in the lab that we can use. And if he hasn't, Jackal asked, then Kanine is dead, I thought numbly. Because there won't be enough time to develop a cure, not for him. He'll rot away until he looks like that vampire in the hospital room. Sickened, I clenched my fists, not knowing how Kanine could be so calm about it. Then we find another way, Kanine replied, still talking to Jackal. We hunt down Saren if we must, but I am not leaving the city until this is over. You, however, are free to go. He nodded back the way we came. I'm not keeping you here. I never have. If you want to leave, I'm not stopping you. You'd love that, wouldn't you? Jackal's grin turned vicious. What's the matter, Kanine? Don't want your newest spawn to hear about your greatest disappointment? What you created and then tried to kill? Kanine didn't answer, though I saw a flicker of regret pass through his eyes. Regret that he'd tried to destroy Jackal? Or that he hadn't been able to? Is there anyone you haven't pissed off so much they want to kill you? I asked Jackal, who sneered at me. Let me think. Well, there was this one chick who... No, wait, never mind. That didn't end well either. A shot rang out behind us. I spun around, ready to draw my sword or attack. Zeke stood with his gun drawn, pointed down the aisle behind us. Several yards away, a human screeched and collapsed, pitching forward from an all-out charge, crashing to the ground. Another human leaped over the body and came rushing down the aisle, shrieking and waving a hammer, and Zeke's pistol barked once more. The body slammed into the shelves, laughing, twitching, clawing at its face, before it slumped and finally stopped moving. Zeke holstered the weapon, his face grim, and I forced my nerves to calm down. I know I'm the only human here, he said in a low, even voice, glancing back at us, but maybe we can move the vampire family discussion to a later time, maybe when we're off the streets and out of the open. I blinked at him, and even Kanine raised an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement crossing his face. But he only nodded and turned away. Come then, we're not far from the next stretch of tunnels. Leaving the store, we walked swiftly through the ruins of the fringe, wary this time of bleeders who might have been drawn to the noise. Kanine led, with Jackal close behind him. Zeke and I brought up the rear, hanging back a few paces. What's the story with Jackal and Kanine? Zeke asked after a few minutes, his voice soft. Kanine turned him, right? What happened between them that made him change his mind? I have no idea, I replied. In fact, I was wondering that myself. But good luck getting a straight answer from any of them. Kanine has never spoken about his past, and Jackal will be a jerk just on principle. Why? I glanced at Zeke, forgetting for a moment that I was trying to remain aloof. You've never been curious about them before. What brought that on? Nothing. He looked away, sounding evasive. I was just wondering. It hit me then, and my eyes widened. Because you want to know if Kanine is planning to kill Jackal before you have the chance to, I guessed, and Zeke winced. You're still planning to fight him when this is over. He killed my father, Allison. Zeke's eyes met mine, angry and hard. Jebediah and Darren and Dorothy, even Ruth, they're all dead because of him. And I'm sorry, but I can't let that go. Yes, he's helping us now, but what happens after that? It doesn't change the past. My family is still dead. Killing him won't bring them back, I said softly. I know. Zeke looked away again, his face tightening. I need to find some kind of peace. If I can send him to hell where he belongs... My stomach clenched. Jeb thought he would bring a vampire back to hell with him, I said, not really knowing why I was telling him this. That was me. He glanced back sharply, but at that moment, a sudden crackle buzzed in the silence, making us both jump. Zeke? Came a faint voice, and Zeke's hand went to his belt, pulling out that strange rectangular box. The voice came from the device, broken and hissing with static. There? Mole men, coming, you gotta... Roach! Zeke put the device to his mouth, his face intense. Can you hear me? What's happening? Where are you? "Help us," the box spat back. "Everyone is sealed. The entrance. Mole men will kill us." The device buzzed, then faded into an unbroken string of static, despite Zeke's attempts to contact the voice on the other end. "Very," Zeke muttered, and I blinked. I couldn't remember ever hearing him swear before. He looked back at me, guilty but determined. "I have to go." "Go?" Jackal repeated, having circled back with Kanine. His yellow eyes regarded Zeke curiously. "Where exactly are you going, bloodbag?" "The refugees are in trouble," Zeke continued as Kanine stepped up, his dark gaze searching. "The mole men are moving on the base and will kill them if they get in. I have to help them." Kanine frowned. "Refugees?" "A bunch of non-infected humans living in the tunnels," I answered, watching Zeke eye the road behind us, like he could barely keep himself from rushing off. "It's on the edge of Mole Man territory, though, and they don't want them there anymore. They were threatening to drive them out when we came to find you." "How many?" Kanine asked Zeke. "Close to 24, or at least, that's how many there were when I left." Zeke raked a hand through his hair, looking distressed. "I can't leave them. They've locked the gate and sealed themselves in, but the mole men are waiting for them outside and they don't have any food. I promised I would come back if there was trouble, especially now that Salazar isn't sending any help." "Have fun with that," Jackal said, crossing his arms. "They'll probably be dead by the time we get there. But don't let us stop you. We don't have time to play with bloodthirsty cannibals." He was more right than he knew. Time was our enemy now, more than ever. Kanine's seconds were ticking away, even as we stood here and argued. But I also knew Zeke would never abandon those he'd sworn to help. "You go on," he told us all, backing away. "Keep looking for the lab. I'll catch up when I can." "Zeke, no!" I stepped forward, stopping him from running off. "There are too many. You're going to get yourself killed." And, knowing that he didn't fear death like he should, like all sane people did, I added, "If you die, you won't be able to help anyone." Zeke hesitated, stared at me, as if he was about to say something, then thought better of it. Then, in a very quiet voice, he murmured, "Come with me, Allie?" It was a question, not a demand or even a request. He was giving me a choice, human or vampire. Help the refugees or continue on with Jackal and Kanine. I didn't know what to do. I wanted desperately to go with Zeke. I couldn't let him rush off to face an army of mole men by himself. He would be killed, and I'd never forgive myself. But Kanine was dying. He literally had hours left. If we couldn't find Sarin and a cure, Kanine was doomed. I couldn't leave him either. If I returned to find my sire dead, killed by Sarin or the insidious virus working its way inside him, how could I choose between them? This was impossible. I could feel the eyes of all three on me, waiting for a decision. Frustration and despair rose up, and I stifled the urge to snarl and drive my fist through a wall. "Zeke," I began, not really knowing what I would say next. "Where are they?" Kanine suddenly asked. Surprised, we all looked at the master vampire, who waited calmly for Zeke's answer, no emotion crossing his face. "Sector 4, Zeke replied, and glanced at me. "Allison's old district." "That isn't far," Kanine murmured, sounding tired and resigned. He closed his eyes, as if preparing himself, or coming to a decision, then sighed. "All right, let's go." "What?" I gaped at him as he stepped forward, brushing by us. "Kanine, are you sure? What about—" I trailed off, certain he knew what I was talking about. My sire looked back and gave me a weary nod. "Don't worry about that, Allison. This is important. A debt I must pay. He hesitated, briefly closing his eyes. "I have an obligation to fulfill," he almost whispered. "Yours and his both. You came to New Covington for me, and I owe you several lives for that. Let this be the start of my compensation." He shook himself and gestured at Zeke then, motioning him forward. "Come. If we hurry, we can be there in a couple hours." Let's hope your people can hold out that long. Wait, I'm confused, Jackal said as we began walking back the way we came. Did the entire world just get turned on its head? Now we're going to save a bunch of dirty meat sacks from a bunch of dirty cannibals? Why don't we rescue some orphaned kittens and put food out for stray puppies while we're at it? It took longer than we'd hoped to get to the tunnel that would lead to Sector 4. Bleeders roamed the streets between buildings, forcing us to hide, sneak around, or wait for them to pass. This irritated Jackal to no end. They were only human. We should just carve a path right through and let God sort them out. But the rest of our party, Zeke especially, were opposed to needless killing, besides the fact that we didn't know how many of them were out there. The last thing we needed was a huge mob to come rushing down on us. The last stretch to the tunnel was eerily silent. Kaneen took us through an abandoned lot overgrown with frosted weeds and grass, crumbling buildings lining either side. I didn't like how exposed we were, even less so when I tripped over something large in the weeds and discovered it was a corpse. Eyeless face turned to the sky. Wrinkling my nose, I hurried on. It was too quiet. The houses sitting on the edge of the lot seemed to watch us with silent intensity. I could feel eyes on me, and though everything was deathly still, the air was thick with the smell of blood and open wounds. "Kaneen," I whispered, catching up to him. "I don't like this. Are we almost there?" He nodded, and I could see that he was tense too. "Very close. The entrance to the sewers is about another 100 yards from..." And the screaming began. Figures appeared in the doorways of the buildings, dozens of them, a huge, ragged swarm. Bleeding, wailing, reeking of blood and pain, they burst through frames and came shrieking at us, catching us in the center of the field. Snarling, I drew my sword as the roar of Zeke's pistol joined the screeching chaos closing in from all sides. Spinning toward him, I saw him shoot 2 more bleeders, draw his machete as one came leaping at him, and slash it across the human's throat. The man gurgled a wild laugh and pitched forward into the weeds, still clawing at him. Zeke stepped away, nearly bumping into me as I lunged in to help, and I spun around to guard his back. A woman sprang at me, shrieking something about burning her laundry, swinging a chair leg at my face. I cut the weapon in 2 and plunged my sword between her breasts, yanking it out as she laughed at me and fell. A man with a bloody hole where his nose had been grabbed for my arm, insisting I give him a kiss as he raised a knife in the other hand. A flash of my katana and his head toppled into the weeds. "Keep going." Kaneen's roar rose above the shouts and laughter of the mob. Through a split-second break in the mob, I saw him and Jackal fighting side by side. Kaneen had his thin, short blade in hand, and he moved so quickly he was a blur. Quick, lethal strikes that wasted no motion or effort. Every single cut or stab was a fatal blow, and he would move on to the next attacker before the previous one even knew they were dead. At his side, Jackal bared his fangs in an evil smile as his attackers rushed forward, swinging his steel axe with lethal force. His blows knocked the humans off their feet, and they didn't get up again. One time, a human lunged in, grappling for the weapon, and Jackal simply drove his other fist into the man's chest, snapping bones as his hand vanished into the body and emerged wet to the forearm. "Allison," Kaneen called to me. "This way. The sewer entrance is about 100 yards straight ahead." I slashed a bleeder through the ribs, ducked a wrench swung at my skull, and cut the legs out from under him. "Got it. Zeke." I glanced at him, my blood going cold as a bleeder rushed him from the side, slamming into him. Clinging to Zeke's arm, it howled in his ear and sank its teeth into his shoulder, growling like an enraged dog. I started forward, but Zeke planted his feet, shoved the man away, and raised his gun as the human sprang at him again.
His pistol barked, catching the bleeder right between the eyes, and it collapsed without a sound. "Zeke!" I cut my way through 2 more humans to get to him, grabbing his arm as he retreated, his gun still raised and firing into the mob. "You all right?" "I'm fine." Blood seeped through the collar of his shirt where the human had bitten him, 2 red splotches right below his neck. His jaw was set,
eyes grim as he fired twice more, emptying the clip, and swung his blade up in front of him. "Get going, I'll be right behind you." The bleeder screamed at us, insane and senseless. Slowly, we fought our way through the crowd to where Jackal and Conan stood in the center of the lot. A square cement tube laid open at Conan's feet, metal doors folded back, rusty ladder descending into darkness. But the bleeders, pressing in from all sides, prevented us from going down. Jackal snarled, bashing the axe hilt into a woman's face, sending her reeling back with a wail. "Bloody, persistent bastards," he growled, swiping at another who instantly crowded in, knocking it aside. "We move now. They're just going to follow us down." "No, they won't," Zeke muttered, and pulled something from his vest. It was a green, cylindrical-shaped object with a handle and a metal ring attached to the top. I had no idea what it was, but Jackal looked back at it and swore. "You've been carrying around grenades all this time?" He blocked a bleeder's stab to the head and backfisted the axe across its face. That would have been nice to know. "This is the last one." Zeke looked at Conan, standing at the edge of the sewer entrance. Flashbang, we only get one shot at this. The vampire gave a short nod. "Everyone, get down there, now," he ordered, pointing at me. "Jackal, Allison, move." Jackal responded instantly. Grabbing a human, he hurled it back into the crowd, turned and dropped through the hole, vanishing into darkness. Cursing, I slashed through one more bleeder and followed, landing on hard cement and instantly looking back for Conan and Zeke. Through the hole, I saw Zeke fend off a human, kicking it away, then draw back his arm and throw something into the crowd. Conan snapped at him to go, and Zeke ducked into the opening, scrambling down the ladder and joining us at the bottom. "What about Conan?" I asked as soon as Zeke hit the ground and immediately backed away from the ladder. "How?" A blinding flash of light and a monstrous boom rocked the ground up top. The explosion echoed down the tunnel and caused dirt to rain from the ceiling, showering us with filth and bits of ice. I swore and looked desperately back for Conan, but the master vampire was already descending the ladder, closing the metal doors behind him. "That should keep them distracted for a goodly while," he murmured, looking back up the ladder. He glanced at Zeke, a hint of approval crossing his impassive face. "You can keep your head in a fight," he said. "Well done. Are you injured?" Zeke's hand went to his neck, his face tightening. "It's nothing," he said, dropping his arm. "I'm all right. We should get going." Conan nodded and turned away without a word, and we slipped into the darkness of the tunnels. Zeke began coughing a few hours later. The first time it happened, no one really noticed. The sewers, while they were mostly dry and frozen over, not having been used for decades, were still sewers. I didn't have to take a breath to know it reeked down here of mold and fungi and rot, other things. And the tunnels were filled with rodents and insects, crawling over everything, leaving things behind. So when Zeke first started coughing, I blamed it on the cold and damp and nasty odors, and kept going. The second time was worse. We were traveling through a narrow stretch of pipe, the two taller vampires having to duck to clear the low ceiling, when Zeke's harsh explosions caused ice to form in my stomach. I turned to see him bent over, one hand against the wall to steady himself, his whole frame racked with shuddering coughs. Panting, he straightened, dropping the hand covering his mouth, and I saw a splash of blood between his fingers. "Zeke," I whispered, staring at him in growing fear as I finally realized what was happening. "No, not him. Please. I'm fine." He met my gaze, and his eyes were dull. Seeing my face, he offered a tired, resigned smile. "It's all right. There's nothing you can do, Allie. Let's keep moving." Ahead of us, Jackal gave a soft curse, staring at Zeke with a dangerous expression. "Yeah, you say that now," he said, and his fangs glinted in the shadows. "But don't expect me to hold back when you start clawing your eyes out. If that happens..." Zeke kept his gaze on me, steady and composed. "You know what to do, right? Don't let me suffer, or become a danger to anyone else. Just make it quick." I resisted the urge to snarl at him. It was too much. I couldn't pretend any longer. All Conan's warnings about getting too close, all of my own sensibilities, keeping my distance, hardening my feelings, all collapsed beneath the undeniable truth. I cared for Zeke. It was useless to tell myself otherwise. I cared for him more than I'd cared for anyone in my life save my mom. It would destroy me if I lost him now. You don't ask for much, do you, Ezekiel? I asked, my voice breaking a little. He had started forward, but now paused, staring at me in surprise. First you make me promise to let you die, now you're asking me to kill you? Do you think I'm just some soulless machine, that it would be so easy just because I'm a vampire? It's not enough that Conan is dying, now you want me to kill you too? Allison. Conan's voice was weary, disapproving. Both Zeke and Jackal straightened, glancing at the older vampire in shock. I ignored their surprise, clenching my fists in sudden rage. I didn't know where this was coming from, but I was tired of losing people. I'd lost so many in my short life, even before I became a vampire. The cynical street rat in me sneered in disgust. Loss was just a part of life. I knew that. Nothing lasted in this world. The harder you held on to something, the more it would kill you when it was gone. So it was best not to get attached to anything. But I wanted to try. I wanted to fight to keep what was important to me. Who was important to me? And it pissed me off that they weren't willing to do the same. We are not giving up, I said, glaring at them all. There was a stinging sensation in the corner of my eyes, but I forced it back. The rest of you can be fine and accepting and fatalistic if you want, but I refuse to let this thing win. I plan on tracking Saren down and beating a cure out of him if I have to, and I'm sure as hell not giving up until I am certain beyond a shred of doubt that there is no hope left. So you, I pointed at Zeke, can stop asking me to kill you, and you, I whirled on Conan, can stop hiding from the rest of us the fact that you're dying. We're fighting this thing together, and I am not going to lose anyone else. For a few seconds after my rant, there was silence. I could sense they were all a little stunned. Even Conan appeared to have been left speechless. That, or he was too annoyed to say anything. I didn't care. He could be angry with me all he wanted, as long as he was still alive. Well, Jackal remarked, that was quite the speech. Almost as good as the one you delivered on my tower that night with the old man. You do have a certain flair for the dramatic, don't you, sister? I scowled at him, but before I could say anything, he turned on Conan with a dangerous glare. You never told us you were dying, old man, he said softly, narrowing his eyes. Let me guess. Salazar wanted to make sure you wouldn't leave the city, so he made sure you couldn't run out on him. Cunning old bastard. How long? Does it matter? Does it change anything? See, that's the funny thing, Jackal shot back.
If it were anyone else, it should. Any sane vampire would be looking for Saren right now, not trying to save a bunch of worthless meat sacks who are probably already dead. But that's always been your problem, hasn't it? You always sided with the humans, and now look where it's gotten you. I stared at him. I'd never seen Jackal like this, not truly, seriously angry. His irritation always took the form of some obnoxious comment or jab to get under a person's skin. He looked furious now, glaring at Kanan in utter contempt, lips curled in a silent snarl. I couldn't tell if he was angry at Kanan for wanting to save a bunch of humans, or because Kanan was dying and hadn't told him. What do you think is going to happen when we find Saren? Jackal demanded of Kanan, who watched him calmly. You think you can take him now, falling apart like you are? Your compassion for these worthless humans is going to get us all killed. I've made my choice, Kanan said, unruffled as always. You don't have to stand with it. Jackal shook his head in disgust and took a step back. You know what? You're right, he said softly, eyeing each of us. This isn't worth it. I thought the old bloodsucker would have information on the rabbitism cure, maybe lead us right to it. But if he's going to throw away his life for a bunch of worthless mortals, I'm better off finding it myself. Where do you think you'll go? I demanded, wondering why I should care if Jackal left. Let him go. You always knew he would leave or turn on you if he got the chance. I didn't know why I felt so angry. A part of me said we needed Jackal's help against Saren, that he was a good fighter and another body between me and Saren. That was why I didn't want him to go. But that was a lie. Jackal was my brother, and, as selfish and monstrous as he was, I was hoping he would prove me wrong. You can't take on Saren alone, I argued. He's too strong for just one person. You said so yourself. Who said anything about fighting him? Jackal crossed his arms, smirking. I'm not that stupid, sister. Way I see it, Saren is the closest one to discovering a cure now.
If I ever cross paths with our disturbed friend, it'll be to ask a few friendly questions, and then I'll be on my way. I'm not crazy enough to try to stop him, but I'm certainly not going to hang around here with the lot of you, wasting time. You have fun with the sickies and the psychos. I'll be leaving now." A metallic shiver echoed through the pipe as Zeke drew his machete, the raspy sound making my stomach clench. "What makes you think I'm going to just let you go?" Zeke said in a cold voice. His eyes glittered with anger and hate as he stared Jackal down. "You have crimes to answer for," he went on, the light glimmering down the length of his blade as he raised it toward Jackal. "People you murdered. I haven't forgotten any of them, and you're still going to pay for what you did." Oh no. Zeke was serious. He was ready for this fight. The confrontation he'd hinted at since arriving in New Covington had finally come. "For my family," he'd said in the tunnels. "For everyone back in Eden. I'm going to kill that vampire, Allison. The only question is, will I have to fight you as well?" I had to make a decision. I couldn't fight them both. As if sensing my thoughts, Zeke flicked a glance at me, his blue eyes suddenly remorseful. "I'm sorry, Allison," he said quietly. "You don't have to help me. Walk away if you have to. But I can't just let him go." Jackal turned a purely sadistic smile on Zeke, and I tensed, ready to leap on if either attacked. "You don't have time for this, blood bag," he crooned. "Shouldn't you be saving your pathetic little human tribe? You think you can take me on alone? How are you going to help them if you're dead?" It was probably the hardest thing I'd done in a long time, but I made my choice. Drawing my sword, I stepped up beside Zeke, facing Jackal down. "He won't be alone," I said. I could feel Zeke's relief and gratitude even without looking at him. Jackal, however, stared at me, eyes narrowing to yellow slits. "Well," he muttered, and all his arrogance disappeared, leaving cold rage in its place. "So that's how it is, huh, sister? You would choose a human over your own blood kin. You really are like Canaan, a traitor to your whole race." I bared my fangs. "From where I'm standing, you're walking out on us. So don't expect any tears from me, brother." "Allison, Ezekiel." Canaan's voice cut through the tension, the rising fury. I paused and glanced at the other vampire, who hadn't moved from his spot beneath the drain. "Let him go," he ordered softly. Zeke didn't move, but his jaw tightened stubbornly. "Canaan, we don't have time for this." I slumped. Canaan was right. We didn't have time to fight Jackal now. The seconds were rapidly ticking away, for all of us. For the refugees and Canaan, and now Zeke. What would happen, I thought numbly, if that time ran out? There'd be no one left. Everyone would die. Except me. I would be alone again. Sheathing my blade, I turned to the human beside me. "Zeke," I said, and put a hand on his arm. It was tight beneath my fingers, muscles coiled into steel bands. "Let's go. Come on, we need to find the refugees." His arm shook, tightening his grip on the weapon, and I lowered my voice. "Please." He resisted me a moment, then finally lowered his blade, the tension leaving his back and shoulders. "This isn't over," Zeke warned in a low voice, still glaring at Jackal. "I'll find you. The next time we meet, vampire, I'll kill you." Jackal chuckled. "The next time I see you, bloodbag, you'll be a stinking, eyeless corpse. So forgive me if I'm not too terribly concerned." Zeke didn't reply. My blood brother stepped away, the evil grin back on his face. "Well, I can't say it hasn't been fun," he said, giving us a mocking salute as he turned to leave. "But I have other things to do now. Vampires to find, armies to raise, that sort of thing." He glanced at me, and his smirk faded a bit. "Sister, if you ever get tired of these walking blood bags, come find me. We could still do great things, you and I." And, with a final sneer, he turned his back on us and walked away, disappearing into the shadows of the pipe. I stared after him, still half thinking he would come stalking back, laughing at us for falling for such an obvious trick. It didn't happen. The darkness behind us remained silent, still, and empty. I closed my eyes once, searching for him, and felt his presence through our blood tie, though it was very faint, pulling farther and farther away. Jackal was gone. "Come on," Canaan said, when it was clear he wasn't coming back. "Let's keep moving. We're almost there." "Did you know?" I asked Canaan a few minutes later when the pipe ended and we came to the main stretch of sewer again. We hurried down the tunnel, knowing we were racing the clock, but questions still hounded me, refusing to leave me alone. The vampire glanced at me, puzzled, and I elaborated. "Jackal," I said, "did you know he would leave if he found out you were sick? Is that why you didn't tell him?" "One of the reasons." Kanan's brow furrowed slightly. "Jackal has always been pragmatic. If he suspects he is on the losing end of a bargain, he'll get out of it somehow and come at it from a different angle. In his eyes, I could no longer give him what he wanted, so he decided to find another way. He's always been like that." "I screwed up," I muttered, angrily kicking a rock into the water. "I'm sorry, Kanan." He shook his head. "Don't apologize for Jackal's shortcomings, Allison. We all made our choices." That didn't make me feel much better. Jackal was still gone, and Kanan was still sick. And Zeke, walking quietly behind us, was starting to cough more and more. He tried to hide it, and he never complained, but I could hear the raspy, painful breaths, caught the faint scent of the blood he would cough up sometimes, and worry gnawed at my insides. "Kanan?" I asked again, and heard him sigh, as if steeling himself for more questions. For a second, I almost didn't ask, but then hardened myself. I wanted to know. "Why did you turn Jackal?" He didn't answer for a long time, and I thought he was going to ignore me. "Why do you want to know?" he finally asked in a quiet, almost sorrowful voice. I shrugged. "Because I'm curious? Because I want to know, how do you choose? If there's a criteria for turning someone into a vampire? Because I want to know if he was ever like me once, and if I could ever become like him." Kanan, in that knowing, inscrutable way of his, seemed to guess what I was thinking. "I found James a few decades ago," he began slowly, as if resigning himself to the tale. "When I returned to this country again, I'd been gone for many years." "Why? What do you mean why? Why were you gone?" He closed his eyes. "You're not going to make this easy for me, are you?" he murmured, and I felt a tiny stab of guilt, but it was overshadowed by determination and a burning desire to finally know all his secrets. Kanan had kept almost everything from me for so long, but I was no longer his student. I wanted to know who my sire really was. I paused then, said, very carefully, "I think I have a right to know, Kanan." "Yes," he murmured, running a hand over his eyes. "Yes, I suppose you do." Dropping his arm, he continued walking down the tunnel, his face dark. "To answer your question," he began, his tone flat, deliberately emotionless, "I was forced to go on the run. After the other masters discovered what I had done, what I created, they all wanted my head. For the first time in countless centuries, they were united under one goal, destroying one of their own. It became almost a competition to see who could kill me first, and of course, there was Saren." His expression darkened. "So I fled the country, spent many years on the run, never staying in one place for long. Eventually, the other masters stopped sending people to kill me, and things finally calmed down. Except for one." I shivered, knowing who he meant. Kanan shook his head. "Saren never stopped. Wherever I went, he wasn't far behind. I knew that one day he would catch up with me, and I knew that, when he did, his revenge would be terrible. But I hoped to atone for my mistakes before that happened. So I returned to this country after many years to find the research the scientists left behind. I knew there was at least one scientist who had survived the carnage the night the rabbits escaped, but I knew nothing of where he was, if his ancestors still lived. After years of searching and getting nowhere, I finally decided to investigate the very place the rabbits were created. Though it was a vampire city now, and its prince still wanted me dead, I had to try." He gave me a sideways look, a faint, rueful smile crossing his lips. "You know the rest." I listened in rapt amazement. This was the most I'd ever heard Kanan speak of his past, as shameful and horror-filled as it was. "Where does Jackal fit in?" I asked, remembering my original question. "Jackal?" Kanan's eyes narrowed. When I returned, the world was not the same. The vampire cities were in full power, and everything outside the cities was chaos. That first year, I stumbled upon the burning remains of a small homestead in the middle of the wilderness. It seemed that bandits or raiders had killed everyone, or so I first thought. But later that night, I found James lying in the road several miles away. He'd been shot in the leg, but had dragged himself as far as he could before his strength gave out. He was dying, I guessed, like me. Yes, though his death was not quite as imminent as yours. Kanan's brow furrowed. Rather, I had no food, no water or medicine or bandages, and we were many miles from civilization. He would have died of blood loss and exposure, and he knew it. We had a rather interesting conversation. Kanan almost smiled again, though his voice was grave. Him lying there, and me standing over him, trying to determine what kind of person he was. I thought I knew what I was creating when I offered him the choice. I thought. Kanan laughed softly, a sound completely without humor. I thought I'd found someone who would help me bring an end to what I had caused. I didn't see what he truly wanted until much later. What happened? Kanan looks reluctant to continue, but he did. I taught him how to be a vampire, same as you. We traveled for several months, the two of us. He seemed fascinated with the idea of curing rabbitism and would ask me questions about the research, the scientists, the hidden labs. We argued about a lot of things, but I was still too blind to see what I'd created. Then, one night, he tracked down those men who killed his family and tried turning them. To this day, I don't know what he told them. Perhaps he offered them immortal life. Perhaps it was only revenge after all. But all those men he attempted to turn became rabid, every single one of them. And he didn't stop trying. I found him with the last of the humans, dead rabbits everywhere, still trying to create his own offspring. And I finally realized what kind of vampire I'd brought into the world. James wanted to bring an end to rabbitism, Kanan finished, his eyes hard, but only to create his own army, his own kingdom, and to fill the world with our kind. Vampires should rule, he told me. Why should humans take over the world when we were so vastly superior? Only numbers had stopped us before, and if vampires could produce offspring again, the humans would never rise up against us. Jackal said you tried to kill him. I did. Kanan's voice was remorseless. He was the only vampire I've ever turned and then tried to destroy. Before James, I didn't care what my few offspring did when we parted ways. I could only teach them how to be an immortal and then let them carve their own path through eternity. But the world that James envisioned was something I could not allow. Unfortunately, he managed to escape, though I told him if our paths crossed again, I would end his life. And that's the last you saw of him? He took the name Jackal and vanished into the mountains with the last of the humans who'd slaughtered his family. I suppose they became the first of his so-called raider army. So Kanan looked down at me. Now you know all my secrets, all my regrets. He raised his head, frowning. You and Ezekiel, who I know has been listening to every word we've said. Sorry, Zeke, said from behind us. I wasn't trying to. Kanan's lips twitched in a bitter smile. Perhaps it is better, he mused, that someone knows who Jackal really is. I swore that I would never create another after James. But his next words nearly lost in the shadows. I am glad that I broke that promise. Kanan, Zeke quickened his pace, catching up to us. Now I have a question, he said, and Kanan sighed once more. He didn't protest, however, and Zeke went on ruthlessly. So you are the vampire that was helping the scientists, aren't you? He asked, and there was a hint of awe in his voice. The one who helped the original team looking for a cure? They spoke of me? Kanan sounded surprised. Zeke nodded. The scientists in Eden told me everything, he said. Everything about the vampire experiments and how the rabbits were created. They said you vanished the night the lab caught fire and the rabbits escaped. His voice took on a faint edge. The common belief was that you started it. No. Kanan's voice was low, remorseful, and a hint of pain glimmered through his calm expression. Since you both seem determined to drag my entire past into the light, no, it was not I who set fire to the lab. I told them the rabbits needed to be destroyed, but most of the scientists disagreed. There was a split among them, those who wanted the rabbits put down and those who thought they could still be used. Finally, a decision was made to kick several of the scientists off the team, the ones who wanted the rabbits destroyed. Kanan paused, then said very softly, one of them was the head scientist, Malachi Cross. Zeke drew in a sharp breath. Jebediah's grandfather.
I went to the lab that night to stop him, Kaneen said darkly. I knew what he was planning, but by the time I got there, it was too late. The lab was in flames, the scientists were dead, and the rabbits were gone. I had failed. For a moment after this revelation, we were all silent, the only sounds being our footsteps echoing on the cement and Zeke's ragged breathing. Did you know about the other lab? I questioned at last. The one in Old DC? Kaneen shook his head. Not at the time, though I did find out about it later. They were giving human patients the experimental cure, weren't they? Foolish. There was a massive rabbit outbreak in that area, I said. Thousands of people, tens of thousands, maybe more, died and turned because of it. So, you might not be responsible for the spread of rabbitism, Kaneen. It might have started in DC, not New Covington. Even if that were true, Kaneen glanced at me, his eyes shadowed. I was the one who exposed our race, who offered the lives of other kindred to find a cure. I appreciate the thought, Allison, but this is still on my head. Now, his attention shifted to Zeke, who was listening to this in somber silence. I have told you everything about my past, and we are still a few minutes away from Sector 4. I wish to know about the scientists in Eden. Have they been given the research? Are they working on a cure? But before Zeke could answer, scuttling sounded up ahead, and two skinny, pale figures darted out of a nearby tunnel. The mole men slid to a halt when they saw us, hissing and raising their crude blades. "More topsiders," one rasped, baring rotted black teeth. "Get out! Get out of our territory! You'll find no safety down here. The topsider camp is destroyed. The intruders will be dead soon. You will join them if you do not leave, now." Zeke stepped forward, pistol in hand, his face and voice icy. "What did you do to them?" The mole men hissed again, eyes widening. "The topsider chief," the second man snarled. "He's returned. With vampires. Run, warn the others." They took off, but Zeke was already bringing up his gun, and I was lunging forward. The pistol boomed, striking a mole man in the back, and my katana sliced down, beheading the other. Quickly. Kaneen came forward, hurrying into the dark. It sounds like we don't have much time. The smell of blood hit me soon after, soaking the air and making my stomach turn with hunger. As we drew closer to the underground camp, voices began to echo out of the tunnels. Cries, shouts, angry hisses and snarls. A desperate scream cut through the clamor ahead, and we began to run, weapons already drawn. A mole man emerged from a familiar tunnel, shrieking in alarm as he saw us. With a chill, I recognized the tunnel as the entrance to the camp, the one that had been barred when Roach first brought us here. The gate had been torn off and lay in a rusty heap in the water. Zeke didn't slow down. As the mole man lunged forward, Zeke ducked beneath the wild swing and brought his machete flashing up, striking the man in the chest and ripping the blade out through his side. Screeching, the mole man crumpled behind us, and Zeke led us through the gate. A body lay in the entrance, the young guard Roach had spoken to on our first trip here. Stab wounds covered his chest and stomach, and he gazed unseeing at the roof. Another body sprawled nearby, a mole man, bloody and still. Stone-faced, Zeke rushed past them to the staircase that led to the floor above, and began taking them two at a time. Kaneen and I followed. We emerged from the stairwell into chaos.
Fires burned erratically through the boiler room, steel drums knocked over and spilling hot coals onto the cement. Bodies darted through the flames and shadows, pale mole men and terrified refugees scurrying about in panicked confusion. A pair of mole men had trapped a woman against a corner and closed in, stabbing and punching, and Zeke sprang forward with a furious yell. I went to help him, but Kanine stepped out of the shadows, into the sickly red light, and roared. The chilling sound echoed through the room, making my hair stand on end and causing everyone to spin around. As Zeke slashed his blade across one mole man's neck and clubbed the other with his gun, everyone else in the room, both attackers and refugees, screamed as they realized what had come into their midst, and scattered into the darkness. Goaded by the scent of fear and violence, I roared a challenge as well and leaped into the room. Several mole men came at me, slashing and flailing, screeching their hate. I cut them down, my demon reveling in the blood that coated the walls and spattered to floor, arching in ribbons across my face. A few yards away, Zeke fought his way through the center, blade flashing, the occasional bark of gunfire ringing off the boilers. Kanine swept into the room, a dark shadow of death, and every person he passed crumpled to the ground a second later, bleeding and lifeless. In seconds, the room emptied. Most of the attackers opted not to stay and fight, but fled toward the ladder when they realized vampires had joined the fray. I let them go, though it was hard not to chase them into the tunnels, to run them into the darkness and rip out their throats. Keeping a firm hold on my bloodlust, I sheathed my katana, willed my demon to settle down, and looked around for Kanine and Zeke. Zeke stood in the center of the room, panting, his gun and machete dangling at his sides, as he watched the last of the mole men leave. His blue eyes gleamed dangerously in the dim light, as if he was holding himself back, forcing himself not to fire on the pale, retreating forms. Kanine stood nearby, all but hidden in the corner shadows. Zeke! A young man rushed up to him, panicked, grabbing at his shirt. Zeke flinched as the other boy yanked on him desperately. "Where were you? We've been trying to contact you for hours." "I came as soon as I could." Zeke freed himself and took a step back, surveying the room grimly. Bodies lay scattered about, some moaning, most deathly still. The refugee came at him again, and Zeke jerked away. "Don't come near me," he snapped, and the boy froze, gazing at him in shock. Zeke backed away, his arm to his mouth. "Stay away from me, all of you." "I don't." He swallowed hard. "I'm sick," he told him, and the refugee's face went white. "I don't want you getting what I have. Keep your distance." The boy fled to a corner of the room. Zeke watched him go, then gazed around at the other survivors, now eyeing him with nearly the same amount of fear as they were the vampires. A pained look crossed his face, and he turned to me. "Allie, will you help me figure out how many are still alive?" We took a head count of the survivors. The results were sobering. Of the 24 or so refugees Zeke had left behind, only 9 had survived the sudden attack. Many of them had been badly wounded, and at least a couple of them wouldn't survive the night. Zeke took the news stoically, then began the slow process of organizing the chaos, helping the injured, directing people to bind wounds, posting a guard at the entrance in case the mole men returned. But he kept his distance from everyone, and, more than once, had to back away when harsh coughing racked his lean frame, pressing an old cloth to his nose and mouth. The refugees cringed back when he did this, glancing between him and the vampires, clearly not knowing which was worse. "They're vulnerable here," Kanine told me when I joined him in the corner. I tried to help Zeke manage the confusion in the aftermath, but it was hard when everyone was terrified of the blood-drenched vampire girl. Kanine, more intelligently, had taken a spot along the far wall and was simply watching. I glanced at him. "What do you mean?" "The mole men know where they are. Their defenses are gone. If they attack again, they'll likely succeed in killing everyone." He watched a refugee limp across the room and shook his head. "We won't be around to protect them much longer." "They can't stay here then," I muttered. "They have to find another camp." "Where, though? Another place in the tunnels? You would risk running into more mole men," Kanine pointed out. "If they are this incensed about topsiders invading their territory, perhaps it is best that they leave it altogether." Yeah, but where? I asked again. Up top isn't any safer, with the bleeders and the crazies running around. Where could they possibly go that's remotely safe? This was your old sector, was it not? Yes, but I stopped, thinking. I did know of one place. It's not far, I mused to myself, and it's fairly isolated. The basement is a good spot to hole up if things go bad. Not ideal, but better than here. Right, I muttered, pushing myself off the wall. I know where we can go. I found Zeke standing among the huge rusted boilers at the back of the room. His back was to me, and his head was bowed as he gazed at something near his feet. Curious, I walked up behind him, peered down, and winced. Roach sat against one of the columns, his young face turned sightlessly to the ceiling, the hilt of a dagger shoved through his chest. The walkie-talkie was still clutched in one hand. Knowing Zeke, knowing he was blaming himself, I put a hand on his arm. It was so hot, burning under my fingertips. "This isn't your fault," I said softly. He didn't answer. Stepping forward, he bent down and gently took the walkie-talkie from Roach's limp grasp, a heavy, broken sigh escaping him as he rose. "Zeke," I ventured as he turned around, his face frozen into a stoic mask. "The other refugees, they can't stay here." "I know." He replaced the walkie-talkie, sliding it onto his belt, and became businesslike again. "I was trying to come up with a way to tell you and Kanine. I'm taking them topside. You don't have to stick around. You should go after Saren. I'll be fine." He wasn't looking at me. Anger flickered, but I kept my voice calm, reasonable. "You don't know this sector as well as I do. Where will you go?" "We'll find a place." His eyes strayed back to Roach, and he turned away, walking slowly back toward the group. "Dawn is about 2 hours from now," he said, passing me without looking up. "It'll take that long to get topside and find a place to hide from the bleeders. You and Kanine can still get a good head start back to Sector 2 before morning. Don't worry about me. I'll catch up when I can." A growl rose to my throat. Reaching out, I grabbed his elbow, spun him around, and pushed him back into a pillar. He gave a startled hoof, eyes widening in shock, before I stepped up and kissed him hard. He froze for a second before his arms came up to pull me closer. I leaned into him, feeling the hunger rise up, feeling his lips on mine, his hands sliding over my back. I let myself feel all these things, including the urge to drop my head to his neck and plunge my fangs into his throat. I could control it, I would control it, because there was no way I was letting Zeke go now. "I have a better idea," I whispered when we finally pulled back. My face was inches from his, and I could feel the heat radiating from him, hot and feverish. "Why don't you let us help you?" His chest heaved beneath my palms. "What about Saren?" "We'll find Saren." I slipped my fingers into his hair, brushing it back, and he closed his eyes. "We can get these people to safety and find Saren in time. It doesn't have to be one or the other, Zeke." He didn't answer, and I dropped my hands, resting them on his shoulders, the backs of my fingers lightly touching his neck. "I have a place we can go topside, the old school, where I used to live. It's isolated, there's plenty of space, and it's fairly secure. They'll be safe there, as safe as they can be anywhere in the fringe. We just have to get them out of here, now." "I don't want to slow you down." I gave him a challenging half smirk. "You were the one who traveled halfway across the country to find me, Zeke Cross. Now that you have, and now that you insist that something brought us together, I'm afraid you're not getting rid of me that easily. Or maybe I should say, I'm not letting you go. Vampires are possessive like that." A tiny snort, and his eyes finally lightened a shade. "So, you're saying I'm a pet now, vampire girl?" It really wasn't the place or the time to be thinking of this. Saren was out there, Jackal was gone, and we still had the refugees to deal with tonight. Kanine and Zeke were both living on borrowed time, and every second was crucial. But all I could think of now was how much I wanted this. I wanted to take this risk, despite all the years of self-preservation telling me to hide, to pull back, protect myself. Zeke had not protected himself. He'd come to New Covington knowing exactly who I was, what I was, and he was the reason I could take a chance, the reason I could for once put my heart on the line, open myself up, and let someone in. My arms slipped around his neck. I looked up at his face, into those clear sapphire eyes, and whispered, "Kiss me, Zeke." He did. His eyes closed, he lowered his head, and his lips closed over my own, gentle and soft. This one lasted several long moments, and when Zeke drew back again, his eyes were dark with passion. But they were a little wary now, too. "Kanine is watching us," he murmured. My head cleared instantly. I felt a tiny stab of fear, wondering what my mentor would say, if he would scold or shake his head in disgust. Certainly he wouldn't be pleased. I couldn't see his face very well, as he was still across the room in his dark corner, but I could feel the weight of his stare boring into me. Zeke gently pushed me back, stepping off the pillar. "I'll get the others ready to move," he said. "It shouldn't take long." "How far to this school of yours?" "We'll be there before dawn," I told him, still feeling Kanine's eyes on us. "You knew he would find out about you and Zeke sometime, Allison. He probably suspected everything even before this. Question is, do you care what he thinks about a vampire and a human?" "All right," Zeke nodded. "Let me explain what's going on to everyone. We'll be ready to head out in a few minutes." "Zeke?" He turned back, eyes questioning, and before I lost my nerve, in full view of my sire, I stepped up to him, put my hands on the sides of his face, and kissed him one more time. "I know you're watching, Kanine, and yes, this is my answer." Zeke drew back, looking a little dazed. Gazing down at me, he gave a wry smile, licking his lips. "That didn't have anything to do with him over there, did it?" he asked, sounding suspiciously amused and a little breathless. I bit my lip. "Does that bother you? If it involves kissing you? Please, use me to prove a point any time." With a faint smile, he squeezed my arm and stepped back, and I let him this time. "I'll get everyone together. Give me 10 minutes and we'll be ready." "Zeke?" He turned back, eyes questioning, and before I lost my nerve, in full view of my sire, I stepped up to him, put my hands on the sides of his face, and kissed him one more time. "I know you're watching, Kanine, and yes, this is my answer." Zeke drew back, looking a little dazed. Gazing down at me, he gave a wry smile, licking his lips. "That didn't have anything to do with him over there, did it?" he asked, sounding suspiciously amused and a little breathless. I bit my lip. "Does that bother you? If it involves kissing you? Please, use me to prove a point any time." With a faint smile, he squeezed my arm and stepped back, and I let him this time. "I'll get everyone together, give me 10 minutes, and we'll be ready to go." I watched him depart, steeled myself, and then walked over to Kanine, who hadn't moved from his place in the corner. "That was interesting," he mused in a toneless voice as I joined him along the wall. "I assume that last display was solely for my benefit?" "Kanine, Allison." My sire looked at me, solemn and grave. "I am not in any position to tell you what to do or how to live your life," he said, surprising me. "You already know my thoughts, and, as I've discovered before, you will either heed my advice or you won't. I don't need to remind you. You're not the same girl I left outside New Covington, and I am no longer your teacher. However," he continued, just as I'd started to relax, "I will issue this one warning. I will not turn that boy for you, if it comes down to that. He is too human to make it as a vampire. It would destroy him very quickly." "I know," I muttered, watching Zeke move among the refugees, keeping his distance in order not to infect them. He already made me promise the same thing, that if he was dying, to just let him go. Kanine's eyes searched the side of my face. "And could you?" he asked softly. "Let him go?" I didn't answer, and Canon didn't push the question. We watched the humans in silence, two vampires standing in the darkness on the outskirts of humanity, always looking in. We took the remaining refugees through the tunnels, very nearly the whole way. This soon after the attack, we weren't worried about a mole man ambush. Now that they knew vampires had invaded their home, they were likely fleeing to scattered corners of the sewers to hide and wait for the monsters to return to the surface. The bigger danger would come from the bleeders up top. Despite the emptiness of the tunnels, progress was slow. Most of the refugees had been hurt, and a couple were severely wounded, slowing our hike to a near crawl. I bit down my impatience and ignored the demon inside telling me to eat a few, to kill off the weak and sick. Dawn wasn't far, and at this rate, we'd barely have enough time to get off the streets and out of the light. The sky was an ominous gray as we finally made our painstaking way across the empty lot, ignoring the few frozen corpses lying in the weeds. The snow had stopped, and the old school looked like a sullen beast huddled against the cold. I led everyone through the doors, down the shadowy, rubble-strewn halls, to the basement at the bottom of the stairs. It was pitch black down there, and probably freezing, but the room had cement walls, no windows, and a single thick door that barred from the inside. It was the most secure place I knew, in the fringe anyway. If the bleeders could get this far, there was no hope for the uninfected humans. Zeke watched the refugees set up the new camp, waited until blankets had been passed out, fires had been lit, and people had settled in, before turning to me. "They'll be all right now," he muttered. He'd been coughing the whole way here and had wrapped a strip of cloth around his nose and mouth to keep the sickness contained. Sweat glistened on his brow, even through the cold, and the fabric below his lips was spattered with red. I nodded. At least they'll be safe from the bleeders here. Food was still going to be a problem, but food was always a problem in the fringe. Zeke suddenly winced and pressed a palm to his forehead, making my stomach clench in worry. "You all right?" "Yeah, I'm fine. Headache." He dropped his hand, smiling to ease my fear. "Where did Cannon go?" "He said he was going to find a place to sleep." Cannon had vanished soon after we had showed everyone to the basement, slipping into the darkness without a sound. And in this big, crumbling building with its countless rooms and dark corridors, I'd probably never find him. I would have to follow him soon. The sun was up now, and sluggishness pulled at my eyelids. I need to get going too. "Allie?" Zeke sounded uncomfortable, raking a hand through his bangs. "Can I come with you?" he asked, making me blink in surprise. "I don't want to stay down there," he continued, "not when I could put the others at risk. I don't want this thing to spread." I nodded. "Sure, thanks. Hold on just a second." Zeke turned and shrugged out of his pack, placing it down inside the door. "There's food and supplies in there for anyone who needs it," I heard him say to the people in the room. "Try to make it last as long as you can." I gave him a chiding look as we stepped into the hall again, shaking my head. "You could have used that too, Zeke." "They need it more," he replied without hesitation. "Better that it doesn't go to waste." He stopped, dropping his gaze, but we both knew the words he was about to say next. "I'm not going to be around much longer." Fear squeezed my insides again, but I didn't say anything as I led him back down the hall, through a door I'd used thousands of times, and into a familiar room. It was light outside now. The sun would just be peeking its head above the rooftops, but the black bags over the windows did a good job in darkening the room. I didn't need the artificial light to see most everything was how I'd left it. When I was living with Cannon in the old hospital, I had defied his wishes and returned to my old room one night, only to find that two strangers had moved in. Though they'd been killed by Psychovamp before they had the chance to really change anything, they had managed to burn my entire book collection to keep themselves warm. That was the last I'd seen of this place before Cannon and I were forced to flee New Covington and go on the run. I didn't know what had become of the two corpses that had been here the night I first met Saren, but they weren't here now. Zeke shone the flashlight around curiously, taking everything in. When the beam swept over the mattress and blanket in the corner, he paused, frowning. Scanning the room once more, glimpsing the subtle signs of inhabitation, understanding suddenly dawned on his face. "This was your room?" I nodded wearily. "I lived here with my gang, back when I was still human." Picking up an overturned chair, I set it back beneath the table. "It's not much, but it was better than some people had." I took a candle off the shelf, burned down to just a stump, and turned it in my fingers. Could it be that I'd been human just a few short months ago? It didn't seem possible. "Anyway," I said, replacing it, "go ahead and take the mattress. You look like you could use the sleep. Just keep to the left side. The right edge is kind of pokey." "What about you?" "Don't worry about me." I gave him a half smile and moved toward a far corner, away from the windows. I can sleep on anything now, as long as it's out of the sun. But I really do have to get to sleep, Ezekiel. I can barely keep my eyes open as it is. It felt strange admitting that. At one point, I would never have let anyone but Stick stay in my room. And now, my vampire instincts warned me never to let anyone see where I slept during the day. I knew the older, stronger vampires like Cannon and Salazar could force themselves awake if they had to, and Jackal claimed he could do it as well. But while I could force myself to stay awake after the sun rose, I had yet to develop the talent of waking up once I'd already gone to sleep. If it were anyone but Zeke, I would have done what Cannon had this evening and slipped away to find a safe, hidden spot to retire, away from fearful humans. I was still leery of the refugees. I hoped they would stay down in that basement and not go wandering the halls. But there was nothing I could do about them now, and at least my door was locked from the inside. Allison. Zeke's voice stopped me as I began to look around for a spot where I could lie back against the wall. You don't have to. I mean, he raked a hand through his hair, suddenly embarrassed. We could share, he finally admitted, not meeting my eyes. The mattress is big enough. I stared at him, my stomach doing a little cartwheel. I'd shared the mattress before with Stick, but only for body heat, so that we wouldn't freeze to death on frigid winter nights. This would be something completely different. Zeke peered up at my silence, and spots of color tinted his pale cheeks. That is, if you wanted to, just to sleep. I wasn't implying that we... He colored even more fiercely. That came out all wrong. I wouldn't do anything, Allie. You know that, right? I know, I said, easing his humiliation. And it's not that, Zeke. It's just, you would be right there, lying next to me. Can I control myself? Would it be too much of a temptation for the monster? I spoke slowly, needing him to understand. Sleeping next to a vampire might not be the safest thing for you. Zeke actually chuckled at that, though it turned to a painful cough that made me wince. I think it's a little late to worry about what's safe now, he rasped. But it's your decision, of course. Whatever you want to do. I wanted to lie down. Fatigue pulled at me, making my thoughts sluggish, my reactions muted. The sun was fully up, and my vampire instincts, the ones screaming at me to go to sleep, were getting too strong to ignore. The thought of being pressed against Zeke, feeling his warmth and his heartbeat as we lay together, was suddenly very, very tempting. All right, I murmured, and Zeke's eyebrows rose. I still don't know if this is a good idea, but I walked forward, pulling my sheath over my head and setting it down beside the mattress. If I didn't lie down soon, I was going to fall over. This was as good a place as any. I didn't look at him as I sank to my knees on the bed. It was thin and threadbare, but instantly familiar. Behind me, I felt Zeke hesitate, then shrug out of his combat vest, dropping it at the corner along with his weapons. The mattress groaned as he settled atop it, his movements stiff and uncomfortable. "Are you sure you're all right with this?" he asked. Without answering, I grabbed the blanket and lay back, tossing it over myself before I could change my mind. Zeke paused, then lay down too, sliding beneath the cover. Though he kept his body from touching mine, his heat filled the space instantly, a cocoon of warmth spreading between us under the blanket. It felt sick, however, feverish. Zeke turned to his side, shifting to face the wall, away from me. I felt the mattress shake as he coughed, trying to muffle it in the blanket, and a stab of fear pierced my exhaustion. What if I woke up tomorrow night and there was a corpse lying beside me? What if Zeke died, slipping away from me during the day? I'd never know until the sun went down, and it was too late. I turned toward him, gazing at his lean shoulders. He lay with his head cradled on one arm, his breaths labored and raspy. The back of his neck was bared to me, and I felt my fangs slide out, the hunger urging me to ease forward and sink my teeth into his flesh. It cared nothing for the fact that biting Zeke would be fatal to me now. All it saw was a sick, vulnerable, unsuspecting human, and the perfect opportunity to strike. I forced my fangs to retract and reached out for him, brushing his arm. He let out a ragged, shaky breath, and his shoulders hunched at my touch. "Allison?" "Turn around," I whispered. He hesitated, then shifted to his other side, facing me in the darkness. For a moment, we gazed at each other, our faces an arm's length apart. Zeke's head lay in the crook of his elbow, solemn blue eyes watching me. I could see my own reflection in them, but also the pain that creased his forehead, the sickly heat pouring off him. "What's wrong?" he whispered after a moment. "I can't lose you. I'm terrified I'm going to watch you die. I hate this," I finally muttered, my voice just a whisper between us. "I hate being so helpless. I wish this was something I could fight, something I could face one-on-one. I'd have a chance then." Zeke, I noticed, was being careful not to move, careful not to reach out and touch me. I caught hints of the longing on his face. It was clear he wanted to, but restrained himself. "I don't believe in fate," he said carefully, "but I do believe everything happens for a reason. That there is some plan, some meaning to this darkness we live in." He sighed, wrinkling his forehead, his eyes going distant. "Maybe I'm wrong, but it's gotten me this far. It's the reason I fight, the reason I can keep going, despite everything. And it led me to you." The room was much lighter now. I knew the sun's rays were sliding across the windows behind me, clawing at the barrier. My eyes were heavy. My body felt like it was made of stone. With the last of my strength, I reached out and hooked Zeke's shirt, tugging him forward. He blinked, then scooted close so that we were pressed together beneath the covers, his arms wrapped around me and mine around him. His heart pounded against my chest, my nose and jaw were nestled in the hollow of his throat. Temptation and hunger tried to flare up, to take advantage of this perfect opportunity. But I was half asleep now, too tired to listen. Not even the sweet blood coursing right below my lips could tempt me at this moment. "Stay," I whispered, as my eyes flickered shut. "I'm not letting you go." I felt him shift in my arms, holding me tighter, tucking my head under his chin. "Only death will take me away from you, vampire girl," he whispered. "And even then, I'll watch over you from wherever I end up." That was the last thing I heard before sleep pulled me under. No nightmares. My sleep was blissfully free of the visions, dreams, and emotions of my creator. Whether Kanan had finally found some sort of peace, or he could control himself now that he wasn't being tortured, the next time I woke, the room was dark, and my thoughts were my own. But the space beside me was empty. "Zeke?" I stood, gazing quickly around the room. The flashlight was gone, as were his combat vest and weapons, and the room was empty, save for me. Alarmed, I opened the door and stepped into the halls, searching for him. He wasn't in the dark corridors, or in the room with the refugees, though the door was still shut and locked from the inside. I didn't think he would risk going into the room with them. So where was he? I finally caught sight of a lean, blonde figure in the open doors that led outside, gazing at the empty lot. It was snowing again, and thick flakes fell softly around him, landing in his hair and spotting his shoulders. Relieved, I strode forward, joining him at the entrance to the school, though he didn't turn to me immediately. "Zeke, what are you doing?" I asked, scanning the lot for bleeders. It was empty, and the city beyond seemed still. "Too quiet." "I couldn't sleep," Zeke muttered, his voice low and tense. "It was too hot." And his hand went to his face. "My head is killing me." Chilled, I took his arm and turned him to face me. His eyes were bloodshot, his skin gaunt and wasted, and his hair was drenched with sweat. Heat poured off him like an ember, that intense, sickly heat that made my stomach turn. We were almost out of time. We had to find Saren, now. "Where's Kanan?" I demanded, releasing him and stepping away. "We're leaving. There's no more time to wait. Where is he?" "I saw him this evening," Zeke said as we ducked back inside. "On the steps to the second floor." He hesitated, his face grim. "Allie, it's not pretty. Prepare yourself." My dread grew. We hurried through the building, past the door to my room and the hall to the basement, to a flight of crumbling cement stairs leading to the second floor. I'd been up there before when I'd been human, but the gang didn't use it much. The third floor had collapsed on top of it, and most of the rooms were filled with rubble and stone, making it hazardous to navigate. A dark figure sat on the top steps of the flight, elbows resting on knees and head bowed. Just seeing him like that made me uneasy. He looked like he was in pain. Kanan, the vampire who'd taken 3 bullets to the chest once and pulled them out again without flinching. Then Kanan raised his head, and I had to bite my lip to keep from crying out in horror. The skin on his cheeks, forehead, and jaw had blackened and was beginning to peel away, showing hints of bone through the wasted flesh. His dark eyes had sunk into his head, leaving black circles beneath them, and were glazed over with pain. The skin along his arms and the backs of his hands had darkened too, ominous patches getting ready to crack and rot away, as the virus ravaging his body from the inside finally started to break through. "Oh, Kanan," the words came out choked. I didn't even know what to say. It was too horrible and terrifying. One day for the virus to spread this far. What will he look like in another 24 hours? "Are you ready to leave?" His voice was as deep and as calm as ever. You would never guess he was in terrible pain unless you noticed the glassy look in his eyes, the tight set of his jaw. I nodded, and Kanan pushed himself upright, glancing at Zeke behind me. "Will you be able to travel?" "I can make it." He didn't argue, only nodded and started down the stairs. "Then let's go. It will take us several hours to reach Sector 2 on foot."
The door to the basement hall was open as we walked by, and one of the refugees hovered in the frame, watching us pass. His face was hard as he stared at us, eyes narrowed in suspicion and fear. When Zeke glanced at him, his lips thinned, and he vanished through the frame without a word, the door clicking shut behind him. Back in the sewers, we moved quickly, feeling the night slipping away from us. Neither Kanin nor Zeke spoke much, saving their strength for walking. Zeke's coughs seemed to have slowed, but he would often press a hand to his eyes or temple, gritting his teeth, and a few times he stumbled, as if he couldn't quite see what was on the ground in front of him. It made me sick with worry, for both him and Kanin. Kanin, of course, didn't make a sound, marching on with grim determination, his jaw set. But the one time he stopped to get his bearings, leaning heavily against a wall with his shoulders hunched, I could tell how awful he was feeling. "They're dying," was the thought in my head, constantly tormenting me with every step, every labored breath from Zeke, or look of pain from my sire. "They're dying, and I can't help them. I can't do anything for them. What good is immortality if I can't help the ones I care about? If I have to spend eternity alone?" Overhead, the bleeders roamed the streets, muttering and laughing to themselves. Or they would scream at nothing, beat at cars, walls, and each other, claw at their faces. And though I didn't want to, I wondered when Zeke would start showing signs of that insanity. The screaming and blind rage, the tearing at eyes and skin until the face was a mangled, bloody mess. What would I do if he started that? Just make it quick. Don't let me suffer or become a danger to anyone else. Ice formed in my veins, chilling me to the bone, as the realization hit all at once. I might have to kill them, both of them. If we couldn't get to Saren in time, Zeke would turn on us, and Kanin would be in so much agony he'd be better off dead. I hadn't let myself think we could fail until now, but if Saren didn't have a cure, I would have to. I veered away from those thoughts, my throat dangerously tight. There was no one else. It would have to be me. It wasn't a question of whether I could do it. I would not let Kanin suffer like that vampire in the hospital room, his eyes begging me to kill him. If it came down to that choice, I would take his head and put him out of his misery at last. I knew my sire well enough to know he would want it that way. But Zeke, I could barely stand to think about it. It didn't seem right that we had just found each other, that I had just let myself think that we could make this work, and he might have to die by my hand. But the world wasn't fair, and I'd known that for a while. If I had to kill Kanin and Zeke, so be it. I would mourn and scream and grieve their loss, and I would never get that close to anyone again. But I would not let them suffer needless agony because I couldn't let them go. Someone, however, would pay for their deaths. Saren and Salazar would pay, and now I could add Jackal to that list as well. If we couldn't find a cure in time, not even the prince himself would be safe from my retribution. If either of them died, there would be hell to pay. but I wasn't giving up yet. After a few hours of walking, Zeke began to stumble badly, and Kanin stopped, turning to give him an appraising look. "Take a break," he said, nodding to a section of wall that had crumbled, large, flat stones providing a few places to sit. I was struck by how awful he looked, the blackened wounds on his cheeks and forehead spreading a bit more each time I looked at him. "We're going topside soon, and we'll need to hurry to get out of the open. Rest a few minutes." "I'm fine," Zeke said stubbornly, though his voice was ragged. "I can keep going. It's not negotiable." Kanin's eyes narrowed, and he gestured more firmly to the rocks. "Sit." Zeke complied, dropping onto a stone block, rubbing his eyes. Kanin leaned against a wall, wincing slightly, as if the pressure of the cement against his back was painful. I hoped more wounds had not opened up beneath his clothes. "How far are we from the hospital?" I asked Kanin. "I don't remember going this way the last time we were here." "A couple more hours, depending how crowded the streets are." Kanin closed his eyes for a moment, a tiny flicker of pain crossing his features. "This way is a bit longer, but we've stayed below ground nearly the whole way there. I would rather avoid the infected for as long as we can." "What if Saren isn't there?" Kanin smiled humorously. "I think the more pressing question would be, what if he is?" I shivered. "Then we'd probably have to fight him. He certainly wouldn't just give us the cure, even if he had one." I hoped I was up for it. I hoped Kanin and Zeke were up for it. Saren was certainly no pushover when it came to violence. Saren. Dropping his hands, Zeke leaned forward, resting his forearms on his knees. For a moment, he appeared deep in thought. "I remember Jeb telling me something," he muttered at last, staring into the darkness, "about the vampire who killed his family. He was 16 when it happened, and I only got the story out of him one time. He never spoke of it again, ever." I blinked. Jeb Badia as a kid, a teenager like me? I tried to picture it and failed. The dour, unsmiling old man with the steely eyes was all I could see. "What happened?" I asked. Zeke's brow furrowed. "I don't remember the whole story, but the way Jeb told it, his father came home one night frantic, saying they had to leave town, that Malachi had done something horrible, and that something was coming for them. So they loaded everyone into the car, Jeb and his younger sister in the back, and left without taking anything." Another shock. Jeb Badia had a sister. How old would she be now, I wondered? And would Jeb be the same bitter, angry old man if she had left? I didn't know anything about him, I realized. Even Zeke, his adopted son, barely knew his father at all. I wondered how many more secrets Jeb Badia had taken with him to the grave. "They thought they had gotten away," Zeke continued, oblivious to my thoughts about his father. "But, a few miles out of town, a tall, pale man suddenly appeared in the middle of the road, smiling at them. Jeb's father swerved, and the car went into a gully, rolling down to the bottom. Jeb was thrown clear, but when he crawled back to the car, his sister was dead, his mom was lying against a rock with her head split open, and his father was bleeding all over the place. Jeb tried to pull him free, but his father pressed something into his hand, said it must be protected at all costs, and told him to run. He wouldn't have listened, except the pale man was coming, so he ran." Kanin stood silent, unmoving, while I still tried to wrap my head around the thought of Jeb as a kin and a brother, watching his family die. "That was Saren, wasn't it?" Zeke asked, looking up at Kanin. "Taking revenge by killing the scientists and their families. When you were talking about the lab burning down and the rabbits escaping, everything sort of clicked." When Kanin still didn't answer, he gave a humorous chuckle, shaking his head. "It all comes back to you, doesn't it?" he murmured. "The rabbits, Saren, Jackal, everything." "If you want vengeance for your father," Kanin finally said, his tone low and weary, "I would ask you to wait until we solve this crisis. Afterward, if I am still alive, feel free to join the ranks of every vampire and human who wishes to remove my head, though I fear it is a very, very long line." "I don't want revenge," Zeke told him before I could speak up. "Not on you, anyway. And not just because of Allison either." He leveled a piercing stare at Kanin, who regarded him blankly.
You tried to help the scientists before, he said.
Do you still feel the same way? Do you still want to save the human race? When Kanine frowned, Zeke paused, as if debating with himself whether or not to continue. Finally, he sighed. If there was a possible cure for rabbitism, he went on slowly, what would you do to find it, to protect it? Zeke. I stared at him as Kanine straightened, giving him his full attention. What are you saying? He gave me a guilty look. I wanted to tell you earlier, he began, but I didn't want to mention it around Jackal or the other vampires. The scientists in Eden have something. At least, that's what they hope. I gaped, feeling my stomach drop. There's a cure? Maybe. It's too soon to tell. He looked at me and Kanine in turn. With Jeb's research, they've been able to get closer than they ever have before. But they've hit a block. They're missing something crucial. Something that isn't in Eden. I frowned in confusion, but Kanine closed his eyes. Vampire blood, he murmured, and my insides went cold. Vampire blood? The thing that had started it all, that had birthed the rabbits and turned the whole world into hell on earth. And then the real reason Zeke was here, the reason he had tracked me across the country, begged me to go with him to Eden, hit me like a slap in the face. That's why you wanted me to come with you to Eden? I asked faintly, looking at Zeke in horror. You want to hand me over to the scientists to use as their very lab rat? So they can stick me in a cage and poke me with needles, like the vampires in the old hospital? Like the humans in the old DC lab, tied to their beds and screaming while they were being experimented on? My voice was growing louder, the vampire within howling at this betrayal, urging me to attack. My fangs slid out, and I bared them at the human before me. Is that why you came, Ezekiel? Of course not. Zeke rose quickly, wincing as he steadied himself. I snarled and backed away from him, and he held out a hand, his voice gentle. Allie, he pleaded, you know me better than that. I would never do anything that would hurt or imprison or put you in danger. If that was my only reason for coming, I wouldn't be down here trying to stop Saren. I would have gotten the blood some other way and gone back to Eden by now. His brow furrowed, and he rubbed his forehead before focusing on me again. You are the only reason I'm here, the only reason I came. Are you sure about that? I asked, forcing my voice not to shake. Against the wall, Kanine watched us, unmoving, but I barely noticed him. Jeb knew how important the research was. That's why he gave everything he had to get it to Eden. He knew how desperately we need that cure. He would have done anything to find it. What's one vampire to save the entire world? I'm not my father, Zeke said evenly, and I was going to come looking for you anyway. Even if there was no cure, I would still come. If you believe anything at all, believe that. But, Allie, the scientists heard about you from the guards at the gate. They heard the stories about a vampire who didn't immediately slaughter everyone at the clinic. And they asked me a lot of questions about you, and Jeb, and our travels together. When they found out I was planning to leave the island, they asked if I was willing to bring you back to Eden. Not as an experiment or a lab rat, I would never agree to that. But they need vampire blood to continue working on the cure. He sighed, raking a hand down his face. I know how it sounds, he admitted. Even I was suspicious at first. But the Eden scientists know what happened at the other lab, how the rabbits were created. They're not going to make the same mistakes twice. How do you know? I demanded. They could be using you, Zeke. They could be lying just to get you to bring them a vampire. And if that's the case, you won't be able to stop them from turning me into an experiment. I'm not going to Eden just so they can do to me what they did to the vampires 60 years ago. I'll go, Kanine said softly. We turned to stare at him. He shrugged, looking mostly at Zeke. If I survive this, if we somehow manage to stop Saren and end the plague, I'll go with you to Eden, and your scientists can use me however they want.
Canine, I whispered, appalled. You can't be serious. You, of all people, should know what could happen. What they created last time. They're doing the same thing. Canine just smiled. What could they possibly do to make it worse? He asked. I started to protest, and he cut me off. I was wrong before, he said, his voice hard. I allowed the blood of others to be shed when the sacrifice should have been mine. I've spent a lifetime atoning for that mistake. Pain lit his eyes, the guilt of countless decades weighing him down. But Ezekiel is right. I cannot let the fear of the past color the future. If a cure is to be found, if the humans still require vampires to create one, at least, this time, the blood on their hands will be mine. It is only fitting. But we must find Saren first. We should get going then, Zeke muttered, and took a staggering step forward. Because honestly, I don't know how much longer I can keep walking. He pressed the heels of his palms into his eye sockets. God, it feels like my eyes are going to burst out of my skull. My anger with him vanished. Stepping forward, I reached up and gently pulled the hands from his burning face, keeping his wrists trapped in my fingers. His eyes, glazed and bloodshot, met mine, and I squeezed his hands. We're almost there, I whispered, willing him to keep going, to not give up. Stay with us, Zeke. You promised me you wouldn't stop. He gazed at me, not making any move to free himself. I'll remember my vampire girl, he whispered back, forcing the words out through the agony. If you remember yours. 2 hours later, Zeke was no longer with us. He hadn't said anything since our short break in the tunnels, marching on with a set jaw and glassy, pain-filled eyes. The heat pouring from his skin intensified, instantly melting the snow that settled on him when we finally went above ground, as we hurried from shadow to avoid the bleeders. And then, as we crossed a snow-covered parking lot, weaving between rusty hulks of cars, there was a thump behind me, the sound of something hitting the pavement. I whirled and saw Zeke lying in the snow beside a van, as if his body had finally given up. No. I hurried over to him and knelt, turning him to his back. He groaned, half opening his eyes, peering at me through glazed blue orbs. Zeke, I said, taking his arm. It was so hot. Come on, get up. We have to keep going. He tried. Gritting his teeth, he leaned against me as I pulled him upright. But as soon as we tried taking a step, he collapsed again. Panting, he sank back into the snow, ignoring my attempts to keep him on his feet. Zeke, don't do this, I said, watching helplessly as he slumped to the ground again. Get up, we're almost there. I knelt and reached for his arm, but his hand clamped over mine, stopping it. Leave me. The words were so soft I scarcely caught them, but my stomach, heart, mind, everything recoiled in absolute horror, and I stared at him in anguish. I can't go any farther, Zeke whispered, his voice strained. Go on without me. I snarled, furious and defiant. Gosh, Ezekiel, don't you dare pull this self-sacrificing crap now. If you think I'm leaving you... My throat unexpectedly closed up, and I swallowed my despair. Forget it. There's no way I'm going on without you, Allie. Zeke squeezed my arm, and the words faltered to a stop. I can't, he murmured. His hand rose, weakly, to his face. I can feel the sickness burning, and it's making me crazy. You have to go on without me. I can't even see straight, much less fight. No, I whispered, frantically shaking my head. I'm not doing this. We can carry you if it comes to that. He closed his eyes, the snow falling around him, melting on his forehead and cheeks. You can't stop Saranif if you're constantly worried about me, he said, breathing hard between phrases. He'll use me against you. That's what he does. When you face him again, you can't have any distractions. You are not a distraction, I choked out. He didn't answer or open his eyes, and I clenched my fist against the snow. Gosh, Zeke, don't ask me to do this. Kanan's footsteps crunched behind me, coming to a stop at my back. The master vampire loomed over us, his gaze solemn as he stared down at the human. Say something, I begged silently. Don't let him do this, Kanan. This is your choice, Kanan said. even as I wanted to scream at him. "Are you certain?" Zeke nodded painfully, opening his eyes. "I know what I have to do," he whispered. "Having me along when we're so close to Saren is dangerous now. I can't go any farther." "Allie," he said, looking up at me, "leave me here. Go on without me." "Leave you here in the snow?" I demanded. "With the bleeders? You'll be dead before we get back, Zeke. They'll tear you apart." A scraping of metal as Kanan turned and wrenched open the side door of the van, revealing a darkened interior and an empty space. "In here," he told me, unconcerned that the glare I turned on him. "Get him out of the open. Hurry. We don't have much time." "Kanan, you can't expect—" His hard stare made me trail off. "What happens if we take him with us and Saren sees him?" he demanded. "What do you think he will do? Or if we are ambushed by the infected again and have to run?" His gaze softened, his forehead wrinkling with sudden pain. "I am not at my best, Allison. I'm not sure that I will be much help against Saren when we find him. If we must fight, and Saren will almost certainly push it that way, then it will be up to you to stop him." Fear spread through my insides, turning them cold. I didn't want to face Saren alone. I had thought Kanan would be the one to deal with crazy psycho-vamp, but it was obvious now that he was barely functioning. It would be me. I would have to fight Saren. I remembered his tongue on my skin, his face close to mine, taunting Zeke over my shoulder. If Saren turned on me, if he saw Zeke, sick and unable to defend himself— Swallowing the lump in my throat, I put Zeke's arm around my neck, lifted him upright, and half pulled, half dragged him into the van. He clenched his jaw, his breath hissing painfully through his teeth, as I settled him against the wall opposite the door, kneeling beside him. He panted, squeezing his eyes shut, sweat beading on his forehead and running down his skin. That blazing, sickly heat filled the small interior of the van, driving away the cold. "Allie," Zeke whispered, dropping his arm, "can you reach my gun?" Silently, I reached around his side holster and pulled out the pistol. Zeke eyed it wearily. "How many bullets?" With shaking fingers, I checked the clip. "One," I said quietly. "Just one left." Zeke nodded. "Good. If it comes to that, one shot is all I'll need." Dread gripped me. I watched, numb, as Zeke took the gun from my limp grasp and set it down, close to his leg. I had the sudden image of myself walking away from the van, and a shot ringing out behind me, or returning with Saren's cure, sliding the door back, and finding a frozen corpse sitting here, the van cold and lifeless. It made me want to scream. Zeke finally looked at me, warmth breaking through the glassy pain in his eyes. "I'll be all right," he assured me, his voice faint. "I'm not going to do anything stupid, Allison. I just need to rest. If you find Saren and get a cure in time, I'll be here. If not, then it won't matter, anyway." Leaning forward, I touched my forehead to his, closing my eyes. "I'll find him," I promised softly. "Try to hang on. I'm coming back, Zeke, I swear." Zeke cupped the side of my face, his palm searing hot, as he raised his head and kissed me, just a slight brush of his lips over mine. "I'll wait, vampire girl," he whispered, tracing my skin with his thumb, "for as long as I can. But if I don't make it—" He hesitated, as if he wanted to say something, but thought better of it. His heart, already pounding, sped up, thumping in his chest. "Allie, Allison." Kanan's voice echoed from outside, gentle but firm. "We need to go, now." Zeke slumped. "Go on," he whispered, pulling back. "Go stop Saren. Don't worry about me. I'll be here." Hot tears stung the corners of my eyes. I wanted to stay, to argue more, but words caught in my throat, and there was nothing left to say. Furiously blinking back tears, I drew away from Zeke and stepped out into the snow. For maybe the last time, I glanced through the frame, at the human watching me from the interior of the van. He offered a faint smile and nodded before I wrenched the door shut, sliding it along the track until it clicked into place, hiding him from view. Kanan didn't give me time to second-guess my decision. "Let's go," he said, and spun, continuing through the aisles of cars. I gave the van one last look and followed, feeling Zeke's presence become smaller and smaller behind me. We walked in silence for a bit, me trailing behind the other vampire, my thoughts on Zeke and how I had likely killed him by leaving him there, alone, sick and dying in that van. if I'd only insisted he come. But then that would likely get him killed too. There are no good choices, Allison, Kanan offered in a quiet voice. There are only those you can live with, and those you can work to change. My throat felt tight. I killed him, I whispered, voicing the dread I couldn't allow myself to face a few minutes ago. He's going to die in there. You don't know that, Kanan said. You're not giving him enough credit. He's fighting it, Allison. At this stage, he should be insensible, mad from the sickness. That he still retains his sense of self is little short of amazing. He might be able to stave it off a little longer. Enough to get him the cure? If Saren has one. Kanan sounded weary. Though I find that difficult to believe. He's never been one to undo what he has started. Despair rose up, threatening to crush me. Why are we doing this then? Because we must. Kanan's voice and expression remained the same. Because there is nothing else we can do. Because there is no one else. His voice dropped, becoming nearly inaudible. I will put my trust in hope once more, and perhaps this time it will be enough. Hope. Hope that Saren had a cure, that it would be enough to save Kanan, Zeke, and New Covington. Allie, the Fringer, would have seen it as foolish hope. Hope was a luxury that could very easily get you killed. But that was what had kept Kanan going all this time, wasn't it? The hope for an end to rabbitism, that he could undo what he had helped cause. It was what had kept Zeke and the others searching for Eden, too. They'd made it only on the strength of their beliefs. And it was what I held on to with Zeke, the hope that a vampire and a human could defy every instinct and fear to fight the monster and the bloodlust and the desire to kill, and find a way to be together. All right then, I wouldn't give up. I would see this through to the end. For Zeke and Kanan and the city that had been my home for 17 years, I would also put my trust in that tiny sliver of hope and cling to it until I was certain everything was lost. Kanan suddenly stopped at the edge of the street, then quickly backed behind a corner. Wary, I edged up beside him and peeked past the brick. I recognized the lot across the street, the surrounding buildings, the weed-choked field with its skeletal trees and cement blocks poking out of the grass. The last I'd seen of this place, I'd been fleeing the prince's coven with Kanan, trying to get out of the city before we were both killed. I couldn't see the ruined, blackened remains of the building across the street through the grass and twisted old trees, but I knew it was there. The old hospital, the hidden lab. We'd meet it. It's too quiet, I remarked, as we stood at the edge of the lot, peering across frozen grass, weeds, and the leftovers of old buildings.
Do you think Saren is really here? Well, no soon enough, Kaneen muttered. His voice was tight. I looked at him and tried not to let my worry get the best of me, but it was hard. The entire length of one arm was cracked and peeling, and a hint of bone glimmered through the wasted flesh of one cheek. I knew he was in pain, that just walking was agony for him, no matter how stoic he tried to appear. "Can you do this?" I whispered. The thought of facing Saren was terrifying, even more so that I might have to do it alone. I thought of Zeke, dying in the van, alone in a snowy parking lot. It was killing me that I had to leave him behind. But Kaneen had been right. Saren would use him against us. He would do the same to Kaneen if he could. "You should stay here," I told Kaneen when he didn't answer. "I can find Saren alone, Kaneen. You don't have to come." My sire looked at me, and I gave him a brave smile. If I had to face Psychovamp by myself to save Zeke and Kaneen, I'd do it. It scared the gosh out of me, but I would do it. An almost affectionate look entered his eyes. "No," Kaneen murmured, turning to the lot. "Saren and we've been at this for a long time. This war ends tonight. I will not let you face him alone." "Are you sure?" His smile turned dangerous, and his dark eyes gleamed. And for a moment, I was reminded that Kaneen was a master vampire, that he was far stronger than I, and that he still had that terrifying demon inside him. "Let's go," Kaneen said quietly. And together, we started across the lot toward the distant hospital ruins, walking side by side. Just the two of us, me and my sire, against the most frightening vampire I'd ever known. Whatever came of this night would determine the fate of everything. As we approached the first of the skeletal buildings, my skin prickled a warning.
I could hear movement, shuffling footsteps to either side of us in the dark, the low murmur of voices. Something giggled softly, just as I caught a glint of metal in the weeds that hadn't been there before, and stopped. Cages. There were cages surrounding the old hospital building, wire kennels built for dogs. Except these were filled with humans. Humans that bled from self-inflicted wounds, who muttered and giggled to themselves, heedless of the snow falling on them. Looked like Saren was here and expecting us. "Can we sneak around?" I whispered to Kanine. But at that moment, whether from a timed latch or some kind of wire that I couldn't see, all the cage doors opened with a bang, and the bleeders leaped up, howling. Lurching into the open, one man spotted us over the grass and gave a scream that alerted the whole pack. So much for sneaking in. With shrieks and wails, the bleeders flung themselves across the snowy ground, rushing us in a chaotic swarm. I roared my hatred for them, for Saren, for this whole stupid mess, and lunged forward with Kanine right beside me. The first human didn't know what hit him, as my sword passed through his middle in a crimson spray and out the other side. I ripped the blade free and slashed at the pair of attackers filling my vision, carving through one and into another. Tendrils of blood filled the air, and I kept my mouth shut in case any hit me in the face. A huge man with one eye swung a rusty chair at me with both hands. I rolled beneath it, cutting at his leg as I passed, hearing him crash to the ground behind me. "Allison!" Kanine stepped in front of me as I was lunging to my feet, blocking a club with his arm. The wood splintered against his forearm, and he roared with pain, driving his blade beneath the man's chin. A woman wielding a steel bar leaped at his back, coming from nowhere, and met my katana slashing down between them, splitting her open. Another bleeder rushed me, screaming. I snarled and started to meet him, raising my katana to take his head off, but Kanine spun, grabbed my collar, and yanked me backward. As I was jerked away, a flash and a sudden boom erupted at the human's feet, the stench of explosives, smoke, and charred flesh searing the air. "Watch out for mines," Kanine warned, setting me beside him. "Saren likely has this whole place trapped." Another explosion rang out ahead of us, accompanied by a painful screech. Wary now, I pressed close to Kanine as we faced the last of the bleeders, rushing us from different sides. I dodged the coil of chain whipped at my head and plunged my sword between the man's ribs, while Kanine simply grabbed the face of the human trying to stab him, lifted him off his feet, and calmly slit his throat. As the last of the bleeders crumpled into the snow, I gazed around the trampled, blood-laced field, now eerily silent once more. "Think Saren knows we're here?" I asked Kanine. He snorted. "Let's be careful." Very cautiously, we made our way through the lot, wary of mines, traps, tripwires, and other nasty things Saren might have planted. I trailed behind Kanine, who had an uncanny sense of knowing where hidden dangers lurked in the snow and long grass, sidestepping them with ease. I literally followed in his footsteps, matching my strides to his, stepping where he stepped, until we were past the field and had ducked into the charred, crumbling remains of the old hospital. Still wary of traps and mines, we picked our way through the ruins. Near a collapsed wall, a yawning, narrow hole plunged straight down into darkness, bringing with it a storm of memories. Me and Kanine, our lessons that had taken place down that dark tube, our hasty retreat from New Covington. I met Kanine's eyes over the gap and wondered if he was thinking of the same. Or was his mind solely on what waited for us, deep in the bowels of the hospital? "I'll go first," he said softly. "Stay here. Wait for my signal to come down." I nodded. Kanine stepped up to the edge and, without hesitation, dropped into the black. I crossed my arms and listened, trying not to be impatient, trying not to imagine all the things that could happen to Kanine when I wasn't there. Saren might be lying in ambush. He could have placed mines at the bottom of the elevator shaft. He could have another wave of bleeders waiting in the hospital foyer, ready to attack. I fidgeted and shuffled my feet, stifling the impulse to leap down after him, until Kanine's voice drifted up from the darkness again. "It's clear." I dropped into the shaft, not bothering to grab the cables, falling maybe 30 feet to the ground floor. I landed with a grunt and a cloud of plaster dust, and Kanine turned with a look warning me to be quiet. Ducking a beam, I stepped into a familiar room. It seemed everything was as we'd left it the night that we fled New Covington. There was the huge desk on the back wall, its tarnished gold letters hanging skewed on the wood. The space in front of the desk where Kanine had taught me to use my katana was clear, no rubble, no debris. The room had a hollow, desiccated feel, the air here not having been disturbed in years. But somewhere in this dark, empty tomb, our enemy waited for us. Kanine jerked his head at me, and we began walking, gliding across the tiles, making no sound as we moved, two vampires on the hunt for their prey. We didn't bother with the countless rooms down the narrow hallways, Kanine's office, and my old room, where I'd slept on the lumpy cot in the corner. Saren wouldn't be in any of them. There was only one place he would be, the room past the red door at the end of the stairs. And once we reached the top of the stairs, it became grimly apparent that Saren was waiting for us. Blood coated the steps down to the red door, smeared in thick swaths over the walls, wet and black. Hands and feet had been strung by wire to the ceiling, and a severed head seemed to float in the air among them, lips pulled back in a crazy grin. Above the red door, written in large bloody letters, was Revelations 21. "Ready for this?" Kanine asked softly. Reaching over my shoulder, I pulled my katana, gripping the hilt tightly. As ready as I'll ever be, I guess. The severed head suddenly dropped from the ceiling, landing with a wet thump that made me flinch. Let's get this over with. We descended the stairwell, stepping over discarded limbs and congealing puddles of blood, making our way to the red door. It was unlocked, the handle turning easily in my palm, the door swinging back with a creak. Beyond the frame, the hall was smeared with more red, the word Revelations written over and over again with different numbers beside it. Kanan put a hand on my shoulder and nodded to the top corner. The broken security camera blinked a tiny red light at us, the lens trained on me like a staring black eye. I shivered, knowing Saren could be on the other end, watching us right now. The round door at the end of this hall was also slightly open. Exceedingly wary of traps and ambushes, I edged forward and pushed it back. It groaned as it swung open, and we stepped through the opening, into the room where, 6 decades ago, monsters were born. The cells lining the walls were empty, which was a relief. I'd been half expecting them to be full of bleeders that would burst out and attack us. But everything about the room was silent and still. Saren, unless he was hiding in one of the cages, wasn't in the room. "Not here," Kanan said in a low, barely audible voice. "We have to go through the last door at the end." I'd never been through the last door. The farthest I'd gotten was this room, where Saren had found me after he'd tracked Kanan to the city, and I'd jammed a pocket knife into his eye. I doubted he'd forgotten that. Kanan's blade was suddenly in his hand. No turning back now. For Kanan, for Zeke, for all of New Covington, we had to face the madman. We moved steadily toward the last door, finding it unlocked, of course, and pushed it open. For a moment, Kanan didn't move, and neither did I, staring into the darkness beyond the frame. From where I stood, I could make out a few old cots, covered in mold and dust, scattered around the room. Thick leather straps and cuffs dangled from the edges, just like the ones in old DC, making my skin crawl. Against the wall, an ancient computer, its screen cracked and distorted, sat beside an odd device with a long tube poking into the air. More cells lined the other wall, with thick steel bars running vertically across the windows and metal doors barred from the outside. Cold, stale air wafted through the doorframe, laced with the faintest hint of blood. A hissing chuckle slithered out of the dark. "Ah, there you are," purred a soft, sibilant voice, somewhere in the shadows of the room. "Step into my parlor," said the spider to the fly. "We have a lot to talk about." A chill crept up my spine. Gripping my sword, I started forward, but Kanan put a hand out, holding me back. "After me," he muttered in a voice only I could hear. "If this is a trap, at least you'll be in the clear." I swallowed. "Be careful, Kanan." He lowered his arm and stepped through the frame into the room. Nothing happened immediately. No explosion, no sudden projectiles, and the door didn't slam shut behind him. Kanan gazed around calmly and raised his voice. "Saren, you've obviously been waiting for me. Here I am." Another evil chuckle. "Oh, Kanan," the voice purred, and he appeared, melting out of the dark to stand before us in the center of the room. My skin crawled as his hideous, scarred face lifted to meet ours. "I have enjoyed our games, old friend," he said, folding his hands before him. "You were a most compelling quarry, and I shall miss our time together. But you have already played your part in this symphony. Your voice, your music, is dying and will soon fade to nothing." His hollow, mad eyes flickered to me, and a smile stretched his face. "I am more interested in the songs the little bird can sing." I wanted to recoil. Instead, I stepped through the door to stand beside Kanan, giving Psychovamp my best challenging glare. "You want me? Here I am." "Yes," Saren agreed, clasping his bony hands. "Here you are, little bird. Here you are, and here we are, and the world spins and dies around us." He cocked his head at me, appraising. "But where is your prince? I would think he'd want to be here to see the end of this symphony." "He's gone," I snapped, baring my fangs. I was suddenly glad Zeke wasn't here, standing in this creepy room with this insane vampire who would use every weakness to his advantage. "Your virus took him," I went on, not needing to fake the fury and hatred in my voice as I faced Saren, who raised his eyebrows. "And you are going to give us a cure right now, or we're going to beat it out of you." "A cure?" Saren feigned surprise. "What makes you think I have a cure, little bird?" I growled, bringing up my sword, even as I felt Kanan's warning hand on my arm. I was tired of talking to crazy Psychovamp, and I was not in the mood for his sick games. "Do you have one or not?" "Oh, let me think. A cure? A cure." Holding up his empty hands, Saren took 2 steps to the edge of the counter. "Do you mean this cure?" I should have known not to trust him. I should have been more wary, more on guard, but in the split second I realized he was up to something, his hand flipped a switch over the counter, and a brilliant light erupted right in front of us, pinning us in the glare. Blinded, I hissed and turned away, shielding my eyes, hearing Kanan do the same. And in that moment, something grabbed me from behind, clamping my sword arm beneath it, and a sharp wooden point was shoved under my breastbone, angled up toward my heart. "Hello, sister," a familiar voice whispered in my ear. "Bet you didn't expect to see me again." I went rigid. As the light faded, I became aware of my surroundings all at once. My attacker stood behind me, pinning my arm, a wooden point shoved into my chest. It dug painfully into my skin, making me stiffen and arch to get away from it, but I couldn't escape. "I'd drop the sword if I were you," the cool, smug voice said into my ear, punctuated with a sudden jab of the stake, making me wince. "Don't make me use this, sister. Drop it. Now." I cursed, and my katana hit the ground with a clang. "Very, Jackal," I muttered, craning my head back to look at him, smirking at me. "You two-timing bastard." "Oh, come on," Jackal said mildly, pulling me a few steps away from Kanan, who stared at him with eyes that had gone cold and terrifying. "Don't move, old man," he warned Kanan, maneuvering me into a corner. "One little slip, and I might just impale your favorite little spawn here. Wouldn't want that." Saren suddenly moved across my vision in a blur, striking Kanan with a vicious snarl, sending him reeling back. Kanan recovered and lashed out with a kick as Saren came at him again, flinging him back several yards to crash into one of the cots. I tensed, but Jackal growled and twisted the stake into my flesh, making me gasp. Kanan froze. A chilling laugh made my stomach curl, and Saren staggered to his feet, eyes blazing. His tongue licked out, dabbing a corner of his cut lip, and he smiled. "For every drop of blood I lose," he promised, stalking forward again, "I will make your little bird scream for an hour. Her song will seep into the very walls and will remain here forever, and everyone who hears it will know how much she wanted to die. The longer this goes on, the longer her music will last, until she is begging for it to end. But it will not end as long as you are still alive. Then let me take her place." Kanan lowered his blade, facing Sarin across the room, his voice resigned. "I'm the one who did this to you. I'm the one you want to hurt. You spent your days in this hellhole because of me. I deceived you, promised a better life. I betrayed you, Sarin, and I'm still here. The pain you want to inflict belongs to me alone." "Kanan, no," I whispered, but it was too late. Sarin came at Kanan again, striking savagely with a metal pipe he'd snatched off the floor, and this time, Kanan didn't move. The weapon hit his collarbone with a sickening crack, dropping him to his knees, and Sarin instantly smashed the pipe against the side of his head. I cried out as Kanan sprawled to the floor, only to have his enemy ruthlessly kick him in the ribs, sending him crashing into the wall. Ouch! I felt Jackal wince behind me, though his grip never loosened. You know, this is when you wish you had a working camera, just to remember these moments always. I tensed, and he immediately tightened his grip on my arm, digging in the steak so that I felt blood well up from the tip. "Don't even think about it, sister. I have no problem shoving this thing right into your heart if you get too rowdy, and it won't be pleasant, trust me." "How could you do this to him?" I whispered through clenched teeth. The stake in my flesh throbbed, making me desperate to get away from it. I kept trying to arch back, but only succeeded in pushing myself harder against Jackal, who never relented in his grip on me or the stake. "He saved you. You would have died if he wasn't there." Jackal chuckled. "Look at you, actually trying to tweak my conscience. Isn't that cute?" He eased up the tiniest bit, though not enough for me to relax. Sickened, I watched Sarin stalk back to Kanan, haul him upright, and backhand him with the pipe. And still, Kanan barely defended himself, raising an arm to shield the side of his head, and the blow knocked him off his feet. "You made this pretty easy. Did you know that, sister?" Jackal remarked, watching the hopeless, one-sided fight with casual disinterest. "Didn't even think to use our blood tie to check up on me. I knew exactly where you were, and Kanan was in too much pain to do much of anything, but I'm rather disappointed in you. I keep telling you, you're just too trusting." "Jackal," I pleaded, "don't do this. Kanan is, what? Family?" Jackal snorted. "We're all demons, my dear little sister, and in our world, only the strong and the smart survive. You and Kanan were on the losing team, and I'm a sore loser. Don't take it personally. It's what any true vampire would do." Sarin yanked Kanan to his feet again and slammed him into the wall, pressing a forearm to his neck. His face was viciously inhuman. Kanan stared back, unwavering, the open wounds on his face glimmering black against his pale skin. I cried out, bracing myself, certain that I was going to watch my sire be killed right in front of me. But then, Sarin smiled his blank, terrible smile, dragged Kanan off the wall, and hurled him through one of the open cell doors. Kanan hit the ground, rolling against the wall, and Sarin shut the metal door with a ringing clang that echoed through the room. "No, old friend," he mused, throwing down the heavy bar as Kanan staggered to his feet. "Your pain is still coming. I want you to see this. I want you to see what they did to us every night in these rooms. And your little bird will be the perfect demonstration." "No." Kanan's voice was a rasp. He limped to the bars and grasped them tightly as I stiffened against Jackal. "This is our war. You have the opportunity to end it, right now. She has nothing to do with it." "Sarin!" Sarin turned and walked to the center of the room, picking up the cot he'd overturned. His face was calm as he spoke, not looking back. "Our war is over, old friend. You are but a rotted soul trapped in a decaying body. There is nothing I can do to your flesh that will surpass the coming agony. You will simply rot away in that cell, and my only regret is that I will not be here to see it. By the time you succumb to your decaying prison and depart this world for hell, I will be long gone." He turned, beckoning to Jackal with a pale, bony hand. I snarled and tried to fight him, but he jammed the stake farther into my body so that I arched in pain, and he started dragging me to where Saren waited beside the cot. "Never took you for a mindless crony," I gritted out, trying desperately to stop this procession while fighting the pain stabbing through me. "When did you become Saren's lapdog?" "Hey, I'm a team player," Jackal replied, as Saren loomed terrifyingly near. "Just give it up, sister. You lose. Try to have some dignity when he's peeling your skin off." Despair and fear threatened to drown me as Jackal dragged me over to where Saren waited, his hollow eyes and soulless grin reminding me of a skull. I shook violently, but swallowed my terror, raised my chin, and met his demonic smile head-on. "Hello again, love." Saren reached out to caress my face, making me cringe in revulsion. "We just keep running into each other, don't we?" Abruptly, his hand slid to my neck, grabbed my throat, and lifted me off my feet. Before I even had a chance to gasp, he turned and slammed me to the cot, pinning me down. I realized what was happening and snarled, fighting wildly to get up, to resist. But I was no match for both Saren and Jackal. They held me down and fastened the leather cuffs around my wrists, tying me to the bed. More straps were drawn across my chest, legs, and neck and buckled down, holding me immobile. I bared my fangs at them and howled, struggling with all my might, straining at the cuffs and straps, but I couldn't move. I caught a glimpse of Kanan through the bars of the cell. His face was calm, but his eyes were anguished as they met my gaze. Then Saren leaned over me, smiling, and I forgot everything else as his horrible, scarred face hovered inches from mine. "Do you know how many times I woke up like this?" he whispered, as my terrified reflection stared back at me from his one good eye. "How many nights I awoke, tied to this bed, starving and insensible, while the humans milled around and stuck me with their needles and their poison, cut me and bled me, sometimes to the point where I had but a few drops of blood left in my body. I screamed at them to stop, pleaded for them to stop, but they never did. All because of your sire." He straightened, casting a glance back at Kanan. "So you can thank him for whatever I do to you tonight." "Saren!" I barely recognized Kanan's voice, so full of despair and desperation was the low rasp that came from the cell. "This isn't what you want. Take your vengeance on me. The girl has no part in this." Saren shook his head. "It is no longer about vengeance," he said, turning away. I watched as he went to a corner and returned with a metal cart. It had been draped with a towel, and several needles, scalpels, and other sharp instruments glinted on top. Fear lanced through me, and I struggled hard against my restraints, to no avail. It has become far more than that. This is about redemption, salvation. He gave me a creepily affectionate smile as he returned, eyes gleaming hungrily. "And you, little bird, you will be the first to taste it." I bared my fangs defiantly, though my voice trembled when I spoke. "What are you talking about, you psychopath? Do you want to know a secret, little bird?" Without waiting for a reply, Saren leaned down, his cold lips brushing my ear. "There is no cure," he whispered, making my stomach drop. "There was never a cure. The sickness has spread too far and is too deep to be cured now. But it is not what you or Kanan or that fool Salazar thinks. The virus is the cure, and it will heal the entire world." I felt cold. What do you mean?" Saren drew back, looking almost sorrowful. "You will see," he said, and took a needle from the metal cart, regarding it impassively. "New Covington was only a test, little bird, a place to work out the kinks, to perfect the virus. Now that I know what it can do, the next time I release it, it will be unstoppable." "The next time?" I asked, appalled. "This wasn't enough for you? Killing a whole city of vampires and humans wasn't enough? If you release that virus again, you could wipe out the entire population." I stopped, stared at him. Redemption? Salvation? Heal the entire world? "No," He couldn't be that crazy. Saren peered down at me, his eyes and face completely blank, and my stomach went cold. He was. Oh, God, I whispered, as a horror unlike anything I'd ever felt crept over me. That's what you want. You want to kill everyone, not just humans, vampires too. You want to wipe out everything. Saren jammed the needle into my arm, and I clenched my jaw, tensing until he pulled it out again, full of blood. The corruption has spread too far, little bird, he said, holding the syringe up to the light. It is time to start over. Wipe the slate clean, and let the world finally heal itself. A new beginning with no humans, or vampires, or rabbits. There was just one unknown variable to the equation, and that was you. I couldn't answer, still staggered by his revelation. It was absurd, unthinkable. A real end of everything? There was no way he could pull it off. Or could he? I had to keep him talking, keep his attention on me, though I didn't know what I could do now. I just knew I needed answers. Why? I forced out, and he looked at me in surprise. Because, little bird, Saren lowered his arm and smiled down at me, I have heard the most interesting story about you and a place called Eden. Rumors are the scientists in Eden possess the same research that I took from the other lab. You can imagine how that would make me a bit nervous. My insides trembled. I thought of Zeke and deliberately did not look at Jackal, leaning casually against a wall with his arms crossed. I don't know what you're talking about, I lied. Saren shook his head. Oh, little bird, your song is far too honest to deceive me with untruths. He reached down and stroked my cheek, his nails scraping across my skin, making my flesh crawl. No matter. You will sing soon enough. Oh yes, you will sing for us all. He turned then, holding the syringe of blood, and walked to the machines on the counter. I didn't know what he was doing, but he squeezed a drop of blood onto a tiny glass square, covered it with another, and slid it beneath the strange tube-like machine next to the computer. Bending down, he peered into the top of the tube. As soon as his back was turned, I wrenched at the cuffs one more time, knowing this would be my last chance. Before Saren came back, and I didn't want to think about what he would do. The metal instruments on the cart glinted at me from the corner of my eye, and I yanked harder, desperate to get loose, to free myself before Saren began carving the skin from my body, or whatever horrible thing he had in mind. Jackal suddenly pushed himself off the wall, and I froze. He could see me struggling with the restraints, and would either make some snide comment to draw Saren's attention, or stop me himself. I curled my lips back, hating him for his betrayal, for turning us over to this madman who literally wanted to destroy everything. I opened my mouth to tell him so when he suddenly put a finger to his lips, silencing me. Stepping casually to my side, he lowered his arm, and I saw the glint of a scalpel in his hand. With a quick jerk of his wrist, he sliced halfway through one of the cuffs tying my wrist to the bed. Not enough to free it completely, but making a visible tear in the leather strap. I stared at him in astonishment, and he winked. Well, little bird. Saren straightened, and Jackal stepped away, the scalpel vanishing as quickly as it appeared. I must say, I'm a tad disappointed. Your blood is not tainted or altered in any way. It appears you are quite unremarkable. He stalked back, smiling as he loomed over me, his gaze searching. I tensed as, for a split second, his eyes seemed to pause at my cuff and the half-torn strap attaching it to the bed. But the hollow stare slid past it to rest on my face. So, what does Kaneen see in you? He asked, more to himself than me. What lies beneath this envelope of flesh and bone and blood, Is it something special? Perhaps when I peel it open, I will be able to see. Perhaps your screams will tell me everything I need to know. His face was hungry now, eager, as if the thought of inflicting pain brought him joy. I shuddered and tried to control my terror as he turned and plucked a knife from the cart beside him, letting it flash in the light. I wouldn't beg, and I would not tell him what he wanted to hear. I might scream and cry and wish I was dead before this was over, but I would not tell him about Eden or Zeke or anything about the cure. "I know what you're thinking, love," Saren whispered, before running the knife blade along his tongue, making me cringe. "You're thinking, I won't sing, I won't tell him anything. But pain has a way of loosening the strongest lips. There's only so much a body can take, with all those lovely nerve endings, millions of them, sending screaming messages of agony up to the brain. It's amazing how trivial the world becomes when you begin to long for death." "I won't tell you anything," I choked out, "so you might as well kill me now. Everyone has a limit, little bird." He placed the flat of the blade against my cheek, the edges biting into my skin. I wanted to close my eyes, but I kept them open, glaring at Saren defiantly, though my jaw hurt from clenching it so hard. "Let's see if we can find yours." I braced myself, trying to disconnect my mind from the pain I knew was coming. And for a frozen second, it was as if I could see the whole room and everything that was happening around me. Kanine, turning from the bars, hunching his shoulders as if he too was steeling himself. Saren's muscles tightening as he prepared to slice the blade across my flesh. And Jackal, looming behind Saren, his eyes hard and cold, a stake gripped in one hand, raising it over his head. A stinging pain sliced across my cheek, making me gasp as the world blinked into motion again. As Saren ripped the knife from my face, spun, and plunged the blade into Jackal's stomach. Jackal gaped, baring his fangs in a snarl, though only a choked sound escaped him. The arm that held the stake was now gripped in Saren's other hand, bony fingers locked around Jackal's wrist. "You almost fooled me," Saren said, smiling at Jackal's stunned expression. "I believed you would betray your companions without a second thought. That was all true. But you don't want redemption, do you? No, you are far too attached to life." He yanked the knife up, slicing him open, but Jackal howled. Saren thrust him away, sending him crashing into the counter, the sound of breaking glass and clattering metal nearly deafening. Amazingly, Jackal staggered to his feet, holding his stomach with one hand, the stake still clenched in the other. "You're a really insane jerk, you know that," he snarled at Saren, who calmly picked up a pipe and advanced on him. "So the whole time you were sitting on that research, you decided, hey, instead of curing rabbitism, I'm just going to make a super plague and wipe everything out. That'll show them," he sneered, curling his lips back in a painful grimace. "But you'll have to pardon me for not jumping on your little destroy the world train. I happen to like this world, thanks." Saren lunged. Jackal dodged his first swing, lashing out with the stake, but Saren blocked his arm, stepped in, and brought the pipe smashing across his jaw. Reeling away, Jackal snarled defiantly and punched Saren in the face as he stepped in, rocking him back a step. "Very, don't just stare at them, Allison. Get out of there." Tearing my gaze from the fight, I yanked on the weakened leather cuff, trying to tear it away completely. It held stubbornly, and I yanked again. It took 3 tries, but on the third, the cuff finally snapped, ripping in two and freeing my wrist from the bed. Frantically, I clawed at the straps across my neck and chest, tearing them away, then reached over to free my other wrist. Scrambling off the cot, I turned to see Saren slam Jackal against one of the cell doors, one where the window had been smashed. A couple of the iron bars rusted and snapped in two. As I paused, torn between helping Jackal and going for my katana, Saren yanked Jackal from the door, lifted him up, and slammed him onto one of the broken iron bars. The rusty pole punched straight through his stomach, impaling him on the spike, and Jackal screamed. Fear shot through me. Katana, it is. I bolted for my weapon, lying on the floor, but just as my hand closed on the hilt, something grabbed my hair from behind. I was swung off my feet and hurled back into the room, striking a cot on the way down. I scrambled upright, clutching my weapon with shaking fingers. Saren prowled toward me, pipe in hand. Jackal's blood streaked over his arms and face, almost like war paint. Behind me, my brother cried out in agony, and Kaneen watched from his prison, helpless. It was just me and Saren now, and he looked like he was enjoying himself. "Oh, don't leave now, little bird," Saren crooned, licking blood from one long, bony finger. "It was just getting interesting. You can't fly away just yet." "I wasn't leaving," I snarled. "I'm not about to let you spread your super plague, or whatever you want to call it. You might have given up on this world, but I am not ready to die yet. I don't need your brand of salvation." The katana shook as I raised it in front of me, but I gripped the hilt and forced my arms to be steady. "So, come on, you psychopath. Let's do this. I'm not tied to a table anymore." Saren's grin widened, making him even more frightening. "I still owe you for this, love," he said, gesturing to his left eye, cloudy and blind. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Perhaps I will pluck out both your eyes, then remove all your teeth and make a necklace from them, or maybe a wind chime. I do love wind chimes, don't you, little bird?" Before I could answer, he lunged, coming in fast. I just managed to dodge his first swing, feeling the pipe miss my head by centimeters, and slashed upward with my katana. I felt the very tip bite something, saw Saren jerk back and stumble to a halt, one hand going to his face. I retreated, raising my weapon, waiting for his next move. Saren pulled his hand down, looking at the blood on his fingers in amused surprise. More blood welled from a deep gash across his cheek and ran down his chin, and I blinked in shock. I hit him. "Well done, little bird," Saren nodded at me, almost proud. "I see you have gotten stronger since our last meeting. I think I am beginning to realize what Kaneen sees in you. Very well, then." He stalked toward me again, the smile fading, the true madness rising to the surface. My gut clenched as even his voice changed, becoming low and demonic. "I shall not toy with you a moment longer." I didn't even see it this time. I had a vague, split-second impression of him coming at me, but that was all I saw before something hit the side of my head, and it felt like my skull imploded. I found myself on the ground, dazed, my only coherent thought to keep hold of my weapon. Something struck me again, in the back this time. I felt my body leave the floor, the world spinning wildly, before striking the wall and crumpling to the ground in a heap. And still, my fingers remained clenched around my sword. I would not let it go. Though everything blazed with pain, and it was difficult to tell which way was up at the moment, I had to keep hold of it. Footsteps, and then something grabbed the back of my neck, hauling me to my feet. Saren's arms wrapped around me from behind, bony fingers clamped around my wrist, the one that still clutched the katana. His cold, dry lips brushed against my cheek as his other hand gripped my throat. "Now, little bird," he whispered, scraping his fangs over my skin. "How would like to die?" "Saren." A clear, impossible voice echoed behind us. Saren froze for just an instant before he whirled, dragging me with him, to face the door. Zeke stood in the frame, his gun out, angled at us both. His bloom eyes flashed, hard and angry. "Not this time," he growled, and pulled the trigger. The boom of the heavy pistol rocked the room, echoing off walls and flaring orange and white in the darkness. I felt the wind of something small whip at my hair as it passed inches from my face and slammed into the vampire behind me. Saren roared, reeling back, blood exploding from his shoulder and neck. I spun, bringing up my katana, slashing with all my might. Saren saw the deadly blade coming and threw up his hand, trying to block my swing. This time, he wasn't fast enough. The katana edge sliced into his arm, right above the elbow, cutting through flesh, tendons, and bone. The pale, bony forearm flew through the air in a spray of blood, hitting the ground several yards away, and Saren's scream shook the walls. Cradling his arm, he fled, rushing toward the door and Zeke, who stood in front of it. I tensed, but Zeke wasn't about to take on a pain-maddened vampire and quickly jumped aside. Saren hit the frame and paused for just a moment to stare at the human, his lips curled back in a grimace of pain and hate. A puzzled look crossed his face, and then he was gone, vanishing into the hall, leaving a blood-drenched war zone behind him. Zeke. I crossed the room in a blur, not stopping to think about anything. How Zeke was still alive, how he could be here, how I was still alive. I shoved all of that to the back of my mind, promising to deal with it later as I hurried across the floor, dropping my weapon as I did, and lunged into Zeke's arms. He crushed me to him, his breath warm on my skin. I felt his heart racing in his chest, felt the hard muscles shifting below his vest, and for a moment, I let myself relax against him. He was alive. How? I didn't know, but he was alive. Allie. Pulling back, Zeke peered at me, blue eyes intense. Are you all right? Where's Kanine? Kanine. Jackal. In there, I said, nodding to the cell that held Kanine. I couldn't see him anymore and hoped he was all right. And Jackal, I added, feeling Zeke tense. Jackal is here too. What? It's all right. He wasn't really working with Saren. He's back on our side again, I think. I pulled away. So many questions, but they would have to wait. Go check on Kanine, I told Zeke, reaching down to grab my katana. Make sure he's okay. I'll deal with Jackal. He nodded, though his eyes were still hard at the mention of the hated vampire. As he walked toward the cell, I turned and picked my way across the room to where Jackal had fallen. Even now, it was hard not to cringe when I saw him, impaled on the rusty metal spike, dangling off the edge of the sill, his face tight with agony. His hands clutched the pole in his middle, and blood bubbled up from his lips as he looked back at me. If you're wondering, this is so much more uncomfortable than it looks. I shook my head. Mortally wounded and still running his mouth? How do you want to do this? I asked. Jackal grimaced. Back right corner, he gritted out. Cooler. Blood bags. I found the cooler, which was half full of bags like Jackal said. Obviously, Saren had been stocking up for a while. Grabbing 3, I returned to the impaled vampire, who was barely holding himself up by clinging to the pole through his stomach. He eyed me as I approached, his gaze falling hungrily to the plastic bags I carried. I stopped just out of reach, still holding my katana in the other hand. Why did you do it? I asked, as he gave me a look of disbelief. How much of that was a lie, or were you really planning to double-cross Saren all along? Sorry, sis. Hard to think right now. Slight stomach ache. Yeah, well, I narrowed my eyes, my voice ruthless. You're not going anywhere without my help, so I'd say you'd better start talking. He bared his fangs. Fine. Wrench you, he panted, clenching his teeth through the pain. I had to make it seem real. Saren would have known otherwise. Had to make you think I switched sides? Wouldn't have worked without that hate. I slumped. So you really didn't double-cross us? He barked a strangled laugh. Don't be so sure. I would have done anything for that cure. If Saren really had one, you'd still be tied to that table. Why should I help you? I raised my katana, letting the edge hover very close to his bared throat. How do I know you won't turn on us in the future? Jackal tried to shrug. Guess you'll have to take your chances, he gasped, and squeezed his eyes shut, desperately trying to keep himself upright. Very you, sister. Either help me or kill me now, but make some sort of decision. I set my jaw. Pulling back my sword, I slashed it across the cage bar, my vampire strength and the impossibly keen edge of the katana slicing through the rotted iron, cutting it in half, so only a few inches poked through Jackal's stomach. I held out a hand. He grabbed it, and I pulled him from the spike. Jackal let out a howl of pain as the bar slid from his stomach and he slumped to his hands and knees in front of the cell, shuddering. But he was free. I dropped the bags in front of him and stepped back, knowing he had to be starving now, very close to losing control. I have to check on Kanine, I said, not sure if he heard me or not. Stay put. I'll be back in a few minutes. Hey? I looked back. Jackal was still kneeling in front of the cell, one arm curled around his mangled stomach. He held one of the bags, but hadn't started in on it yet. His golden eyes were fixed on me. "I won't forget this," he said, making me stare in astonishment, wondering if the blood loss had affected his brain. "Thanks. Sure. Allison." I turned. Zeke stood a few paces from Kanin's now open cell, his blue eyes solemn as he beckoned me forward. "I think you need to be here. Now." Dread twisted my stomach. I hurried forward, past Zeke, and into the small room. Kanin sat in the corner beneath the window, slumped against the wall, his head bowed to his chest. The fist clutching my insides squeezed painfully, and I slipped into the cell, dropping down in front of him. "Kanin?" He raised his head, and it seemed like that tiny motion was excruciatingly difficult. I bit my lip. The black wounds on his face had spread. I could see new ones on his neck, creeping down his chest, and spread across his arms. His dark eyes were glazed with pain, though he still tried to speak calmly. "Where is Saren?" "Gone," I told him. "I don't think he's coming back." He nodded and closed his eyes, tilting his head back to the wall. "Kanin? I think," Kanin said very slowly, "that I am in the final stages of the sickness." His face tightened. "I have not had a migraine in centuries. I'd forgotten how unpleasant they are." "Wait here," I continued, starting to get up. "I'll look around. Maybe Saren left information on a cure somewhere." "Allison?" Kanin's voice was weary as he looked back. "There is no cure," he said simply. "There never was a cure. Saren doesn't want this to end. You heard what he said." "There has to be something," I argued, refusing to accept what I knew was true. Saren was gone. There was no cure. No hope for New Covington, for the sick humans and vampires, for Kanin. My eyes started to burn, and I blinked them angrily. "I'm not giving up," I told him. "Vary it, Kanin. You're not going to die." "Death." Kanin closed his eyes again. "I've lived so long," he whispered. "Maybe it has been long enough. Maybe I've atoned for my sins by now. Surely by now I can be forgiven." "No," my voice came out choked, because hot, angry tears were starting to run down my cheeks. "There has to be a way. We've come so far, beaten Saren and everything. You can't die now." Vaguely, I was aware of Zeke, hovering just inside the door, looking grim. Kanin's tortured eyes strayed past me, to the human, and a puzzled look filtered through the agony. "Ezekiel, you're here." He sounded surprised. "You did not succumb to the illness." "That's right. Zeke is still here." I gasped and spun around, clutching at a tiny, wild hope, a ray of light in this darkness. "Zeke, you survived," I whispered, making him blink at me. Striding forward, I grabbed his arms and pulled him forward, into the cell. "You survived," I said again, peering intently at his face. It was pale, a little gaunt, but his skin was dry. The sickly heat pouring from him had vanished. "You fought it off." "How?" "I don't know." His brow furrowed. "After you and Kanin left, I think I passed out for a while. When I woke up, I felt fine, so I came looking for you again." "I don't know how." He frowned suddenly, then shook his head. It might be connected to what they did to me in Eden." I stared at him in alarm. "What did they do to you?" He raked a hand through his hair. "I spend a lot of time with the scientists on Eden, talking about Jeb's research. They needed a test subject, so I agreed to be their lab rat for a little while." "Why?" He sighed. "I figured better me than anyone else. And it was all to find a cure, so yeah." He shrugged. "Don't look so horrified, Allie. They explained everything they were doing, and always gave me the option to refuse. They weren't going to turn me into a rabbit. You didn't know that. Someone had to take the chance." His voice was firm. "I won't say it didn't terrify me at times, but someone had to volunteer. Right before I left to find you, they inoculated me with a couple experimental vaccines, based on their research up until then. They weren't certain it would help with the rabbits, but it was better than sending me out with no protection at all. It might have not helped with anything, but," he made a helpless gesture, "I'm still here." Yes, he was. And the inkling of an idea was beginning to creep through my brain, taunting me with possibilities, with hope. "Zeke," I said, taking his hand, "if you survived, then Then maybe the cure is in you, in your blood. He frowned slightly, but I took his arm again and pulled him out of the cell, back into the main room. He didn't protest and let me drag him to the cot where Saren had tied me down, and the cart of metal instruments still beside it. Ignoring the blades and scalpels and the other awful tools, I picked up a syringe and turned back to Zeke, who was still watching me with a bemused look on his face. I paused, excitement warring with a desperate hope, my last gamble. If this didn't work, I pushed the thought away. Zeke, I began, holding up the syringe, you might be the only one who can help Kanine now. If you survived Saren's plague, then whatever is in your blood might be the key to a cure, to saving everyone. If you're willing to help a vampire, to give your blood, you don't have to ask me, Allie. Zeke stepped closer and held out his arm, wrist up. Kanine is important to you, and he's saved my life as well. If this will help, if this might cure him, I'm willing to give it a shot. I wanted to hug him in gratitude, but there was no time for that. Instead, I gingerly took his offered wrist, staring down at the smooth, warm skin. I'd seen Saren draw blood when he'd done it to me, but how did you do it exactly? Was there a specific place to put the needle, or did you just poke and draw? Allie, you okay? I don't really know how to do this, I finally admitted, embarrassed. Zeke didn't laugh. Reaching out, he gently took the syringe from my hand, flipped the needle around, and, clenching his fist so that the veins suddenly rose to the surface, sank it beneath his skin. Had to do this a lot back at the lab, he muttered, lips tight in concentration. I watched, fascinated, as he used his thumb to push back the top of the syringe, and the vial slowly filled with dark red blood. Annoyingly, the hunger perked at this, and I shoved it back. It takes a few times to get the hang of it. Pulling the needle from his skin, he solemnly handed the syringe to me. I hope this works, he whispered, and the honest concern in his voice made my throat close up. Clutching the syringe, I hurried back to Kanine's cell. He still sat in the corner, legs crossed, head bowed, arms resting on his knees. I walked up to him and dropped down, peering into his face. His eyes were closed, and he did not open them when I whispered his name. My alarm grew, and I put a hand on his knee. Kanan?
I hear you, Allison.
He did not move or open his eyes as he said this, his voice low and strained. I swallowed hard and held up the syringe, even though he wouldn't see it. I'm going to inject you with something, I told him. Zeke's blood. I hoped he wouldn't refuse, because I wasn't going to take no for an answer. It might help, Kanan. It might be enough to save you. Kanan didn't reply. Without a word, he raised an arm to me and turned it palm up, a silent acceptance. I wondered if he really believed it would help, or if he figured nothing I did could hurt now. Regardless, I inched closer and took his wrist, his skin cold beneath my fingers. His arm looked ravaged, blackened and peeling, and by the tight press of his lips, I knew moving it even this much was painful. Remembering what Zeke had done, I found a pale blue vein and, before I thought too much about it, sank the needle into his flesh, sliding it beneath the skin. I slowly injected the blood into Kanan, rose, and backed away, staring down at him. Zeke entered the cell and stood beside me, watching the vampire as well. "That's it," I whispered, feeling Zeke gently take my hand. "That's all we can do. I hope it works." Zeke pulled me to him, wrapping his arms around me. "He's strong," he murmured into my hair. "If anyone can pull through this, it will be him. You two do realize I can hear you, right?" I felt like laughing and crying at the same time. Pulling myself together, I let Zeke lead us out of the cell, keeping his fingers laced with mine. "Where's Jackal?" he asked as we left the room. "Right here, blood bag." Jackal leaned against the wall beside the frame, arms crossed, watching us as we came out. His shirt was a mess of blood, especially around his stomach, but the vampire seemed fine now. Zeke went rigid, his hand clenching around my fingers, but he did not pull his weapons.
He gonna make it?
Jackal nodded through the door to the hunched form in the corner.
I hope so.
Huh. Jackal pushed himself off the wall, stretching long limbs. "Well, dawn's almost here," he announced, as if nothing had happened between us. and it's been sort of a rough night. If we don't have anything else to do, I'm going to get some sleep. Unless either of you objects, of course." His tone was mocking, and Zeke glared at him.
You expect a whole lot of trust from us after you just stabbed us in the back?
"Tactical maneuver, kid." Jackal looked at him and smirked. "We wouldn't have beaten Saren if someone hadn't taken that hit. Not with you and Kanan shambling around like drunk sleepwalkers. Saren had to think he was winning. Ask your girlfriend." "We didn't exactly beat Saren," I reminded him. "He's still out there. And probably very pissed at you," Jackal added unhelpfully. "But I don't think he'll be back tonight. With that wound, he'll have to feed soon, and he's made it slightly difficult for himself with all the crazies outside. And even Saren can't move around in broad daylight. So don't worry, he's not going to return for his missing arm tonight." I glanced over to where the pale, dismembered limb lay in a spatter of blood on the floor and shuddered. And, just as I had the image of it creeping across the floor on long, bony fingers, Jackal bent down and whispered, "Try not to imagine it crawling up to strangle you in your sleep."
"I'll take watch," Zeke said, before I could kick Jackal in the shin. "If anything comes through that door, they'll have to get past me."
"I'm fine, Allie," he added as I glanced at him, worried. "Go ahead and sleep. I'll be close. I'll keep an eye on Kanan, too." I could feel the sun's approach, creeping closer, and knew I wouldn't be able to resist forever. But I hated the thought of going to sleep, not knowing what I'd wake up to. "I'll stay with Kanan," I muttered, turning back into the room. Pausing in the frame, I glanced back at Zeke and Jackal, narrowing my eyes. "I also don't want to wake up to find either of you dead. Just remember that."
"Perish the thought, sister."
Jackal smirked. Zeke didn't say anything, just nodded. I continued into Kanan's cell and sank down into the corner opposite him, pulling my sword to my side and leaning against the wall. "You're not going to die," I thought at him. "This will work. It has to work." The seconds ticked away, turning into minutes, as outside the sun began its ascent into the sky. I kept my eyes open as long as I could, struggling against the heaviness pulling at my lids. Inevitably, though, I lost my battle and sank into darkness. Dread assaulted me as soon as I opened my eyes. There had been no nightmares, no visions, nothing in my dreams to indicate Kanan was still alive. I woke, slumped against the wall in the dank little cell, and instantly looked to the corner where his dark, hunched form had been the night before. It was empty. "Don't panic, Allison," soothed a low, quiet voice, stopping me from doing just that. I jerked my gaze, and there he was, standing beside the frame, watching me. "I'm right here." Relief, swift and sudden, coursed through me. I leaped upright and hurried toward him, studying his face as I drew close. The black wounds were still there, but they were smaller now, less severe. I could see pink flesh around the edges, where new skin was forming, beginning to regrow, to heal. "It worked," I whispered. Kanan gave me a small smile. "It appears I am going to live a while longer." "Allie." Zeke appeared in the doorway, glanced at Kanan, back at me, and grinned. "Hey, vampire girl," he said, walking up to me, and I collapsed against him in relief. "You did it." Kanan watched us, his dark eyes lingering on Zeke, appraising. "I believe," he murmured, sounding hopeful and awed himself, "that we have found our cure." We drew 2 more vials of Zeke's blood, injecting me with one and giving the other to Kanan, just in case something happened to us on the way back. Zeke offered more, but I didn't want to take too much and weaken him for the trip back, especially after he'd just recovered from Saren's virus. Jackal complained when he didn't get one, and I told him that the only way he would get any of Zeke's blood was over my dead body. Shockingly, he didn't follow up with the obvious threat, and we made our way back to the foyer and the elevator shaft, back topside and to the fringe, back to the prince. "Don't tell Salazar how we got the cure," Kanan warned us, as we all converged above ground again. The snow had stopped, and overhead, the moon was a huge silver disk in the sky. "If he asks, we found the blood in the lab. If he discovers the source of the cure, Ezekiel will never be allowed to leave the city. Is that clear?" He looked at Jackal as he said this, but I felt cold at the thought of Zeke being taken away, down to the vampire hospital, where they'd probably drain every drop of blood from his veins. or keep him imprisoned forever in case there was another outbreak.
Don't have to glare at me, old man,
Jackal said. I wouldn't allow anything to happen to our dear Ezekiel now. He sounded serious, which made me very nervous in turn. I could tell Zeke didn't like it either, but he didn't say anything as we followed Kanan across the trampled field, being careful to step only where he stepped. Was it because Jackal had started to respect Zeke as a human and an individual? I nearly snorted out loud at the thought. Or, as I suspected, was it because Zeke's blood was one step closer to the larger cure we all sought, the end to rabbitism? We had one more run-in with bleeders, a small group on the outskirts between sectors, before we could drop into the Undercity. I tried not to kill them, knowing that if we could just get to Salazar in time, they might be saved. But it was hard, since they ignored pain and refused to stay down, and I ended up cutting through several in self-defense. I wanted to help, but I wasn't going to die for them.
Finally, hours later, Kanin led us up a ladder, pushed back a manhole cover, and the gleaming trio of vampire towers rose before us into the sky. We walked down the center of the road until we met a patrol, who immediately took us into the tower, up the elevator, I still hated it, and to the prince. Salazar met us in a different office this time, probably because his old one was still demolished. As we walked up to the doors, they opened, and Stick emerged with his ever-present bodyguards. His eyes went wide as he saw us, mouth dropping open, before his face darkened and he gave me a look of pure loathing. I held his gaze as we passed, wondering if he would try to stop us, to give me an excuse to drive a fist into his sullen mouth once and for all. But he stepped aside, though I felt his glare on my back even after the door had closed. Kanin swept into the office without preamble or explanation, the rest of us trailing behind. The Prince of New Covington stood at the back window, gazing out at the city when we came in, and turned as Kanin approached, raising an eyebrow. Kanin stopped, and something glinted in the dim light as it arced toward the prince, who caught it easily. "There's your cure," Kanin said, as Salazar glanced at the syringe in his hand, brows drawing together. "I trust you have ways to synthesize it for the rest of the population." The prince looked up at Kanin, his gaze searching. I saw him putting the pieces together. Kanin, terminally sick when we left the inner city, who should be dead by now, or at least a rotted corpse. "And you are certain this will work on both human and vampire?" he asked. "Yes," Kanin said without hesitation. "And Saren?" "Gone." Kanin didn't give any explanation. The old hospital in Sector 2 is where he made his lair, and the virus. If you care to search it, that is. Now, he narrowed his gaze, staring the prince down. "We've done what you asked, and found a cure for your city. Will you honor your end of the bargain and let us go?" Salazar didn't answer right away. Walking to his desk, he scribbled a quick note on a piece of paper, then pressed a buzzer on the surface of the wood. A few moments later, a guard entered the room and hurried to his side. "Take this to Dr. Emerson in the sub-hospital," Salazar said, handing the note and the syringe full of blood to the guard. "Tell him it is vitally important that he start work on this right away, that it takes precedence over every one of his other projects, and if that somehow becomes lost between this office and the basement, you will spend the rest of your short life wishing you were never born." The guard paled. Clutching the syringe and the note in a death grip, he jerked a hasty bow and immediately left the room. Salazar watched the door click behind him and turned back to us. "Kanin." The look the prince gave the other master was not friendly. "This will not atone for your crimes. Nothing you do will ever erase what you have caused. I should kill you where you stand and make your offspring watch so that she will fully appreciate the depth of your treachery." I tensed, my hand itching to draw my weapon. Kanin didn't move, so I forced myself to relax. But if Salazar decided to double-cross us again, I hoped he was prepared for a fight. I was certainly not going to stand there and watch Kanin be killed in front of me.
What Saren did to Salazar's last office would be nothing compared to what I would do to this one. The prince and Kanin stared at each other for another long, brittle moment before Salazar turned away with a sigh. However, he said, as though the very word was poison to him, I am a man of my word, and you have done what I have requested. Therefore, I will honor my agreement. You are free to go as soon as I am certain the cure will work. And when will that be? Kanin asked softly. Soon. The prince made a vague gesture. Tomorrow night, if we are lucky. Until then, you will remain here as my guests. If you need anything, my pets will attend you. Now, if you'll excuse me. The prince turned his back on us in blatant dismissal, walking to the window again. I have a city to put back together. Well, I ventured as we left Salazar's office, stepping back into the long hallway. I glanced over at Kanin, Zeke, and Jackal and shrugged. What now? Jackal rolled his eyes and stepped away from us. What now is that I am going to relax for a few hours without listening to the lot of you whine at me. Ugh, don't hurt the humans. Ugh, we have to save refugees from mole men. Ugh, Kanin is dying. Ugh, he made a disgusted gesture with both hands. It's enough to make me puke. I am going to the bar to get this taste out of my mouth. You all can do whatever you want. And with that, the former Raider King spun on a heel and marched off down the hall. Kanin watched him leave and shook his head. Kanin, what about you? My sire gave me a tired smile. I will be in my room, taking advantage of the prince's hospitality, behind a locked door. Avoiding the other vampires, you mean? Precisely. And I would encourage the both of you to do the same. The prince might have granted us amnesty, but the other vampires will not look kindly on your association with me. It is best that we lie low until we can leave New Covington for good. Leave New Covington? Where would we go now? I wondered as the three of us wandered back down to the guest floor. I hadn't really thought about it until now. Before, my whole focus had been on finding Kanin and then the whole mess with Saren. Now that I'd found him, where did we go from here? Ezekiel, Kanin said, surprising me. We'd stopped in front of a door much like the one to my guest suite. This room was either Kanin's or Zeke's, I guessed. Zeke glanced back at the vampire, questioning, and Kanin lowered his voice. May I speak with you a moment? Alone? Zeke blinked, frowning a bit. Sure. Allie? He looked at me. Do you mind? Stung, I glanced at Kanin. Why would he want to talk to Zeke and not me? Wasn't I his offspring? Wasn't I the one who'd come all this way to find him? Why? I challenged. Are you two going to talk about me? Is that it? Allison. Kanin had reverted to his annoyed mentor voice, which only made me bristle. Fine. I stepped back, glaring at them both. Hurt and irritation made me want to stubbornly stay put, but I knew it was useless with Kanin. You two have fun with your boy talk. I'll be in my room. Allie, Zeke said, but I turned and walked down the hall and didn't stop until I'd reached my door. Inside the suite, a middle-aged human woman was stocking the fridge with fresh blood bags from a cooler. She jerked up when I came in. Oh, excuse me, ma'am, she exclaimed, grabbing the cooler and hurrying out of the kitchen. I've restocked your fridge per the prince's orders, and if you leave any dirty clothes on the floor, I'll be sure to wash and return them before tomorrow evening. There are extra outfits in the closet and the dresser by the bed. Thank you, I replied warily, and she bobbed as she backed toward the exit, keeping her gaze on the floor. More perks of living in a vampire tower, I supposed. I bet it was pretty easy to get used to this, if you didn't mind keeping slaves and ruling through fear, and that your hired help got eaten once in a while. Oh, and Mr. Stevens said to make sure you got your book, the human said in the doorframe, making me jerk around, narrowing my eyes. She pointed to the nightstand by the bed. He said to tell you not to forget it. I strode to the nightstand, ignoring the human as she quickly shut the door. My mom's book sat beneath the lamp, the simple children's story she'd read to me countless times. Why would Stick leave it here? He hated me. I saw a slip of paper sticking out of the top and pulled it out, recognizing Stick's thin, loopy handwriting immediately. Allie, this is yours. I was going to burn it, but I want you to have it instead, because if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here now. Stephen, I crumpled the note in my fist, tossing it to the floor. I knew Stick well enough to know that he hadn't left this here to be nice or to apologize for the way things had turned out. It was just another jab in this stupid, imaginary war he thought we were in. He was able to become the prince's aide because he could read, because I had taught him. Whatever, I wasn't going to let him ruin the memory of my mom, and I would be gone from this place soon enough, never to see him again. Shrugging off my coat, I folded it and placed it and the book on the dresser so I wouldn't forget them. Stripping out of my torn, dirty shirt and jeans, I headed into the bathroom. After a long shower, I left my filthy clothes in a heap on the floor, changed into the dark pants and shirt in the closet, did every vampire in this place wear black, and poured a bag of cold blood into a mug on the counter. There was probably a way the city vamps warmed up their blood. Surely the prince didn't drink it cold every night, but I had no idea how they did it, so I forced it down as it was. I wasn't worried about it being poisoned this time. With Zeke's blood, I was effectively vaccinated against Sarn's plague. I sobered a little, thinking of Zeke. What were he and Kanan discussing? Why the big secret? There had to be a reason Kanan didn't want me to hear what they were talking about. Maybe it was about me. Maybe he was trying to convince Zeke of the foolishness of being with a vampire, since he'd written me off as a stubborn lost cause who didn't listen or follow his rules. Now I had to know. There was no reason either of them should be talking about something without me, not after everything we'd been through. Unless it was about me, of course, which made me even more determined to find out what they were saying. Kanan wouldn't tell me, but I'd bet I could get Zeke to talk. And if he and Kanan were still in the room, they would just have to let me in on the secret, because I wasn't leaving until they did. There were still a few hours till dawn. Finishing the last of the cold blood, I rose, grabbed my katana from where it lay on a chair, and went looking for Zeke. The hallways were empty of vampires as I made my way to the room where I'd left them. A couple humans scurried around, carrying mops and cleaning supplies. I didn't see anyone else until I neared the room, and a furtive movement caught my attention. It was Stick, without his guards for once. He hovered in the shadows, trying to be inconspicuous, looking like he couldn't decide whether he wanted to walk up and knock on the door. My suspicion flared. I stalked forward with a growl, but Stick spotted me, went pale, and fled down the corridor. Sprinting around a corner, he vanished from sight. I considered going after him, forcing him to talk, but he'd probably run straight to the prince or his guards, and it wasn't worth the hassle. Instead, I went to the door and knocked firmly on the wood, listening for familiar voices. If they were still talking, too bad. I wasn't leaving. They would just have to tell me what was going on. But when Zeke opened the door a few seconds later, there was no sign of Kanan in the room beyond. For a moment, I was disappointed. I wanted to know what they were talking about. But then I realized it was just me and Zeke, alone. And suddenly, I was glad Kanan wasn't around. Allie. Zeke seemed surprised to see me, though not unhappy about it. He had showered too, judging from his damp blonde hair and clean clothes. He looked good in black, I thought, noting the way his shirt clung to his chest and biceps. The vest had concealed how muscular he really was. I didn't expect to see you again tonight, he continued, stepping back to let me in. Is something wrong? I shook my head, moving past him into the room. It was much like mine. A single bed, a bathroom, a small kitchenette. A plate sat on a small round table, the remains of real food scattered around it. Vegetables, bread, the skim of a potato. I was amazed. Salazar's luxuries extended even to our sole human. No, nothing's wrong, I told him, turning back. I just had a question, that's all. Zeke smiled. Let me guess. He shut and locked the door behind us, then turned back with a half-amused, half-resigned look. You want to know what Kanan and I were talking about earlier without you. I shrugged. Well, I asked, not bothering to deny it. What were you talking about? Zeke walked across the floor, coming to stand just a few feet away. And what would you do if I said I couldn't tell you right now? That's easy, I grinned at him, setting my katana sheath on the table. I'll just have to beat it out of you. His eyebrows arched, and a challenging gleam entered his eyes. "Is that so, vampire girl?" he asked, smiling and crossing his arms. "I'd like to see you try." "Okay, but you asked for it." I lunged. He caught me around the waist as I crashed into him, wrapped my arms around his neck, and kissed him fiercely. No barriers anymore, no doubts, no Kanan or Jackal nearby, watching and judging. It was just us, alone, both knowing what we wanted. I slid my hands into his damp hair, pressing myself to him, and he hugged me close, his lips warm on mine. I felt the hard muscles through his shirt as we locked ourselves together, the beat of his heart against my chest. The hunger roared up, even though it had been fed just minutes before, a now familiar ache. His scent and warmth surrounded me, heady and intoxicating. Unable to stop myself, my fangs lengthened, sliding out of my gum as he bent to kiss my neck, murmuring my name. I wanted him. I wanted to feel that rush of heat and life flowing through my veins. I wanted to taste him again, drink in that essence, stifle the monster raging inside. Dropping my head, I pressed my lips to the hollow at Zeke's throat, feeling heat and pulse and life beat there, right below the skin. So close. All I'd have to do was part my lips just slightly, bite down just a little, and that warmth would fill me again. Zeke's arms tightened around my waist, and a shiver went through him. But before I could draw away, before I could feel horrified with myself, he very deliberately tilted his head back, baring his throat. And my world froze. He would let me, I realized. Zeke would let me bite him, feed from him. Even now, with my fangs so close to his neck, my lips at his throat, he was calm, waiting. My eyes stung with the understanding. He had truly accepted what being with a vampire meant. Everything. My fangs slid back, retracting once more, and I gently kissed the pulse at his neck, before reaching up and bringing his face down to mine again. I could feel his surprise as our lips touched. He had been expecting me to bite him, bracing for it. But as I was slowly discovering, I could be more human around Zeke. He somehow reached that tiny sliver of humanity buried within the monster, and it had reached out for him as well. We kissed for several intense minutes, until Zeke drew back, his gaze fervent. I watched him, loving the rings of silver around his pupils when he was this close, the way his hair fell over his forehead. "Come with me to Eden," he whispered, never taking his eyes from my face. I gave him an exasperated smile. "You're going to keep asking me until I say yes, aren't you?" "Please," Zeke added quietly, holding me tighter. "Say yes. Kanan and I already talked about it. He's going as well. That's what we were discussing earlier. He just didn't want his decision to affect yours in any way. But you're coming too, right?" His hand slipped into my hair, running it through his fingers. "I can't. I won't go without you, Allie. Please, come to Eden with us." "All right," I sighed, admitting defeat. "Yes, of course I'm coming to Eden. Was there really any doubt with both you and Kanan going?" I shook my head at him, smirking. "So, yes, Ezekiel, I will come to Eden with you, and hopefully your scientists won't throw me in a cage and stick me full of tubes." Zeke pressed his lips to mine, quick and sweet. "They won't," he said as he drew back. "I promise. They already know about you, what you did for me and the others. And Kanan?" He shrugged. "I see now what you meant about him. He's not like the other vampires either." His expression grew teasing. "I can see where you get it from. Don't make me bite you, preacher boy." I frowned then, remembering something. "Wait, what about Jackal?" Jackal. His eyes went solemn. That was another reason Kanan and I wanted to talk in private. Tomorrow evening, we're leaving the city, without the prince's knowledge. Jackal won't be coming with us. We're leaving him behind? More like Kanan will make it clear that Jackal is no longer welcome to travel with us, Zeke said, and that if he follows us or tracks us down, he'll kill him. I blinked. That's a little extreme. "I'm not bringing him to Eden, Allie." Zeke's voice was grave. "Can you imagine someone like Jackal around Caleb or Bethany?" I made a face. "Right, I can see your point. I'm taking a huge risk by bringing you and Kanan back," Zeke admitted. "Letting even a single vampire through the gates is one thing, but two?" He shook his head. If I brought in Jackal and he hurt someone, I could never forgive myself. Plus, the Eden officials would never trust any vampire again. They'd kill you and Kanan, and probably me. Jackal could put us all at risk. He has to stay away. And if he ignores the warning and tracks us down using our blood tie, then I'll get the chance to make good on my promise, Zeke said, darkly, his eyes going cold for a moment. But I think Jackal will be smart enough to stay away from us, especially if Kanan warns him to. I nodded. I didn't really like it, and Jackal wouldn't like it, but we certainly couldn't take him with us. Zeke was right. The Raider King was far too volatile to trust in Eden, especially since the cure would be right there. Knowing him, he'd grab it and run as soon as he got the opportunity. So, I looped my arms around his neck, feeling mischievous and strangely wicked. When are we putting this daring plan into action? Just after sundown, his eyes half closed as I leaned in and brushed my lips across his jaw. "We'll come get you. Be ready to move fast." "I can do that." I smiled at him lazily. "Or I could just stay here tonight." Zeke's breathing hitched. "Allie," he said, sounding breathless. His heart pounded as if he'd run several miles, fast and frantic. "I want you to, but I want this to be right for us." His palm cupped my cheek, warm and smooth, stroking with his thumb. "We just found each other again. I don't want to do anything we'll regret later. If you stay, I don't think I could. I mean," he sighed, squeezing his eyes shut. "You have no idea how hard this is for me, but maybe this isn't the right time. Not now in a vampire tower with them all around." He opened his eyes, giving me a pleading look. "Do you understand what I'm trying to say?" I smiled. "You're turning red. Did you know that?" "Allie." Zeke blew out his breath in a huff. I laughed, released him, and stepped back. "All right," I said, picking up my katana sheath. "I'll go back to my room then, preacher boy." He looked both relieved and disappointed, but oddly enough, I wasn't upset. Kanan was alive, Zeke was alive. We, against all hope, had found a cure for New Covington. Tomorrow, the three of us would leave the city to go to Eden. Zeke and I had time. He wasn't going anywhere, and neither was I. He followed me to the door, pausing as I unlocked it and stepped into the hall. "Good night, Zeke." But as I started to leave, he reached out and took my wrist, stopping me. "Allison, wait." I turned. Zeke stood there, holding my hand, a conflicted look on his face, as if he was trying to find the right words. My skin prickled, blood singing, as he raised his eyes to mine. What I'm trying to say is..." A movement off to the side made him turn his head. I glanced in that direction and saw Stick once more, watching us from around a corner, his eyes dark. Zeke faltered, then let me go, drawing back through the frame. "Never mind," he said, smiling to ease the embarrassment. And even though I was furious with Stick for his very interruption, my skin prickled under that look. "It's not important." "Well, it is, but I'll tell you later. When we're out of New Covington, I promise." When his door closed, I thought of going to find Kanan, just to confirm the plan. But then I thought I might run into Jackal, Stick, or the Prince, all of whom I didn't want to see right then. So I wandered back to my room, flipped through my mom's book for a while, and replayed my conversation with Zeke until I had it memorized. I almost went back to his room several times, despite what had said, until dawn threatened the horizon and the decision was made for me. But something still nagged at my brain as I crawled atop the sheets of the huge bed, drawing the curtains against the light. Something dark and ominous, making it hard to relax, even in a place like this. It hit me then. Saren. Saren was still out there, somewhere in the dark. Where was he now, I wondered, lying back against the sheets? Had he left New Covington, or was he still hanging around, waiting for us, eager for revenge? The thought was troubling, but I put it from my mind as sleep began to draw me under. Even if Saren was still in the city, he couldn't get into the prince's tower, not without alerting every human and vampire in the place. This was the most secure place in all New Covington. Not even Saren could take on an entire army. As long as we stayed in the tower, we were safe from crazy vampires and their plans for revenge. And between me, Zeke, and Kanan, Saren would have his work out for him if we faced him together. Let him try something, I thought as my eyes closed, and I slipped further into the darkness. I had already taken his eye, his arm, and Kanan and Zeke were alive and well. I wasn't afraid of him anymore. I awoke the next night right at sundown, changed into my old clothes, which had been washed and laid out for me as promised, and waited for Kanan and Zeke. After several minutes, my uneasiness grew. They weren't here yet. Where were they? Had the prince reneged on his promise, and Kanan was down in the dungeon again, being tortured and starved? Had Jackal discovered the plan to leave him behind and decided to take matters into his own hands? I tried not to fidget, to imagine the worst possible outcomes, but as the minutes ticked by, my apprehension and anger grew more and more. Gosh, I finally muttered after nearly a half hour had passed and neither of them had showed. I'm not waiting around here. I'll find them myself. Making sure I had everything, my sword and my mom's book, I stalked across the room, threw the door open, and nearly ran into Kanan on the other side. Gosh, Kanan! I staggered back, glaring at him. Where were you? I was just about to go looking for... I trailed off at the look on his face. Come with me, he said in a low, strained voice, and immediately started walking away. I scrambled to catch up. Kanan, where are we going? What's going on? I frowned up at him. Where's Zeke and Jackal? He didn't answer, and I jogged to keep pace with him. Hey, you're kind of scaring me. I'm sorry, Kanan almost whispered, and a cold fist grabbed my insides. I can't say more, Allison. You'll see when we get there. Numb with terror, I followed him into the elevators, watching the numbers descend, one by one, until we hit the basement. Prince Salazar glared at me as we entered the hospital, his dark eyes glittering with anger. Not for Kanan this time. Me. I ignored the prince, though, when I saw Jackal, Dr. Emerson, and several guards surrounding a single cot in the middle of the room. A body lay atop it, lean and tall, though I couldn't see it clearly through the crowd. The sheets beneath it were soaked in blood, and my mind started screaming a protest. No! No, it can't be him! Gosh, it cannot be him! He was found outside the towers early this morning, Salazar said, his voice tight with bridled rage. We brought him in, but there is nothing more to be done. It is a miracle he has survived this long. He has been asking for you, Kanan's daughter. No, I moaned silently, incapable of speech right then. But Salazar stepped aside, as did Emerson and the guards, and I saw who lay atop the bed. Styx's glassy, pain-filled eyes met mine across the room and widened when they saw me. Allie, he whispered, and my relief that it wasn't Zeke quickly turned to horror as I studied him. Blood soaked his middle, stained through his business suit, and his skin was the color of chalk. His expression was filled with pain and fear, and all the bitterness, rage, and hurt toward him melted away as he held out a pale, blood-spattered hand. Allie? I took it, stepping to his side. What happened? I whispered, looking over his wounds in despair. I'd seen this before. Stabbed through the gut, a wound that was painful and lingering. He didn't have long. I'm sorry, Stick whispered, his voice choked. I'm sorry, Allie. I didn't know. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? I murmured, as he shuddered and began coughing. Blood ran from his mouth, streaming down his neck, and I glared over the cot at Salazar. Do something, I snapped at the prince. You have a doctor here. Don't just stand there and watch. The prince's eyes narrowed. I do not make a habit of aiding those who betray me, he said, and I stared at him in utter confusion. What? Betrayed you? How? Allie, Stick whispered again, clutching at my arm. Saren, he gasped. It was Saren. He came back. My blood turned to ice. Saren did this to you? How? I led him there, Stick went on. I led him to Saren. He was waiting for us. Promised to take him away. Didn't know he would stab me. I'm sorry, Allie. Took him away. Who? I whispered, but Stick gasped and his hand dropped from my arm, his eyes rolling back. Stick, I growled, grasping him by the collar, my entire insides twisting like sharpened wire. Who? Who did Saren take? Who did you lead outside? Who? Zeke, Stick whispered, and my world shattered around me. It was Zeke. Saren has him now. Hush, no, someone growled behind me, Jackal perhaps, but I wasn't thinking straight anymore. I stared at this thing below me, this creature who I thought had been human once. He said you would know where to find them. I was barely listening now. Saren had Zeke. Zeke had been with him all night. He said they would be in the place where you left him, in pieces. The hospital. Saren would be at the old hospital. And Zeke would be there as well. Alive. He had to be alive. I just wanted to get you to see me, the thing continued, pleading. I wanted you to know that I wasn't useless, that I could be strong, like you. I wanted you to see me, that's all. Just me. I do. Numb, I slid off the bed. I see you now. Allie, I'm done with you, Stick, I whispered, and turned away. He made a choking sound, clutching at my arm, but I ripped it out of his grasp. I kept walking until Kanan stopped me at the door, his face grave, and I glanced over my shoulder. The body had fallen back against the pillows, watery blue eyes gazing sightlessly at the ceiling. One pale hand dangled over the edge. I felt nothing. The body didn't register as a friend, or even an acquaintance. It was a stranger. Turning away, I walked past Kanan and swept through the doors, leaving behind the corpse of someone I used to know. Allison! Kanan's booming voice jerked me to a halt just before I hit the elevator doors. My sire almost never raised his voice, but when he did, it could either knock you over or freeze you in place. I turned, watching him stride up, his face impassive. You cannot rush off to confront him alone, he said, in a low voice, joining me at the elevators. If you wait, Jackal and I will come with you. Wait, I snarled, glaring at the numbered lights above the metal doors, cursing them to move faster. There's no time to wait. We have to find them, now. The elevator dinged, and I started forward, but Kanan grabbed both my shoulders, holding me back. Listen to me, he said, giving me a little shake. You need to hear this. Ezekiel has been with Saren for hours, alone. He knows where Eden is. He knows the scientists are working on a cure, and Saren will want that information. Allison, Kanan squeezed my shoulders, you have to prepare yourself for what we may find. You can't let it destroy you. I shook my head frantically. No, no, Zeke will be there. He'll be all right. This is Saren, Kanan reminded me, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. You saw what he did to me. You know what he's capable of. Your human is strong, but he's only human, and Saren is the best at what he does. His voice softened even more. This is our world, Allison. It's pain and blood and death, and this is the reason I wanted you to keep your distance, to not get attached. He let me go and straightened, though his dark eyes still bored into me. Whatever we find, he said quietly, whatever you see or hear, you must be prepared, because it will be worse than you could ever imagine. Do you understand? Yes, I hissed, hot tears stinging my eyes. Because he was, as always, right. He was right about Saren, and he was right about his very first rule of vampirism. But it was far too late now. I was attached, and if Zeke was gone, I didn't know what I would do. Well, Jackal muttered, finally joining us at the doors, I guess saying I told you so is kind of pointless now. I knew I should have ripped that skinny bastard's head off when I had the chance. Back to the fringe again, huh? He groaned and gave me an almost pitying look. Fine, let's go see if there's anything left to rescue. The hospital grounds were quiet as we slipped across the field. No bleeders, no mobs of infected humans, nothing. It was snowing heavily, and the flakes had covered up all traces of previous passings, ours and Saren's. There was no blood and no sign of a struggle at the entrance to the hospital or in the ruined foyer. I didn't know if that was a good or bad sign, but I was hopeful. But then we opened the door to the last room, and that all changed. The scent of Zeke's blood was everywhere, slamming me in the face as soon as the door swung back. My stomach turned, and my legs nearly gave out, but I forced myself into the room, gazing around in terror. Where was he? Had Saren locked him in a cell? Strung his body up? Where? And then I saw. The table where I had lain the night before, the bed with the straps and thick leather cuffs, sat in the center of the room, a spotlight trained on it. It was covered in blood, as were the tools on the cart beside it, and the floor surrounding it was streaked with red. There was no body. The straps were empty, and the surface was clear, except for a strange flat square in the very center of the bed. Something glimmered in the light, something small and shiny and vaguely familiar. Numbly, I walked to the table, staring down at what lay in the middle. One of those strange portable computers from the time before the plague. But it wasn't the ancient computer that caught my attention, but what lay on top of it. Zeke's silver cross, covered in blood. I picked it up in a daze, not really acknowledging what it wasn't. It was his. His scent clung to him, reminding me of him. He'd been wearing it the last time I saw him. He'd been fine then, just last night, alive, smiling, kissing me. My hand moved on its own, seeming to belong to someone else, reaching out to push up the lid on the computer. As the screen rose, there was a soft click and a faint whirring sound from within. "Hello, little bird," came Saren's faint, disembodied voice, small and tinny sounding, under the screen. "The camera on this computer is shot to hell, I'm afraid, so we'll just have to be content with audio. Pity. I really wanted to show you what I've been doing."
But perhaps a song is worth 1,000 pictures, Show her what I mean. Ezekiel, sing for us. And a scream, a horrible, gut-wrenching scream, rose from the computer, making me clench my fist so hard Zeke's cross pierced the skin of my palm. I almost reached out and slammed the lid shut, but I forced myself not to move, to listen to Zeke's agony, until the scream finally died away and the sound of tortured breathing took its place. "You should be very proud, little bird." Saren's voice slithered out of the computer, cruel and soulless. "He's held out remarkably well, better than I ever thought a human capable of. But I suspect he's reaching his limit. I wanted you to be here for his final moments, to realize just how much you've lost. It's only fair. You did take my arm, after all. A man can get very attached to his arm. Well, shall we get on with it then?" There was a faint metallic clink, as if Saren picked up something small and shiny. "Ezekiel," he crooned, his voice farther away now, moving around the table. "I have asked you this before, but perhaps now you are more inclined to talk to me, yes? How did you survive the virus? Where did you find a cure?" "I don't know." I bit my lips so hard I tasted blood. Zeke's voice was a choked whisper through gritted teeth. The smell of him surrounded me, seeping into my mind, and I saw him strapped to the table, eyes bright with pain, as Saren loomed over him with something that glittered in the spotlight. "You don't know?" Saren repeated, his voice mockingly surprised. "Jackal gave me the impression that you were at death's door. Are you certain you don't remember?" Behind me, Jackal swore, but before I could register what that meant, it was drowned out in the scream of anguish that came through the machine in front of me. I froze, my blood turning to ice as I waited for it to stop. It didn't stop. For several long minutes, it ebbed and flowed, sometimes fading to breathless, gasping sobs, sometimes rising to piercing heights of agony. For a second, I was vaguely aware of Kanan standing rigid beside me, eyes closed as if he was remembering his own misery. But after a while, everything shrank down to the soul-destroying noise coming from the computer, the sounds of someone wanting to die. Oh God, Zeke,
Tears streamed down my face. My hands were clenched so hard I could feel blood dripping from my palm. Please, just tell him. Just give him what he wants. Finally, it stopped, and Zeke's shuddering, gasping breaths were all that could be heard for a few moments. "Now, Ezekiel," Saren whispered, his voice dangerously calm. "One last time. Where did you find that cure? And if you lie to me, we can continue this all night, and the next, and the next. I have all the time in the world." Zeke took several more ragged, panting breaths, and then, in a voice of utter pain and defeat, whispered, "Eden. The cure is in Eden." "Ah," Saren rasped, "now we are getting somewhere. So, little prince, we are nearing the finish point at last. One more question, and then I will end your misery and send you on to your reward. Would you like that? Would you like the hurting to stop?" Zeke coughed, the sound bloody and painful. "Just kill me," he whispered in a strangled voice. "Get it over with already." "Soon, little prince, soon. One question more." Saren put down the tool with a clink. I could see him bending over Zeke, bringing his face very close as he whispered in a slow, deliberate voice, "Where is Eden?" Zeke sucked in a breath and didn't make any noise. Saren waited several heartbeats, then chuckled. "Oh, Ezekiel, you are doing so well. Don't stop now." Zeke still didn't say anything, and Saren's voice turned ugly and terrifying. 3 seconds, little human, before I make you wish you were never born, before the pain you experienced up until this point will seem like a pleasant, half-remembered dream compared to what I am about to do. Be very certain this is what you want. 1. Allison. Kanan's voice was low, tight. "Close the laptop. You don't want to hear this." 2. I started to reach for it, then stopped, shaking my head. "No," I whispered, drawing back, clutching Zeke's cross tightly. I owe it to him, to remember. 3. I braced myself for the worst. It was worse. Far, far worse. This one seemed to last forever, and Zeke's screams began to falter simply because his throat was too raw to continue. I wanted to close my eyes and cover my ears. I was tempted to slam the lid shut and stop the shrieks and sobs and cries that tore into my mind, imprinting themselves in my consciousness. I didn't. I stood there, hot, bloody tears streaming down my face as the storm of anguish whipped around me like a hurricane, relentless and unending. My throat began to ache, and I couldn't stop shaking as the boy I cared for more than anything screamed and bled and begged for death far beyond my reach. When it stopped, I was exhausted, numb. I wasn't aware of anything but the words coming out of the computer, Saren's voice flat and merciless, and Zeke gasping for breath, choking on blood. "This is not the end, little human. Oh no, this is just a reminder that you can stop this at any time, but it makes no difference to me. We have many more hours to go, and I am just getting started." "Stop," Zeke gasped. "For the love of God, enough," he sobbed, panting, his voice broken and empty. "I'll tell you. God forgive me, I'll tell you. Just no more." I nearly collapsed, so grateful that it was over. Saren's voice came again, full of quiet triumph. "Where?" "An island," Zeke whispered. "Eden is on an island, in the middle of Lake Erie." "You're lying, little human." Saren's voice hissed from the computer, and Zeke made a choked sound of fear and dread. "Tell me where it really is, or we will go through this whole thing again from the top." "No," Zeke's voice cracked. "Please, I can't give you another answer. That's where it really is." Oh, God. I heard the self-loathing in his voice, the absolute despair. I've betrayed everyone. Just kill me already. Let me die. I heard Saren's smile. Yes, little human. Soon you will feel nothing. Sweet oblivion. But before I send you into the eternal night, would you like to say goodbye? Your friends will be arriving soon, I expect. The little bird, especially, might want to hear your voice one last time. Is there anything you would like to tell her before we say goodnight? Allie? Zeke breathed, sounding horrified. I wanted to reach for him, to grab his hand and never let go, but of course he wasn't here. This was just an echo, his final words. I'm sorry, he whispered, and I heard the tears in his voice. I'm so sorry. I wasn't strong enough. I couldn't. He took a ragged breath and spoke with grim desperation. You have to stop him. Stop him from getting to Eden. He's planning to... Ah! His voice dissolved into another scream, as if Saren had interrupted him by jamming something sharp into his flesh. I wasn't expecting it, and cringed, squeezing his cross in a death grip. Now, said mildly, as the cry died away, let's not spoil the surprise. Is there anything else you'd like to add before I kill you, little prince? Allie? Zeke panted, his voice growing faint. I don't regret anything between us. I just wish we had more time, that you could have seen Eden with me. I should have told you earlier. He paused, gasping for breath, but continued in a soft, steady voice. Allie, I love you. No, Zeke. I dropped my head into my hands, feeling Zeke's cross press against my skin, and sobbed. For myself, for Zeke, for this stupid, screwed-up world we were born into, for lost chances and unsaid words, and for the hope that seemed so bright and certain one moment, but so easily snuffed out the next. Take care of everyone in Eden, Zeke whispered as I stood there, shaking, trying to stop the flood of tears. Tell them I'm sorry I couldn't come back, but I'll be with my father soon. Tell Caleb and Bethany not to cry. We'll see each other again someday, and then it'll be forever. Magnificent, Saren said.
Truly touching. A fine requiem. But it is time to say goodbye, little prince. Are you ready? Zeke's voice was calm now, unafraid. I'm ready. Then let me release you from this mortal coil and send you gently into the eternal night. I didn't hear the exact moment Saren ended Zeke's life. I was just aware of his breathing, ragged at first, then seizing up, as if he could no longer gasp for air, and then a long, agonizingly slow exhale, the last gulp departing his lungs, as Ezekiel's tortured breaths finally, irreversibly stopped altogether. "Good night, sweet prince," Saren crooned, a velvet whisper. The recording clicked off. I stood at the edge of a deserted road, gazing back at the outer wall of New Covington, the snow whipping at my hair and clothes. From this vantage, you could barely see the distant vampire towers through the snow and darkness. They glimmered weakly in the storm, looking small and insignificant against the vast wilderness beyond. At my feet, the road snaked off into the old suburbs, where rabbits lurk, waiting to pounce on the unwary. It vanished around a corner, nearly invisible in the snow, but it didn't matter. I knew where we were going. The wind picked up, yanking at my coat, spitting ice shards into my face. It didn't affect me. I was numb, inside and out, as if something had reached in and smothered that small bit of hope and warmth I was desperately clinging to, snuffing it completely. I hadn't cried since we left the lab that evening, following the deserted tunnels until we came out past the kill zone, free of New Covington at last. My tears, along with my emotions, my memories, and my hope, had been swallowed by the darkness, until I couldn't feel anything at all. Footsteps crunched over the snow, and Kanan came to stand beside me, a silent, unmoving shadow. We hadn't spoken since the lab. Immediately following Zeke's death, I had fallen to my knees, clutching the cross,
and had screamed and beaten my fists against the floor until I felt the bones in my fingers snap, and the two vampires had silently drawn back and left me alone. A craziness had overcome me, and I'd taken my katana and destroyed the room, smashing glass, ripping things apart, slicing and tearing and shrieking my rage. When it was over, I'd stood in the middle of the destruction, shaking with hatred, needing to kill. And the monster rose up, embracing my pain, turning it to vengeance. "This is what we are," it whispered, easing the despair threatening to crush me. "We are vampires. We are not human. We do not need human emotion. We do not get attached to human beings. You knew that from the beginning. I did. Allie the Fringer knew that, even before she was turned. She'd tried to warn me to keep my distance, to guard my heart. Lesson learned. I was a monster. I would never forget that again." "You were right, you know," I told Kanan, as we both gazed at New Covington, the place where I'd been born and died and left the last of my humanity behind. My voice came out flat and cold, unfamiliar to me. "We're monsters. Humans are nothing but food. I was stupid to fight it for so long." Kanan was silent for a moment. Then he said very softly, "Do you think you will honor his memory by reverting to that?" "What do you want from me?" I turned on the master vampire, narrowing my eyes. "You were the one who told me not to get close, not to form attachments." "I did," Kanan agreed, not meeting my gaze. "But I also said it was up to you to decide what kind of monster you wanted to become." And what I saw that night in the dungeon, at the refugee camp, facing down Saren, it gave me something I have not felt in a long time. I stared at him. Kanan still didn't look at me, choosing to face the darkness, gazing toward New Covington. "Those of us who live this long so often become jaded," he murmured. "It is hard to hold on to what made us human. It is easier to simply let go, to become the demon everyone sees in us." I thought I was done being surprised, but you have managed to surprise me at every turn. He paused, his next words quiet, almost hesitant. "I cannot tell you how to live," he said, "but it would be a pity if you became just another monster, if you abandoned everything you fought for until now." "I can't," I whispered, shaking my head. "I can't do it, Kanan. I won't go through that again. It's too hard, losing someone like that. Hearing Zeke." My throat threatened to close, but the darkness, the monster, rose up, cold and impassive, shielding me. "I will not do that again," I said calmly. "And if I have to be a monster to survive, then I'll be what everyone expects. I don't care about Eden or the scientists or their very cure. Right now, all I care about is finding Saren and making him pay." Kanan didn't answer, and we stood like that in silence, watching the city. A minute later, Jackal prowled out of the darkness from between two houses, smirking at us. "Well, I have good news and bad news," he announced. "The good news is that the Jeep is still where we left it, and I got the gush thing working again." "What's the bad news?" I asked. "Something took my fuzzy dice." I rolled my eyes, and Kanan started forward, brushing past him. "Come," he ordered, not looking back. "Saren is moving fast, and he has a head start on us. We can't waste time if we're going to make it to Eden before him." My hand rose to my neck, touching the small silver cross beneath my shirt. Zeke, I thought, smelling his blood on the chain, even now. "I'll avenge you, I swear. Saren will scream for mercy before I'm done. I'll make sure he remembers your name as he dies. But I will not, ever, get close to anyone again. You were the last. I hope that wherever you are, you're happy. And if you can see me now, I'm sorry for what I've turned into." Kanan turned, waiting for me at the edge of the shadows. Jackal watched me too, his eyes glowing inhumanly yellow in the darkness. Monsters in the night, just like me. This is what I am, I thought, walking forward to join them. This is where I belong, in the darkness. We're vampires. That's all we'll ever be. The storm picked up, the snow falling heavily on the road, as the three of us, myself, my sire, and my blood brother, turned an old back jeep toward the northeast and roared off in the direction of Eden. They are coming. Leaning against the side of an ancient van, the lean, bony figure with the horribly scarred face smiled. They were on their way now, following his trail, tracking him toward the distant human city that would spell salvation for the entire world. A new beginning, a fresh start to everything. Soon. He could sense their determination to stop him, their rage and hate, especially her. Oh, her anger would be a glorious thing indeed. His hand slipped to the smooth stub of his left arm, caressing it. He had once thought Kanan a worthy opponent, but the girl, the fierce, relentless, savage little bird, was even more magnificent. "She is coming," he whispered, a grin stretching his ravaged face. "I cannot wait to see the look on her face when she finds us again. It will be a song for the ages." He chuckled and glanced into the van's interior, where a dark form lay slumped in the corner. "Don't you think so, Ezekiel?" I'd tried calling her over the weekend, but either her phone was still dead or it had been taken away, because my calls went straight to voicemail. Worried and restless, I'd gotten to school early this morning in the hopes of seeing her, finding out how her family had taken her abrupt disappearance. But I'd been pulled into the principal's office before I could catch a glimpse of the girl who was very suddenly my whole world. Morose, I headed back to class, still scanning the hall for any glimpses of blue-streaked black hair, irrationally hoping to run into her on her way to the principal's office. I didn't see her, of course, but I did pass a group of girls in the hall, talking and laughing beneath the bathroom sign.
They fell silent as I passed, staring at me with wide eyes, and I heard the murmurs erupt as soon as my back was to them. "Oh my God, that's him. Did you hear he forced Kenzie to run away with him last week? They were on the other side of the country before the police finally caught them. So that's why the cops are here. Why isn't he in jail?" I clenched my jaw and kept walking. Rumors and gossip rarely bothered me. I was so used to it. And some of the more colorful rumors I'd heard were so far off, it was laughable. But I hated the thought that Kenzie, just by being around me, would be the target of gossip and speculation. It was already starting. She wasn't in any of our shared classes, which made it difficult to concentrate on what was happening around me. Even so, I caught suspicious glances thrown my way, whispers whenever I slid into my desk, the hard stares of some of the popular kids, Kenzie's friends. I kept my head down and my usual leave me the heck alone posture going until the bell rang for lunch. I almost went to the cafeteria just to see if she was there before catching myself with a grimace. "Geez, what are you doing, Ethan? You've gone completely stupid for this girl. She's not here. Just accept that already." As I hesitated in the corridor, trying to decide which direction to go, my nerves prickled and the hair on the back of my neck stood up, a sure warning that I was being watched or stalked. Wary, I casually glanced up, scanning the surging throng of teenagers for anything that might belong to the invisible world, the world only I could see. It wasn't a fairy, however. It was worse. Football star Brian Kingston and 3 of his friends were pushing their way through the corridor, broad shoulders and thick arms parting the crowd with ease. By their faces, and the way they were also scanning the halls, they hadn't seen me yet, but it was obvious they were on the warpath. Or at least the quarterback was, his ruddy face and thick jaw set for a fight, and I could just guess who the target of his wrath was. Great. I turned and melted into the throng, heading in the opposite direction, hoping to disappear and find someplace I could be alone, where vengeful football jocks and their cronies couldn't smash my face into lockers, where I didn't have to hear whispers of how I'd kidnapped Kenzie and forced her to go to New York with me. Once more, maybe by fate, I found myself back in the library, the quiet murmurs and rustle of paper bringing with it a storm of memories. I'd come here the first week of school in an attempt to avoid Kingston then too. It was also here that I'd promised to meet Kenzie for one of her infamous interviews.
And it was here that I'd held my last lucid conversation with Todd right before he vanished. Hiding my lunch under my jacket, I ignored the no food or drink sign on the front desk and sauntered into the back aisles. I earned a suspicious glare from the librarian, watching me over her glasses, but at least Kingston and his thugs wouldn't follow me here. With a sigh, I found a quiet corner and sank down against the wall, engulfed in déjà vu. Gosh, I just wanted to be left alone. Was that too much to ask for? I wanted to get through a school day without getting beat up, threatened with expulsion, or arrested. And I wanted, for once, to just have a normal day where I could take my girlfriend out to the movies or to dinner without some fairy messing everything up. Something like normal. Was that ever going to happen? When the last bell rang, I quickly grabbed my books and hurried into the parking lot, hoping to make it out before running into Brian Kingston or any one of Kenzie's friends. No one stopped me in the halls, though when I reached my beat-up truck, parked on the far end of the lot, my stomach tightened. Brian Kingston sat on the hood, legs swinging off the edge, smirking at me. Two of his football buddies leaned against the side. "Where do you think you're going, freak?" Kingston asked, sliding off the hood. His cronies pressed behind him, and I took a deep breath to calm down. At least they hadn't damaged my truck in any way, yet. The tires didn't look slashed, and I couldn't see any key marks in the paint, so that was something. "Been wanting to talk to you all afternoon." I tensed, shifting my weight to the balls of my feet. He didn't want to talk. Everything about him said he was itching for a fight. "Do we really have to do this now?" I asked, keeping a wary eye on all three of them. Gosh, I did not need this. But if the choices were fight or get myself beaten up, I wasn't going to get stomped on. I supposed I could have run away like a pansy, but the fallout of that might be even worse. These three didn't scare me. I'd faced down goblins, redcaps, a lindworm, and a whole legion of murderous ghostly fae who sucked the glamour out of their normal kin. I'd fought things that were trying their best to kill me, and I was still here. A trio of unarmed humans, thick-necked and muscle-headed as they were, didn't register very high on my threat meter, but I'd rather not get expelled on my first day back if I could help it. "This is stupid, Kingston," I snapped, backing away as his cronies tried to flank me. If they lunged, I'd need to get out of the way fast before they could tackle me. "What the heck do you want? What do you think I've done now?" "Like you don't know," Kingston sneered, curling his lip in disgust. "Don't play stupid, freak. I told you to stay away from Mackenzie, didn't I? I warned you what would happen, and you didn't listen. Everyone knows you dragged her off to New York last week. I don't know why the cops didn't toss you in jail for kidnapping." "She asked me to take her," I argued. "I didn't drag her anywhere. She wanted to see New York, and her dad wouldn't let her go, so she asked me." Lies to cover up more lies. I wondered, very briefly, if there would ever come a point where I didn't have to lie to everyone. "Yeah, and now look where she is," Kingston shot back. "I don't know what you did to her while you were gone, but you're gonna wish you never came here." "Wait, what?" I frowned, still trying to keep the cronies in my sights, but something Kingston said distracted me. "What do you mean? Where is Kenzie now?" Kingston shook his head. "You didn't hear, freak? God, you are a jerk." He stepped forward, eyes narrowing in pure contempt. "Kenzie is in the hospital." They hung the unregistereds in the old warehouse district. It was a public execution, so everyone went to see. I stood at the back, a nameless face in the crowd, too close to the gallows for comfort, but unable to look away. There were 3 of them this time, 2 boys and a girl. The oldest was about my age, 17 and skinny, with huge frightened eyes and greasy dark hair that hung to his shoulders. The other 2 were even younger, 14 and 15 if I had to guess, and siblings, since they both had the same stringy yellow hair. I didn't know them. They weren't part of my crowd. Still, they had the same look of all unregistereds, thin and ragged, their eyes darting about like trapped animals. I crossed my arms tightly, feeling their desperation. It was over. The trap had closed, the hunters had caught them, and there was no place for them to run. The pet stood on the edge of the platform, puffed up and swaggering, as if he had caught the kids himself. He was walking back and forth, pointing to the condemned and rattling off a list of crimes, his pale eyes gleaming with triumph. Assaulting a citizen of the inner city, robbery, trespassing, and resisting arrest. These criminals attempted to steal Class 1 foodstuffs from the private warehouse of the inner city. This is a crime against you, and more important, a crime against our benevolent masters. I snorted. Fancy words and legal mumbo-jumbo didn't erase the fact that these criminals were just doing what all unregistereds did to survive.
For whatever reasons, fate, pride, or stubbornness, we non-registered humans didn't have the mark of our vampire masters etched into our skin, the brands that told you who you were, where you lived, and who you belonged to. Of course, the vampires said it was to keep us safe, to keep track of everyone within the city, to know how much food they had to allow. It was for our own good. Yeah, right. Call it what you wanted, it was just another way to keep their human cattle enslaved. You might as well be wearing a collar around your neck. There were several good things about being unregistered. You didn't exist. You were off their records, a ghost in the system. Because your name wasn't on the lists, you didn't have to show up for the monthly bloodletting, where human pets in crisp white coats stuck a tube in your vein and siphoned your blood into clear bags that were placed into coolers and taken to the masters. Miss a couple lettings and the guards came for you, forcing you to pony up the late blood, even if it left you empty as a limp sack. The vamps got their blood, one way or another. Being unregistered let you slip through the cracks. There was no leash for the bloodsuckers to yank on. And since it wasn't exactly a crime, you'd think everyone would do it. Unfortunately, being free came with a hefty price. Registered humans got meal tickets, unregistereds didn't. And since the vamps controlled all the food in the city, this made getting enough to eat a real problem. So we did what anyone in our situation would do. We begged. We stole. We scraped up food wherever we could, did anything to survive. In the fringe, the outermost circle of the vampire city, food was scarce even if you weren't unregistered. The ration trucks came twice a month and were heavily guarded. I'd seen registered citizens beaten just for getting out of line. So while it wasn't exactly a crime to be unregistered, if you got caught stealing from the bloodsuckers and you didn't have the prince's cursed brand gracing your skin, you could expect no mercy whatsoever. It was a lesson I'd learned well. Too bad these three never did. 8 ounces of soy, 2 potatoes, and a quarter loaf of bread. The pet was still going on, and his audience had their eyes glued to the gallows now, morbidly fascinated. I slipped into the crowd, moving away from the platform. The smug voice rang out behind me, and I clenched my hands, wishing I could drive a fist through his smiling teeth. Very pets. In some ways, they were even worse than the bloodsuckers. They'd chosen to serve the vamps, selling out their fellow humans for the safety and luxury it brought. Everyone hated them, but at the same time, everyone was jealous of them as well. The rules regarding unregistered citizens are clear. The pet was wrapping up, stretching out his words for the greatest effect. According to Clause 22, line 46 of New Covington Law, any human found stealing within city limits who does not have the mark of protection from the prince shall be hanged by the neck until they are dead. Do the accused have any last words? I heard muffled voices, the oldest thief swearing at the pet, uttering a strong insult. I shook my head. Brave words wouldn't help him. Nothing would now. It was fine and good to be defiant to the end, but it was better not to get caught in the first place. That was his first mistake and, ultimately, his last. Always leave yourself an out. That was the first rule of the unregistereds. Do whatever you want. Hate the vamps, curse the pets, but never get caught. I picked up my pace, hurrying past the edge of the crowd, and broke into a jog. The clunk of the trapdoors releasing echoed very loudly in my ears, even over the gasp of the watching crowd. The silence that followed was almost a living thing, urging me to turn, to glance over my shoulder. Ignoring the knot in my stomach, I slipped around a corner, putting the wall between myself and the gallows so I wouldn't be tempted to look back. Life in the fringe is a simple thing, like the people who live here. They don't have to work, though there are a couple trading posts set up around the fringe where people collect what they find and exchange it for other things. They don't have to read, there are no jobs that require it, and besides, owning books is highly illegal, so why risk it?
All they have to worry about is feeding themselves, keeping their clothes mended, and patching up whatever hole or box or gutted-out building they call home well enough to keep the rain off them. The secret goal of almost every Fringer is to someday make it into the inner city, past the wall that separates the civilized world from the human trash, into the glittering city that looms over us with its great starry towers that had somehow resisted crumbling into dust. Everyone knows someone who was taken into the city, a brilliant mind or a great beauty, someone too unique or special to be left here with us animals. There are rumors that the vampires breed the humans on the inside, raising the children to be their thralls, completely devoted to their masters. But since none who are taken into the city ever come out again, except the pets and their guards, and they aren't talking, no one knows what it's really like. Of course, this only feeds the stories. "Did you hear?" Stick asked as I met him at the chain-link fence that marked the edge of our territory. Beyond the fence, across a grassy, glass-strewn lot, stood a squat old building that my gang and I called home. Lucas, the de facto leader of our gang, said it used to be a school, a place where kids like us gathered every day in huge numbers to learn. That was before the vamps had it gutted and burned, destroying everything on the inside. But it was still a refuge for a gang of skinny street rats. 3 stories high, the brick walls were beginning to crumble, the top floor had fallen in, and the halls were filled with mold, rubble, and little else. The charred halls and empty rooms were cold, damp, and dark, and every year a little more of the walls fell away. But it was our place, our safe haven, and we were fiercely protective of it. "Hear what?" I asked as we ducked through the gap in the rusty fence, striding through weeds and grass and broken bottles to where home beckoned invitingly. "Gracie was taken last night, into the city. They say some vampire was looking to expand his harem, so he took her." I looked at him sharply. "What? Who told you that?" "Kyle and Travis." I rolled my eyes in disgust. Kyle and Travis belonged to a rival gang of unregistereds. We didn't bother each other, usually, but this sounded like something our competitors would concoct just to scare us off the streets. You believe anything those two say? They're screwing with you, Stick. They want to scare you. He trailed me across the lot like a shadow, watery blue gaze darting about. Stick's real name was Steven, but no one called him that anymore. He was taller than me by several inches, but my 5'0" didn't make this feat all that impressive. Stick was built like a scarecrow, with straw-colored hair and timid eyes. He managed to survive on the streets, but just barely. "They're not the only ones talking about it," he insisted. "Cooper said he heard her scream a few blocks away." "What does that tell you?" "If it's true, that she was stupid enough to go wandering around the city at night and probably got herself eaten." "Ollie!" "What?" We ducked through the broken doorframe into the dank halls of the school. Rusty metal lockers were scattered along one wall, a few still standing, most dented and broken. I headed toward an upright one and yanked the door open with a squeak. The vamps don't stay in their precious towers all the time. Sometimes they go hunting for live bodies. Everyone knows that. I grabbed the brush that I kept here to go with the mirror that was stuck to the back, the only usable one in the building. My reflection stared at me, a dirty-faced girl with straight black hair and squinty eyes. As Rat put it, at least I didn't have teeth like a rodent. I ran the brush through my hair, wincing at the snags. Stick was still watching me, disapproving and horrified, and I rolled my eyes. "Don't give me that look, Steven," I said, frowning. "If you're out past sundown and get tagged by a bloodsucker, that's your fault for not staying put or not paying attention." I replaced the brush and shut the locker with a bang. Gracie thought that just because she's registered and her brother guards the wall, she was safe from vampires. They always come for you when you think you're safe. "Mark is pretty torn up about it," Stick said almost sullenly. "Gracie was his only family since their parents died. Not our problem." I felt bad for saying it, but it was true. In the Fringe, you looked out for yourself and your immediate family, no one else. My concern didn't extend beyond myself, Stick, and the rest of our small gang. This was my family, screwed up as it was. I couldn't worry about the trials of everyone in the Fringe. I had plenty of my own, thanks. "Maybe," Stick began, and hesitated. "Maybe she's happier now," he continued. "Maybe being taken into the inner city is a good thing. The vampires will take better care of her, don't you think?" I resisted the urge to snort. Stick, they're vampires, I wanted to say. Monsters. They only see us as two things, slaves and food. Nothing good comes from a bloodsucker, you know that. But telling Stick that would only upset him more, so I pretended not to hear. Where are the others? I asked as we walked down the hall, picking our way over rubble and broken glass. Stick trailed morosely, dragging his feet, kicking bits of rock and plaster with every step. I resisted the urge to smack him. Mark was a decent guy. Even though he was registered, he didn't treat us unregistereds like vermin, and even spoke to us on occasion when he was making his rounds at the wall. I also knew Stick had feelings for Gracie, though he would never act on them. But I was the one who shared most of my food with him, since he was usually too scared to go scavenging by himself. Ungrateful little snot. I couldn't watch out for everyone, he knew that. Lucas isn't back yet, Stick finally mumbled as we came to my room, one of the many empty spaces along the hall. In the years I had been here, I'd fixed it up the best I could. Plastic bags covered the shattered windows, keeping out the rain and damp. An old mattress lay in one corner with my blanket and pillow. I'd even managed to find a folding table, a couple chairs, and a plastic shelf for various clutter, little things I wanted to keep. I'd built a nice little lair for myself, and the best part was my door still locked from the inside, so I could get some privacy if I wanted. "What about Rat?" I asked, pushing on my door. As the door squeaked open, a wiry boy with lank brown hair jerked around, beady eyes widening. He was older than me and Stick, with sharp features and a front tooth that stuck out like a fang, giving him a permanent sneer. Rat swore when he saw me, and my blood boiled. This was my space, my territory. He had no right to be here. "Rat," I snarled, bursting through the doorway. "Why are you snooping around my room, looking for things to steal?" Rat held up his arm, and my stomach went cold. In one grubby hand, he held an old, faded book, the cover falling off, the pages crumbled. I recognized it instantly. It was a made-up story, a fantasy, the tale of 4 kids who went through a magic wardrobe and found themselves in a strange new world. I'd read it more times than I could remember, and although I sneered at the thought of a magical land with friendly talking animals, there were times when I wished, in my most secret moments, that I could find a hidden door that would take us all out of this place. "What the hell is this?" Rat said, holding up the book. Having been caught red-handed, he quickly switched to the offensive. "Books? Why are you collecting garbage like that? As if you even know how to read." He snorted and tossed the book to the floor. "Do you know what the vamps would do if they found out? Does Lucas know about your little trash collection?" "That's none of your business," I snapped, stepping farther into the room. "This is my room, and I'll keep what I want. Now get lost before I tell Lucas to throw you out." Rat snickered. He hadn't been with the group long, a few months at most. He claimed he'd come from another sector and that his old gang had kicked him out, but he'd never said why. I suspected it was because he was a lying, thieving jerk. Lucas wouldn't even have considered letting him stay if we hadn't lost 2 members the previous winter. Patrick and Jeffrey, 2 unregistered brothers who were daring to the point of stupidity, who bragged the vampires would never catch them. They were too quick, they claimed. They knew all the best escape tunnels. And then one night they went out looking for food as usual and never came back. Kicking the book aside, Rat took a threatening step forward and straightened so that he loomed over me. "You got a big mouth, Allie," he snarled, his breath hot and foul. "Better watch out. Lucas can't be around to protect you all the time. Think about that." He leaned in, crowding me. "Now get out of my face before I slap you across the room. I'd hate for you to start crying in front of your boyfriend." He tried pushing me back. I dodged, stepped close, and slammed my fist into his nose as hard as I could. Rat shrieked, staggering backward, hands flying to his face. Stick yelped from behind me. Blinking through tears, Rat screamed a curse and swung at my head, clumsy and awkward. I ducked and shoved him into the wall, hearing the thump of his head against the plaster. "Get out of my room," I growled as Rat slid down the wall, dazed. Stick had fled to a corner and was hiding behind the table. "Get out and stay out, Rat. If I see you in here again, I swear you'll be eating through a straw the rest of your life." Rat pushed himself upright, leaving a smear of red on the plaster. Wiping his nose, he spat a curse at me and stumbled out, kicking over a chair as he left. I slammed and locked the door behind him. Jerk. Thieving, lying jerk. Ow. I looked down at my fist and frowned. My knuckle had been cut on Rat's tooth and was starting to well with blood. Ew. Oh, great. I hope I don't catch something nasty. He's gonna be mad, Stick said, venturing out from behind the table, pale and frightened. I snorted. So what? Let him try something. I'll break his nose the other way. Grabbing a rag from the shelf, I pressed it to my knuckle. I'm tired of listening to his nonsense, thinking he can do anything he wants just because he's bigger. He's had it coming for a while. He might take it out on me, Stick said, and I bristled at the accusing tone, as if I should know better, as if I didn't think of how it might affect him. So kick him in the shin and tell him to back off, I said, tossing the rag on the shelf and carefully picking up the abused book. Its cover had been ripped off, and the front page was torn, but it seemed otherwise intact. Rat picks on you 'cause you take it. If you fight back, he'll leave you alone. Stick didn't say anything, lapsing into sullen silence, and I bit down my irritation. He wouldn't fight back. He would do what he always did, run to me and expect me to help him. I sighed and knelt beside a plastic box by the back wall. Normally, it was hidden by an old sheet, but Rat had ripped that off and tossed it in the corner, probably looking for food or other things to steal. Sliding back the top, I studied the contents. It was half full of books, some like the paperback I held in my hand, some larger, with sturdier covers. Some were moldy, some half charred. I knew them all, front to back, cover to cover. This was my most prized, most secret possession.
If the vamps knew I had a stash like this, they'd shoot us all and raze this place to the ground. But to me, the risk was worth it. The vamps had outlawed books in the fringe and had systematically gutted every school and library building once they'd taken over, and I knew why. Because within the pages of every book, there was information of another world. A world before this one, where humans didn't live in fear of vampires and walls and monsters in the night. A world where we were free. Carefully, I replaced the small paperback, and my gaze shifted to another well-worn book, its colors faded, a mold stain starting to eat one corner. It was larger than the others, a children's picture book, with brightly colored animals dancing across the front. I ran my fingers over the cover and sighed. Mom. Stick had ventured close again, peering over my shoulder at the tote. Did Rat take anything? He asked softly. No, I muttered, shutting the lid, hiding my treasures from view. But you might want to check your room as well, and return anything you borrowed recently, just in case. I haven't borrowed anything for months, Stick said, sounding frightened and defensive at the thought, and I bit down a sharp reply. Not long ago, before Rat came to the group, I would often find Stick in his room, huddled against the wall with one of my books, completely absorbed in the story. I'd taught him to read myself, long, painstaking hours of us sitting on my mattress, going over words and letters and sounds. It had taken a while for Stick to learn, but once he did, it became his favorite way to escape, to forget everything right outside his door. Then Patrick had told him what vampires did to fringers who could read books, and now he wouldn't touch them. All that work, all that time, all for nothing. It really annoyed me that Stick was too scared of the vamps to learn anything new. I'd offered to teach Lucas, but he was flat out not interested, and I wasn't going to bother with Rat. Stupid me, thinking I could pass on anything useful to this bunch. But there was more to my anger than Stick's fear or Lucas' ignorance. I wanted them to learn, to better themselves, because that was just one more thing the vampires had taken from us. They taught their pets and thralls to read, but the rest of the copulation, they wanted to keep blind, stupid, and in the dark. They wanted us to be mindless, passive animals. If enough people knew what life was like before, how long would it be until they rose up against the bloodsuckers and took everything back? It was a dream I didn't voice to anyone, not even myself. I couldn't force people to want to learn, but that didn't stop me from trying.
Stick backed up as I stood, tossing the sheet over the box again. You think he found the other spot? He asked tentatively. Maybe you should check that one too. I gave him a resigned look. Are you hungry? Is that what you're saying? Stick shrugged, looking hopeful. Aren't you? I rolled my eyes and walked to the mattress in the corner, dropping to my knees again. Pushing the mattress up revealed the loose boards underneath, and I pried them free, peering into the dark hole. Gosh, I muttered, feeling around the tiny space. Not much left. A stale lump of bread, 2 peanuts, and 1 potato that was beginning to sprout eyes. This was what Rat had probably been looking for, my private cache. We all had them somewhere, hidden away from the rest of the world. Unregistereds didn't steal from each other. At least, we weren't supposed to. That was the unspoken rule. But at our hearts, we were all thieves, and starvation drove people to do desperate things. I hadn't survived this long by being naive. The only one who knew about this hole was Stick, and I trusted him. He wouldn't risk everything he had by stealing from me. I gazed over the pathetic items and sighed. Not good, I muttered, shaking my head. And they're really cracking down out there lately. No one is trading ration tickets anymore, for anything. My stomach felt hollow, nothing new to me, as I replaced the floorboards and split the bread with Stick. I was almost always hungry in some form or another, but this had progressed to the serious stage. I hadn't eaten anything since last night. My scavenging that morning hadn't gone well. After several hours of searching my normal stakeouts, all I had to show for it was a cut palm and an empty stomach. Raiding old Thompson's rat traps hadn't worked. The rats were either getting smarter, or he was finally making a dent in the rodent population. I'd scaled the fire escape to Widow Tanner's rooftop garden, carefully easing under the razor wire fence, only to find the shrewd old woman had done her harvest early, leaving nothing but empty boxes of dirt behind. I'd searched the back alley dumpsters behind Hurley's trading shop. Sometimes, though rarely, there would be a loaf of bread so moldy not even a rat would touch it, or a sack of soybeans that had gone bad, or a rancid potato. I wasn't picky. My stomach had been trained to keep down most anything, no matter how disgusting. Bugs, rats, maggoty bread, I didn't care, as long as it faintly resembled food. I could eat what most people couldn't stomach, but today, it seemed Lady Luck hated me worse than usual. And continuing to hunt after the execution was impossible. The pet's continued presence in the fringe made people nervous. I didn't want to risk thievery with so many of the pet's guards wandering about. Besides, stealing food so soon after 3 people had been hanged for it was just asking for trouble. Scavenging in familiar territory was getting me nowhere. I'd used up all resources here, and the registereds were getting wise to my methods. Even if I crossed into other sectors, most of the fringe had been picked clean long ago. In a city full of scavengers and opportunists, there just wasn't anything left. If we wanted to eat, I was going to have to venture farther. I was going to have to leave the city. Glancing at the pale sky through the plastic-covered window, I grimaced. The morning was already gone. With afternoon fading rapidly, I'd have only a few hours to hunt for food once I was outside the wall. If I didn't make it back before sundown, other things would start hunting. Once the light dropped from the sky, it was their time, the masters, the vampires. I still have time, I thought, mentally calculating the hours in my head. It's a fairly clear day. I can slip under the wall, search the ruins, and be back before the sun goes down. Where are you going? Stick asked as I opened the door and strode back down the hall, keeping a wary eye out for Rat. Allie, wait, where are you going? Take me with you. I can help. No, Stick. I turned on him and shook my head. I'm not hitting the regular spots this time. There are too many guards, and the pet is still out there making everyone twitchy. I sighed and shielded my eyes from the sun, gazing over the empty lot. I'm going to have to try the ruins. He squeaked. You're leaving the city? I'll be back before sundown. Don't worry. If they catch you, they won't. I leaned back and smirked at him. When have they ever caught me? They don't even know those tunnels exist. You sound like Patrick. I blinked, stung. That's a bit harsh, don't you think? He shrugged, and I crossed my arms. If that's how you feel, maybe I won't bother sharing anything I bring back. Maybe you should hunt for your own food for a change. Sorry, he said quickly, giving me an apologetic smile. Sorry, Allie. I just worry about you, that's all. I get scared that you'll leave me here, alone. Promise you'll come back? You know I will. Okay then. He backed away into the hall, the shadows closing over his face. Good luck. Maybe it was just me, but his tone almost implied that he was hoping I'd run into trouble, that I would see how dangerous it really was out there, and that he'd been right all along.
But that was silly, I told myself, sprinting across the empty lot, back toward the fence and the city streets. Stick needed me. I was his only friend. He wasn't so vindictive that he'd wish me harm, just because he was really annoyed about Mark and Gracie, right? I pushed the thought from my mind as I squeezed through the chain-link fence and slipped into the quiet city. I could worry about Stick some other time. My priority was finding food to keep us both alive. The sun teetered directly above the skeletal buildings, bathing the streets in light. Just hang up there a little longer, I thought, glancing at the sky. Stay put, for a few more hours at least. Actually, feel free to stop moving if you want. Vindictively, it seemed to drop a little lower in the sky, taunting me as it slid behind a cloud. The shadows lengthened like grasping fingers, sliding over the ground. I shivered and hurried into the streets. Okay, I am ready. Please paste the content you want me to rewrite.